God, that was so good. That was such a good pregnant pause, everyone.
Oh, I didn't know we were live. I was going to ask you about the smile because I'm like, I can never make myself smile. Like,
that's my unhinged. That's my unhinged.
Hang on,
hold on a second. What is going on here? I'm hearing you again. It's because I have the video.
That's me. I got it fixed. Yeah, no, when people say smile and stuff for a picture and everything, I'm just always like, can we stop this now? It just feels so awkward to me, but it was delightful.
Thank you. My in my family, it's still a joke because when I was a little kid, people used to have to say, "Colin, smile nice." That was like the big thing, is like smile nice, because I'd be like
yeah,
I didn't know how to smile for some reason.
No, it's good. You did it. See, some people can, you gotta. I can't smile with my teeth. When I used to go to places like E3 and people would want pictures and stuff, I would just have. I perfected my picture smile, which was like. Because there are some people who smile with their teeth. I'm like, I don't know how you do that. I have no idea. I look fucking like a weirdo more than usual. What's up, Colin Moriarty? How's life? How you doing?
Good, man. I'm all right. How are you? It's good to see you.
Yeah, good. I got some sleep. I'm starting to train myself off bringing my phone to bed.
Oh, good.
Bring a book to bed. So I'm starting to slowly. That's starting to pay dividends a little bit. So I'm feeling a little more energetic than usual. Not too shabby.
That's good. That's a good idea. I have no discipline, so I can't do that.
I don't either. But it was starting to the pain of it was starting to outweigh the lack of discipline. I just wasn't getting enough sleep. I was staying up too late.
Yeah, I got to get my sleep shit together too, because I just love staying awake all night, which I've always done, but I need to sleep in one burst, because often I get tired at night and I take like a nap, as I've said many times, and then I'll be up till 5 or 6 in the morning, and it's like I don't need to be up till 5 or 6. Like I can be up till like 3 or 4 and get things in order, but I just don't sleep very well. I really never have. So, but it's nice to see you.
You as well.
We're here on a Monday.
Oh yeah.
The thumbnail that I don't know if you saw it, that Dustin made for this video, very funny. That is your image, right?
Well, it's my image from a thumbnail, but
right.
People were like, "That's not you. That's AI." And it is. I mean, it's basically, I don't really have any artistic sensibilities, so I struggle with color composition and lighting and all that. So I just basically take my normal thumbnail, which is me sitting in front of this wall, and putting a cabinet games up there and a date up there, and that's it. And I give it to Google Gemini and I say, hey, pop the colors, fix the lighting, give it a, and inevitably what happens though is it doesn't just do that. It has to redraw everything. And so it redraws me, but I'm like, you know what? No one's coming to my show because the way I look anyway. So fuck it. Because the colors do pop. I get more clicks on them, and I'm off to the races. But yeah, so people have said they find that very disturbing, that image of me, which
it's really disturbing, but but in a good way, not in a bad way, in a good way. I like to be disturbed.
Yeah. What's fun is I like to look at the background though and see all the things it's changed. Like if you look at the background, I have a Buddha right here with a little baby Buddha sitting in its lap. And but the AI turned it into like a penis. So it looks like it's just a big wooden shaft coming up where the baby Buddha is and stuff. And it's just, little things like that. But and I also do it a little bit to troll now, because I know there are some people that are so anti-AI that I'm just like, oh, fuck you, eat it, motherfucker. Here's your fucking thumbnail.
I mean, that's what you did with the AI is what's fun about AI.
Yeah.
The absurdity of it. If anyone took that seriously and like that's really what David Jaffe is trying to tell you he really looks like, then that's where things get a little.
All you have to do is click the video and you'll go, yeah, he doesn't look like that.
Right, exactly. So
someone's like, is that Robin Williams? I'm like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Dustin, how are you doing? You're there somewhere.
Yes, I'm here. I'm doing just fine.
How was your weekend? Everything well with you?
Very well. Pretty restful. Played a lot of games. Didn't do very much. So feels good.
Well, Dustin cost who's the publisher of Crimson Desert? What are they called?
Pearl Abyss.
Yeah,
that's the developer.
He cost Pearl Abyss a sale with his tweet, but then Gene Park got the sale back. Yeah, because I think, Dustin, you were the one that was like, I'm 4 hours in and I'm so fucking bored, right?
Yes, and I stand by that.
Well, I was like, this motherfucker, is probably platinum the new Dragon Quest already, which I couldn't get through the demo of that game. So I'm like, if he loved Dragon Quest and he's bored of Crimson, there's no fucking way. And then I
Mm.
talked to Gene last night, and Gene's like, dude, people are approaching this game all wrong. It's really quite good. And then there was a patch that came out late last night, and apparently it fixed a lot of the combat issues and
Yeah.
carrying requirements and fast travel. And Gene's like, it really is a big deal of a patch. The fact they didn't release this day one is ridiculous, because it's so much better. So now I'm back on the fence. I'm probably going to pick it up after the show.
Yeah, the patch is very significant, and it does improve a lot of the issues that I was having with it. But the patch isn't going to fix how mundane the beginning of the game is. Like, it's shocking to me how I've played way more since that tweet, and I'm very into this game at this point. But the beginning, man, it's like, I'm curious what you'll think about it, because it is like, go to this house and clean someone's chimney. Now I need you to go rescue someone's pet sheep. And you have to, it's weird. It's like an MMO. It's like, it makes sense.
When Gene explained it like that, he said, it is basically they set out to make a single player MMO. So if you approach it and you're into the chopping wood part, and you're into the kind of Stardew Valley aspect of sort of just building your shit up and collecting enough wood to make a good shield, and you kind of come at it like that, versus it certainly presented in the marketing more of a, crazy Assassin's Creed open world, but there's a through line that just hooks you and you go. It sounds like it's a good time. So how long did it take you to come around to it? You said now you're really into it.
Yeah, I think that it was Jake Baldino that put out a tweet when the embargo was up, that he said it took him 8 hours. And that's probably right on. That around 8 hours in, then I was like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And I think also it takes 8 hours to get used to the movement and controls in the game. So that's also part of it, which they're already changing up the controls, which I didn't think the controls were that bad. The movement is what's odd to me, because it's like Red Dead Redemption 2 controls, but in a Zelda game. And so it feels weird often, at least to me.
Right. And the new change, the new patch doesn't significantly change the controls, just the combat, right?
I know it does change some controls, but I played a tiny bit last night after the patch, so I honestly haven't been able to dive in to really feel it.
Okay.
The combat feels a lot snappier though in the patch, which is
Cool.
really good.
Yeah, and I've heard they've nerfed some of the bosses and shit. So, I've been wanting it because I want to play something that's just gorgeous looking, and I'm playing it on GeForce, and so I have everything amped up to 11. So it's nice to kind of get a brand new game that looks as good as this, and be able to, because that's the main reason I'm interested. But it's good to hear there's something. It's not like crap, that it's a unique little bird, and I don't mind unique little birds. I don't know if I want to spend much time with it, but I'll play it for a few hours. Colin, is it on your radar or not really?
It was. I the more people talk about it, the more I'm like, I don't want to play this. So it's funny. I think I was thinking about a parallel to it, and there really isn't any, because there's no games that seem to be quite as breathy or as long as a Crimson Desert that I would necessarily play. But if it was like an open world first person shooter, like a Far Cry, I think that would be a lot more fun for me. In other words, I don't want to play like this open-ended MMO like hack and slash for 150 hours. Like but it looked cool, and I was open-minded to it. But I wanted, as I said on the show many times, I wanted to wait to just see like what people thought, like what were the things that I need to know to kind of make this decision. And I looked at it and I'm like, well, I don't want to play this. The thing that especially turned me off was like the combat controls. I'm like, what? Shitty combat controls in a third-person action game is like almost inexcusable. It's like, what are you talking about? Like,
when you say controls, you just mean where the button layouts are, right? You don't mean,
well, just like the function of I was reading people's things of like, you have to fight, or to like you have to do this, and this, and like, hold on, I'm like, why? Like I remember saying this a long time ago, and I feel this way. Like Call of Duty nailed, like the earlier Call of Duty games nailed first-person shooter controls so much that should just be like, everyone should just be like, that's the control scheme.
Right. And it mostly is.
Right.
that we always struggled, especially with the last Twisted Metal we did, because it had been established. This is how you drive a car in a game now. The gas is up here, and or you're doing it like the Warthog in Halo, and this, but Twisted Metal's a shooter and it's a driving game. And it was very hard for us to kind of find a control scheme that modern gamers could just pick up and go with, because we're asking you to do two different things. I'm kind of interested in this game. Speaking of driving and controls, Screamer. There's the new Screamer. I think it's called Screamer. It's based on I think it's an original anime, but or they made their own anime, but it's inspired by anime. The review I saw on IGN said it would be like if you took Blur and locked it in a room with the Crunchyroll subscription for like a year, you would have this game. And it's got some very interesting systems. Some people are saying it's probably more complicated than it needs to be, but they're trying to do something fresh with the arcade racer, which totally has nothing to do with Crimson Desert, but it just reminded me because I think that's out this week.
This is by Milestone. They're the Blur team. They did Hot Wheels.
Sure. Which was great.
So like a racing studio. Yeah, this looks really. I'm looking at it on Steam. This looks really cool.
Yeah, I think is it out yet, or it's out this week?
March 26th, so 3 days.
Okay,
I guess that's Thursday. Yeah, you know what I played this weekend? I got all 5 endings. Was Chronicles of the Wolf, which is a Metroidvania. I'm really quite smitten with it. It's so enchanting how beautiful it is, in my opinion. But I was reading more about the game, and what I didn't realize about it, because I was waiting till the credits. There's something fun about seeing like what is this game? Is this like a Japanese game? Is this a French game? Is this like because I didn't really there was a bunch of studios that I was familiar with. Like Pixel Heart worked on it. Yeah, it's really cool. What I learned about it was that this guy for years did like these really well respected, and I'm not in this scene at all, but like well respected Castlevania fan games, and did like 2 of them that people loved, and then he started doing his own games, and it's great. He did a game, something
looks really good.
Yeah, it's really fun. You know what I was saying, Jaffe? I don't know if you get this if you're looking at a video or images of it.
I'm looking at video.
It looks like an old PC game, kind of. Now the foreground with the characters it looks like ActRaiser or Altered Beast or like one of these big chunky early Genesis games, or SNES games. But the backgrounds, it reeks of like Apple II. There's like something really distinct about it. Surprising.
It's neat. I mean, and where did you? Because it came out this summer. So where did this even hit your radar? How did you?
I don't know. I really don't. I think it was recommended to me by a few people, reasonably so. And when people think that I don't like looking at anything when they recommend me to things. If people recommend things enough, I always look into them, and often people are right. So I think this was one of them. And he did a game called Wallachia or something before this, which is also more of a linear Castlevania style game. Okay. Dude's super talented. And
you finished it this weekend?
Yeah, so there's 5 endings, and I got all 5 of them. So you have to do I used the walkthrough because you have to do. First of all, I will say the game is really obtuse. Like for a Metroidvania, I really, really loved it. But there are things in it where it's like, in a Metroidvania, the Jaffe, it's like you got a double jump or you get a dash or whatever. In this game, it's like you got a double jump. Then you can use the double jump twice. Then you can use the double jump 3 times. Then you can use the air dash twice. Then you can put the 2 air dashes together with the 3 double jumps to I'm like, dude, this is too much.
You mean as you unlock abilities, you can do that? Or what do you mean?
Yeah, so instead of unlocking just a double jump or having some sort of more static castle or map or whatever. It's not just a castle. It's like the environments around it. But, and it's like, oh, the ledge is too high. I go here. It's like the ledge could be too high for you to need 3 double jumps. So you need to figure out how to get 3 double jumps or instead of dashing over the lava, you need to dash 3 times. So you need to figure out how to get the 3rd dash. So it's it's very complex actually for a Metroidvania, but it has the spirit. And I bring this up all the time, because I love this game. It's a touchstone for me of Simon's Quest. Definitely the spirit of Simon's Quest. Even the animations and shit's a total. I was showing things to Michael where I'm like, this is a total ode to that game. And any nerd of that game can read that. And then reading about his work in the, in the fake Castlevania realm, I'm like, oh yeah. Why
it looks
Konami
great.
has not,
I just downloaded the demo. I'll be playing it tonight. It looks really, really good.
Why Konami had not, this is what it's like, dude, you should be in bed with this dude for sure to make an old school style game. But yeah, he did this game Wallachia, which I think was like a sequel or a prequel to this game, which I'd like to play next, which is also on PlayStation Network. What's funny is that Wallachia is a part of Transylvania and Romania, like where all the Castlevania games take place. But when I was a kid, I thought it was Warakia or Warakia because that was the way it was translated in the old Castlevania games. Classic English, R to L, L to R thing, which I loved. So I didn't even know that was
forever. That's where the adamantium grows.
Right. That's exactly right. So
although you absolutely can tell he's I don't know if he's a one-man band or not, but you can tell he learned his lesson probably because that game didn't sell well because it was called, you know, Warkia. And he's like, fuck it, Chronicles of the Wolf.
Yeah, Chronicles of the Wolf is not great either, but it's
not, but at least you can say it, you know what it is. It's like that game you had the guy who made the game you really liked, the Japanese looking logo on Sacred Symbols Plus recently. What's it called that you really like?
Oh, Lovish. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like that's another title that I'm like, what the fuck is this game called? But yeah, no, this looks really cool. I played the shit though this weekend out of a game called Retro Rewind, which is one of those you've seen it a million times. There's nothing all that clever about the simulation aspect of it. It's like running a shop simulator.
Oh, I saw that, like an old video store.
But it's a video store, yeah. And it's a very well polished store simulator, first off. So it's got that going for it. And I like games like that anyway. But then you throw in the video store part of it. Oh my God, I'm having so much fun. I added a room on, and I bought a robot, and I bought, a coffin. So that whole back room is all horror and sci-fi videos and shit. And it's I can't stop playing it. I'm loving it. So it may be the only game I finished this year, but I'm in. I'm totally in.
Yeah, you don't finish your games, which is that's okay.
Someone called me a dabbler, which sounded filthy. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I wonder about that, about what it means. Like when you finish a game, like, how do I put this? I'll stop a movie, I'll stop a book, I'll stop anything I'm doing if I lose interest and I don't have any reason to believe that it's not just a bit of a dip and it'll come back, right? And so when I pretty much feel I've gotten most out of a game, like I'm playing Ghost of Yode and I haven't gone back to it in a month now, but I was obsessed with it for about 3 weeks, just absolutely loved it. And I got to the part in the snow and she was, I forget why she was in this, she's going after one of the guys or whatever. And I just haven't gone back. Other things have come out. And I wonder about this because, if you buy a game and you only get so many games at a time or whatever, I could see there's an artificial reason to finish things, or if you're a trophy hunter like you are. I'm not saying the trophies are artificial, but it lives kind of out. The reason you're doing it is outside of the motivation to play the core experience. And I sometimes wonder because, people tease me about not finishing games online and stuff. And I'm like, but I got bored of it. It's like, do you push to finish a game if you're bored? And a lot of them are like, well, yeah, I bought it. I feel compelled to see the ending. And I'm just kind of like, oh, I'd love to finish games. I really, really would, but clearly not as much as alleviating the boredom that comes after going, I think I get what this is.
Yeah, I understand that. I finish a vast majority of the games that I play, but I also think I've always been a completionist since I was a little kid, but I also think it's just these days you can be so targeted in the games that you buy and are interested in that it's becoming more and more unusual for me to play something and be like, oh, I don't want to play this. Because like you're able to like really micromanage your options and see all these different reviews and ideas and things. You're not just limited to, I bring it up all the time, but I always remember when Dagan and I bought Deadly Towers on NES, a Broderbund game, and the game fucking sucks. And it was great box art, like some of the great NES, classic NES box art, and we had a couple screenshots on the back.
I remember this. Yeah.
And it's like, but that's what we had bought, and we got real good at that game. That game was horrible. But these days, it's like I don't run into things like that very often. Like there's just so many ways to absorb a game. It's funny because there's a duality to Colin, where it's sometimes I jump into a game and I don't really know anything about it, but there's a real confidence in that. That often happens in the AAA realm. So Resident Evil is a good example. Like I didn't see very much of Resident Evil. And I've barely seen anything of Saros. I'll just buy it. I know it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Who thinks that? But then there's the other side of it where I'm like, this game sounds cool, but I really want to do like a little bit of research. So I'll go to Steam or go on PSN and look at videos and try to look at screenshots. And sometimes I'll look at a Metacritic score. I don't take that super serious, but it's a touchstone. It's a way to gauge what people are thinking about it. And so I walk into games unaware much less often. And I think that that's helped me beat games more.
Well, yeah. And I also think, it's, my gaming diet, it's certainly not what it was or equivalent to like your IGN gaming diet when you were there. But because of sort of what I try to do on my show, I want to be very knowledgeable about what people are playing, so I don't have, I would be stunned. I probably think there's a higher chance of me living to 110 than there is of me finishing Crimson Desert, right? There's no goddamn way on God's green earth. If I get 8 hours into it, I'll consider that a surprise. But I want to be able to play it because I know that's what the conversation is. And I want to be able to talk about it because my stuff is more daily news stuff, right? And you guys are more targeted on Sacred Symbols. So and honestly, to be fair, there's not a lot of PlayStation games coming out these days anyway.
No, it's all almost all third party what we talk about.
Yeah. So, but if I wasn't doing that though, I probably, there's no way I'd be buying Crimson Desert today. I would be trying to finish Yote, Resident Evil 9, and playing this video thing. Absolutely.
That's the thing with Yote and especially Resident Evil is that these games are so mega high quality that I'm drawn to see them.
Especially now that it actually looks good with DLSS 5.
We'll get into that.
I know.
Because I was surprised to hear that you liked DLSS 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I like what they showed. I don't like almost everybody involved on the periphery of this thing. We don't really know who's telling the truth and who's pushing the agenda of their, I saw Kotaku do an article of like all the developers we spoke with hate it. And then you actually look at the developers they spoke with and it's like a one-man band that made some, 8-bit looking pixel thing that looks like Atari games. And I'm like, okay, well,
yeah, because people at these studios will not be allowed to even say anything about it.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't really know, how I don't know enough about it to have more of an opinion other than I think it looked really fucking cool. And especially if, but I'll wait till we get into it.
Well, I mean, we're here. I mean, wait for what? I was going to read some super chats, but no, let's just get into it.
Well, I think it looks really cool. And especially if what I'm reading is correct and who's to say, like I said, it's hard to tell what the truth is right now, but if the developer can turn it on and off in certain places and control it, and more importantly, or as importantly, if the user can turn it off and go, I don't want this, then I don't care. What do I care? I think Grace looks better. I was talking to Jean last night and Jean doesn't think so. And I'm like, okay, so
doesn't even look like her. Come on.
I barely see her. I'm playing it in first person. She's cute either way.
The Grace thing is the most egregious. That and the Hogwarts Legacy thing is like the most
Legacy
egregious.
thing is because the age though, not because it looked bad. I just thought the age was weird, but
No, that's what I don't think it necessarily looks bad either. It just doesn't look right. It's not interpreting it right. That's the big thing to me about the DLSS thing that it wasn't surprising. It's just you can't fool me in a certain way where it's like the way people responded to it, the excitement that people had for it, the buy-in that different publishers had from Capcom to Bethesda to Warner.
Yeah.
And then I was saying this on Sacred Symbols. I'm like, I'm not fooled by any means. You put this out there and thought it was good. And now some people like you think it's good. That's great. Yeah. But I can't believe that like Capcom bought in on this and all of these guys, Bethesda did a whole like vignette of things. And I'm like, you're off base. I think
see what I will tell you is, and I'm not like, okay, let's put Grace aside because whatever, I don't know what to tell you about that. We clearly disagree. But when you're talking about, let's just take the Starfield characters. You think the Starfield characters genuinely look better?
No, the Starfield characters look better, but I don't think any example they show in that video, I don't think shows or respects the intention of what things were supposed to look like. In other words, there's a way to interpret in a higher resolution every single look, from Grace to Hogwarts Legacy Guy to the Starfield people, all the rest. But it doesn't seem like it's doing it right and like it's not interpreting anything properly, so no one looks like a higher res version of themselves. They look like a different character.
I
And
would
that to me,
need
I
to
do have
see a
a problem with.
character that I have more familiarity with, I guess, because maybe my like I love Resident Evil 9, I love Grace, but other than the cutscenes, I'm playing her in first person. So all I remember about Grace is I think she's really cute. That and I'm like, she's blonde and she's got short blonde hair. I like her. I'm going on a date with her in my fantasies. But short of that, I don't it's not like you're putting up, a character like Mario or what not Mario is not really, but like, Nathan Drake. And I'm like, I know what he looks like. That doesn't look like Nathan Drake. So maybe because you might maybe have a better connection with what she looks like. I would, if I saw that, maybe I would agree with you. But because I don't have that, to me, it just feels like, oh, she's a cute blonde girl. And now she's a better looking cute blonde girl with more detail. Like that's how my brain reads it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it that way. My brain doesn't see it that way. I'm like, this doesn't even look like Grace. This looks like a Smash JT image that they circulated, being like, what if they made this character pretty? And that's like that. And I'm not saying Grace wasn't pretty beforehand. What I'm saying is that makeup, that's why I call this the Yassification war, because it's like the Yass Queen Yassified. It's like, what is this? This looks like shit. I mean, I just can't. But that's all subjective. The bigger thing is that the people at these studios, and that's what I'm concerned about actually, is that like they believe in it. They liked it. They can act like they were surprised or they didn't know and all that stuff now, but that's bullshit. Of course.
Well, wait, hang on. So let me ask you this. If you had never played Resident Evil 9 and your first experience with Grace as a character was the image on the DLSS 5, would you have felt different? Like is your bone to pick the fact that it doesn't look like the Grace that you know and love, or is it the fact that whatever she looks like, it doesn't look good?
I think the Grace stuff would look. First of all, it's unknowable. I mean, I beat Resident Evil 4 times, so it's like I'm very familiar with the way that character looks. But
yeah,
I don't know that I would have had a problem with her. But when you look at it through the lens of who she is and like it does, like the way she would have all this makeup and all this, it doesn't even make sense for her character. It doesn't make sense for the situation.
Yeah, I get that.
To me, it's just not. I don't know that I'd necessarily have it, or I'd be much more neutral about this if it just was like, we understand exactly what Grace looks and we're going to make Grace look better. But the interpretation of making Grace looks better is putting makeup on her, giving her shadowy eyes. And it's like, but that's not what that's literally not there. That's not there. You're not, the AI is now just making shit up. It's not.
Okay. That is fascinating because why? Okay. Yeah. So if that is the complaint, I totally get that complaint. Right. I get
that is the major part of my complaint, by the way, is that like, it's not interpreting what is there. It's reinterpreting it.
But it's reinterpreting it in a way that is in your mind, which I think you're probably right, runs counter to who the character is. And so it feels weird.
Right. But regardless, like, I don't want to see anything other than what the intention of the developers were. I don't want to see it's redrawn. Like, I don't want to see that. And it's a bigger thing for me, Jaffe, and we can get into this, and I'll be interested with the audience if they have anything to think about this as well. But I'm really having a hard time understanding the more this happens. And I don't feel this way about all AI. In fact, I think a lot of AI is super useful and super interesting.
Yeah.
With this AI, I'm having a hard time understanding why. It reminds me a lot of NFTs. Where I'm like, yeah, you have all of this fun and fancy ways of talking about it and what it can do, but you can't answer the fundamental question of like, what is this? Like, why are you doing this?
I can answer it. I'm with you on NFTs. I'm with you on, I never understood fucking blockchain. I still really, I mean, I understand it, but when it was like, but yeah, I won't have to, relitigate that nonsense, but yeah, I'm with you on that. But this, because it fucking looks better. Like if you're, Starfield is one of my favorite games. I'm excited it's coming for PS5. Maybe it's going to get or speaking of relitigation in the eyes of people who didn't even play it. They just hated to hate it. I like the DLC, and suddenly, holy shit, you're telling me these characters can look a lot better if I flip this switch. I mean, I think all of them look better if you take away what you're saying. And I hadn't thought about that aspect, but that's not the character. And that's a separate, almost creative, artistic. Maybe the guys at NVIDIA are like, dude, when we put this together, the game hadn't even come out yet. We don't really know anything about Grace. We were just like, here's our fantasy girl, and let's amp up these things. But you know, if the artists don't have to do that, and they can say, no, that's not Grace, we have control over this, then I really don't have a problem with it. But when you say it's like an NFT, I mean, you know, even the environments, when they showed Assassin's Creed Shadows and he was up on the trees or whatever, I'm like, it just looks more detailed. It looks brighter. It looks crisper. It looks more next gen to me. But you didn't, but I mean, that's so crazy because it is subjective, but it's so weird that you prefer one and I so much prefer the other that I can totally see what they were thinking.
It's not even that I prefer one or the other. It's that I just, and I want to be clear about the NFT reference. It's not that I'm trying to diminish it into the stupid shit that NFT was. I mean, everyone knew NFTs were. If you were absolutely out of your fucking mind if you believed in NFTs, but it's more that like I'm curious. Like I want to understand. You know, I tried to spend time understanding, especially in the game space, like NFTs. It's like, okay, fucking Garvin and Mumbauer were doing shit with that.
That's where they, because they could get financing. That's
right,
why.
of course.
It wasn't that they, yeah.
But it's like, but every answer I come to be like, this doesn't really make any sense. Yeah. Like none of this. And that's the way I feel about this too, because you can just use compute power to natively make games run at higher resolutions, have games spec'd towards the highest possible resolution, and then played under a series of different presettings for your consoles, for your Switch, for all these things, aiming towards a developer-made highest resolution, highest possible quality game. And that's the quality of the game that's going to exist. And I look at the games now today, we always joke around, and I'm sure you were the same. I might even felt this way about Twisted Metal when I was a kid. It's like we used to look at games and be like, I remember playing NHL for the first time on PS1 and be like, this looks real.
Oh yeah.
You know, and now you look back on it and you're like, but it looked amazing to us. But now it really does look real. Now I play Resident Evil 9 and I'm like, doesn't get much better than this. Like, I don't know that you need to make it any better than this. And so I feel like we're solving for especially on PS5 Pro or a high-end PC, where it's like, we're solving for problems that don't really even necessarily exist. And I can't help it. And I don't think this is the intention because I'm not that conspiratorial, but getting the whole answer to this, because I know you like GeForce and all these different things and all the streaming services, is like, they want to offload your compute. They're making computing so expensive by buying all the resources to offload your compute. So it seems like it's getting, you know what I mean? So it seems like it's almost
I don't think that's why they're getting expensive. I mean, that's happening, but it's happening because the AI and the data centers that they're having to build. We're not in a RAM shortage because they're manipulating the prices and the availability so people will start streaming their video games.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's too conspiratorial, but it is an outcome of it.
Sure.
So like, we are now driving towards this. So I just don't think we really need this technology. I mean, that's my whole thing is like, I'm having a difficult time with AI's integration into games generally, where everyone's like, well, make games quicker. And I'm like, who cares? I don't give a fuck if you make games quicker. You know, like, I want the games to be made great. We don't need more of your games. We don't need more product. We need way better, way more thoughtful product, things that are going to pierce, you know, the market in a way that is notable, not AIing and AI slopifying everything, when really things are more beautiful than they've ever been. Like, and
that's
are only
weird,
getting more beautiful.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is, you know, you're going to wait until the last possible minute where your PS5 Pro dies. Why even upgrade a computer then? If it, you know, as long as the game runs, I don't need it to run and look the best it can look. I mean, you're always going to want the best graphics, right? Why not?
Right. But what I'm saying is that I think that I guess what I'm saying somewhat inelegantly is that there's diminishing returns at some point. The games that 25 or 30 years ago that I was like, I can't believe, look at fucking Colony Wars. I feel like I'm really in space.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's like, this looks incredible. I see a game like Galactic Racers, which I'm not going to play, but the Star Wars Racer, where I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yep. Like, this looks fucking awesome. You know, it kind of looks like the fake real thing. And I guess I'm wondering, I feel like this is also solving for problems that don't really exist. The high-end PC user is a vast minority of people that play video games.
Yes.
Most people that play on Xbox, for instance, play on Xbox Series S. Most people that play on PlayStation obviously play on PS5, and there's still tens of millions of PS4s. So I also think that there's just not that much importance towards the graphical thing, and it just seems to try. I don't know.
I couldn't
Yeah.
disagree more when it comes to you saying that. I mean, look at the fanboy and look at the marketing when it comes to new consoles. It's all about the graphics. I mean, I was more interested in Xbox because the quick resume. I was more interested in the PlayStation 5 because of the controller or whatever. But certainly, or the SSD, when it came to playing something like Demon Souls or Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. But the big marketing push is look how amazing these games look. And that's not going anywhere. I mean, I don't think we've come close to achieving, realism yet. It's just we're not there. We're just simply not there. And people like it and they'll pay for it. And it's probably like anything else. It may start on the high-end PC and then trickle down to the next generation of consoles. PC is always going to outpace. But again, hey, I won't complain if a lot more people start, streaming their games if they're in a good situation to do it. I was very happy to see Gene tweet his support because I know a lot of people
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I talked to him about it last night. And Gene's a guy that, a lot of people, they give him shit for a lot of things too, like me. But I think when he says it, there's more of a seriousness about his articulation of something where I'm just like, you're a fucking moron, but he's very, articulate about it and very wise about how he expresses it. And it was wonderful because he and I both geeked out over Resident Evil 9's opening shot, which he said, he played that game and beat it over 9 times for his review. And then he said, but when he went back and was streaming it on GeForce with everything turned up and the whatever it is, the path racing, I don't know these fucking terms, you know what I'm saying? The every bell and whistle on. He's like, as many times as I've seen that street at the opening of RE9, he's like, I spent 30 minutes just like I did looking around like, oh my God, I've never seen anything that looks like this. And that version looks better than any other version you can play right now. Better than the PS5 Pro, certainly better than the Xbox. So it may lead more people to stream, which I think would be great because what a ridiculous concept that the only people who get to enjoy this level of visual fidelity have to have $4,000 rigs under their table.
I'll be interested to see. I mean, ultimately, it's not up for me to determine any of it. I'll be interested to see how the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, 100%. And look, not that it matters, but the online fanboys don't do themselves any favors with. They muddy the waters so much that I don't know what the real zeitgeist is about this stuff. Like the uproar about Crimson Desert having some AI paintings. And it's like, dude, who gives a shit? Well, some people do.
I care.
Okay. But I don't think most people ever, it's not like we saw a news story on Saturday. We saw a news story, I think, that said they've sold 2 million copies in like a day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've seen a news story yet today where they've gotten like 20% returns because people found out some of the paintings were AI.
Oh yeah. No one gives a shit. I think the biggest danger to them, especially, would be on Steam, just based on their guidelines for AI art. But no, I don't really give a shit about that either. I don't think I am very, how do I put this? It's like, I want the games to be made as naturalistically as possible because I don't really care about your efficiencies in making games. I actually care about the vision of the games and people being employed making them. So to me, it's like your efficiencies are irrelevant. It's the same reason why I'm so vehement against, not to make it political, but against illegal immigration, is because, like, I don't care about your cheap goods. I care about the employment of American people and the gainful housing of American people and the medical care for American people and all those kinds of things. So the end result of things being cheaper is not, or easier, is not always a good outcome. It actually has a really deleterious outcome on everything else around it. And
it does.
And so I think that to me is a big reason why I feel like this is the corporation. I can't help but make the parallel, as I've brought up many times in the past, of hotels, the green hotels, and how that's been a thing in the last 15 years. If you want to use your towel again, or if you want a new towel, throw it on the ground.
Yeah.
And they're like, we are a green hotel. And it's like, no, you're not. You don't want to do the laundry. You don't want to pay people to do the laundry. You don't want to change this. You don't want to have this many maids and everything. And you can spin it in such a way as to make it seem like you're doing it for me. but you're doing it for you. And that is the way I feel about AI. And not all AI, about AI, generative AI, and AI in the arts.
Okay,
I don't need a computer to reinterpret, to be fed things and then spit them out when it comes to subjective art. And so I think
I mean, what engine are you guys using to make your Castlevania game?
What do you mean?
It's not you didn't write the engine from scratch. You're using probably Unity or Unreal.
Oh, no, yeah, we use Game Maker. I mean, but we don't use AI to make.
I understand, but you're still basically saying we can be more efficient if we buy an off-the-shelf product to make the lives of our developers easier. And either that means they go home at 5 o'clock, or it means they still crunch like motherfuckers, but their bandwidth is freed up now to focus on tuning or to focus on making a new level or a new boss or whatever, versus going, oh my God, we had to write the engine from scratch, which is what it used to be. All the Twisted Metals were proprietary. God of War was proprietary engine. So sure, there's the AI aspect to it that, your mileage will vary on how evil AI is in any given format, but your efficiency argument should still be applied to anything else that brings efficiency. Just because it's AI doesn't mean you labeling it that way and judging it that way makes sense, but you not judging Game Maker's giving you guys an efficiency leg up. Why is that not guilty?
Yeah, that's true, but I don't see I don't see the use of an engine or middleware or anything like that as a parallel to the AI doing all of reinterpreting your art and making things out of whole cloth for you. It's like using tools.
If you're using the tools, let me ask you this question. If you had AI, if you had DLS, I'm making it up because I don't really know how DLSS works exactly, but and again, I know this sounds awful. It's like when I do these shows with Keemstar and he always calls me Joffrey. And I'm like, dude, it's Jaffe. It's Jaffe. You're doing that Donald Trump handshake alpha bullshit. Call me by my name, bitch. Right? So when I tell you I forget the name of your game all the time, I can see it in my head. I can't wait to play it. I saw you guys did a tweet about how many wish lists you guys are on. I am following that game very closely, but for the life of me, it's got Saint in the title.
Saint Slayer.
Saint Slayer. Okay. I love the cover of it. I love that big fucking face. Looks like Castlevania art.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm so excited for people to get.
But if you're telling me Saint Slayer, if NVIDIA came to you and said, guys, flip this button here and all of your particle effects are going to look, it's still going to fit the vibe of the game and your artist can go in and tune it, but you guys are going to get 90% of the audience is going to go, fucking that's cool when they, when the blood comes out of the bad guy or when you vomit, to get your health back or whatever. You're not going to turn it on just because AI brought that to you?
I will say that we behind the scenes, I don't think we've said anything publicly about it because why would we? We have a zero AI policy.
I get it, but you why would you not turn that on?
Because I don't think it's part of the fun of I don't know. I don't want to speak for everyone that makes old school games, but for me, part of the fun of making the games is to make them look, feel, and act like old games.
Okay, that's fair. So the style of it is.
You
would use AI to get more processing power. Game Maker's not a very strong engine.
No, and we don't need processing power. Rate. Yeah, we don't need processing power though. Like the whole thing is, I don't even know that our games are really a good example to use. Like if I were in a AAA space, we would have much more, I think, fruitful conversations about where things can be useful because though we don't literally make NES games, like people literally make NES games,
right.
Still to this day, that's very difficult to do.
In terms of the processing of your limits back then.
Right, exactly. So like we don't filter anything through the old limitations because it's incredibly difficult to do and limiting. We would have to use flash animations and to get things to run at 60 frames, and it would look cool, but we want people to be tricked by it if possible into thinking that it is an old school game. We try to keep things under that limit. So I don't know that our games are the best example.
I mean, it's like you said, the intent, right? The intention is everything of the creators. I would never want, if somebody came to me and they said, we can give you this for God of War when we were making God of War 1, or we struggled like a motherfucker. I was never happy with how good the cars looked in Twisted Metal 2012. And I kept saying to Scott, I'm like, dude, look at the competition. We can't, and it was an ongoing thing. If somebody would have come and said, hey, flip this switch and your cars are going to look 30% better, and I'll be, and you can tune the ones. If Sweet Tooth doesn't feel like Sweet Tooth, don't apply it to that. I'd jump at that, man. Anything and everything to help get the vision out of this to people playing any goddamn day of the week. Everything's a tool to me.
It's surprise. I do appreciate that because, for people that don't understand the disciplines of game development, you are inherently a designer, right? I mean, so
director, designer. So I'm chasing the North Star primarily. I don't really care about how we get there as much as I care about when the player plays the game, are they experiencing that North Star that we've all tried to give them?
It's just like, but don't you see the contradiction in for Twisted Metal 2012, for instance? So looking at other PS3 games or whatever, and you're like, but look at these games and like, look at what they're realizing. It's like, so it can be done. Your guys just can't do it.
Yeah.
Right.
My guys. Right. But we can do it. That's absolutely true. My guys can't do it. But and some of that is the kind of game we're making. Some of that is the budget. Some of that is the time. Some of that is the talent, maybe. But, maybe your guys can't write an engine, but they can learn.
I can't do shit, other
not
than
not you, but I mean, maybe your development team can't write an engine, but they can certainly master and be brilliant using Game Maker or Unity. I mean,
but again, I think you and I agree in a fundamental way about this, which is that if it was a true reinterpretation of what was shown, but just looked better, then I think that would be a totally different thing. In fact, I think if that's what they showed off with DLSS 5, I think the reaction would have been muted at worst and probably really enthusiastic at best. If they showed a noticeable version of Grace, if they showed a Hogwarts Legacy student that didn't look like he was in his 40s.
I would agree if that is what people are complaining about primarily, then I can understand the complaints. And I think, I assume we're going to see another relatively quick version of this demo where the developers who are actually engaged with it get to tweak it and fuck with it, because that didn't bother me, but I don't have to say, I never played Hogwarts Legacy, so I just looked at the old lady and said, oh, she's got more wrinkles and she's brighter. She looks better. But I don't know anything about these characters. And Grace I love, but I was like, oh, she's hotter. Now I'd fuck her and I'd go to dinner with her. Wow. I mean, that's my level, which is very, very smart.
It's funny though, because you get back to the whole thing I was saying earlier about the interpretation of these characters through the lens of what is assumed versus what is real, I think and what is real in the game, I think is a major component of nailing this. And I can't get over, better than anyone how this goes behind the scenes when you have to get a trailer done, or you have to show assets. Everyone knew what was in this video at all of those different stakeholders, and they signed off on it. Not only did the companies participate in this shit, but they signed off on it. So to me, it's like there's a major lack of taste that concerns me as well. It's not only the technology, which will always improve. That's why I always say
so that's a major lack of taste on the part of whoever's calling the shots at Capcom. Then I mean, that's a Capcom problem, right? Not an NVIDIA problem.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is like that. Right. They didn't see that as a problem. Now, I'm not saying the people in the trenches wouldn't have seen that, or the artists that worked on Grace. They probably weren't privy to any of this. But there are producers and executives and people that trailer probably went around 1 million times between all the different stakeholders. And that's why I was saying, like, how that goes with Twisted Metal and all the different things in God of War, and like how fucking annoying Sony is about that. Imagine how annoying all of those companies are together. So that to me also,
it is weird. Warner Brothers, although to be fair, they're pretty busy.
They're probably not even paying attention anymore.
Yeah, they're on fire right now. But certainly with Capcom, you would think if they don't feel Grace is representative of the character, then they would have said something. I just thought she looked better, but I can respect the fact that, well, what about Leon though? Okay, when Leon gets out of the car, because I am more familiar with that character, I fucking thought he looked great when he got out of the car. The thing that pissed me off is I think it was Eurogamer does a tweet about it and is all bitching about AI slop and this, that, and the other. and they take the picture that went through DLSS 5 and they brighten it up and bloom out the lighting. And so they're manipulating an image that is already manipulated for an article where they're complaining about the manipulation. And I'm like, motherfuckers, you're doing the same goddamn thing.
Yeah,
but that
yeah,
aside,
right.
I thought Leon looked, I mean, I can identify him more. He's older, but did you think Leon looked bad?
No, he doesn't look bad. I'm actually looking at it right now.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't look bad at all. But I also just think, like, I look at it and I'm like, it looked great before. Like, this is the whole thing. It's
now,
like, I don't,
right?
I think it's honestly, like, I think it's probably more realistic now.
Yeah.
But I don't
that game
know
was
that
going for realism. Nobody is gonna. It wasn't Pokemon. I mean, Resident Evil 9 is trying to be as photorealistic as they could afford. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, sure. But I'm looking at this student, like when they show the line going over his face, and I'm like, they aged him. Like, I can't believe people. It's not even the technology that bothers me as much as just people signing off on this. That's the funniest part to me. But again, that's just back room shit that I love, you know.
But wait,
because they're all freaking out now. A lot of them are like, "Oh, we don't like." Bethesda like responded, like, "Oh, well, we're working on it." And it's like, guys, you fucking signed off on this. You know, you loved it.
Yeah.
You loved it.
And stop, you know, and even like Gene was saying about the Crimson Desert guys apologizing for the AI. He was saying to me yesterday, he's like, dude, they're Korean. All of Korea is using AI. He says lawyers are using it, not just to, but for grocery store advertisements. No one in Korea has a problem with it. So don't, you can take it out if you want because you think it'll hurt your bottom line, but stop the performative horse shit. It's like, you're fine with it. Most people are fine with it, honestly. But I'm curious about Dustin's take because just because we obviously have very different views on Grace and Leon, and I think it looks great, and you don't. I'm wondering what Dustin, what did you think when you saw these characters?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I think it looks like an AI filter over the game, and I've seen a million bad AI filters, and this looks like one of them too. So
Leon as well. You thought Leon looked bad as well.
I think Leon doesn't necessarily look better or worse. It looks like lighting change and that they were able to accentuate the hairs on his face. But that shot wasn't really offensive to me, but I also wasn't like, wow, it looks better.
That shot and the old woman in Hogwarts weren't offensive. It's just like, this isn't necessary. That's the whole thing. I'm like, well, what is this doing for me, really? Resident Evil's fucking gorgeous. Like, what's wrong with everybody? It's like nothing is good enough. It's like, this is an amazing game made by people. And everyone's like, wow, well, we can yassify Grace. And it can be done at the snap of a finger. I'm like, cool.
I totally get your filter thing and the Smash JT thing. And I've seen those and I know what those look like. I didn't get that from this. Like when you say that, I think, okay, they're going to give her big tits and she's wearing a tiny t-shirt and she's like, oops, I'm not wearing any panties, things like that. That's not this.
That's your
dream.
This
is just, yeah. This is just a nice looking woman who put on some makeup before she went out to, kill.
To go to the hotel where her mother was killed.
I know that's a little weird. I mean, but let's not complain about the fact that her boss sends her. It's like, yeah, it probably would be good for her. But given you're sending her to a murder scene, maybe you want to send her with some experience backup as well.
I know, it's very weird. Like the whole thing's very weird.
Let's complain about her makeup. So misogynistic. So misogynistic.
I just at the end of the day, I know the changes are inexorable. I know there's no stopping it. I think it's just worth talking about it's like, just like, again, I just love the reference to the hotel, the green hotel. It's like, but you're doing it for you. Don't just say like, I wish they were going to be like, listen, we can just be honest. We can hire fewer people. Ultimately, we're going to have these things make everything. We're just letting you know right now. So for right now, what we're going to do is take things that other people made and we're going to up-res them with their permission and make all these beautiful things. But understand the eventual goal of this is to eliminate all of you from the process. And that's what's going to happen. And we can embrace that. It is what the direction it's going in, and
Yeah,
that's
we
the
probably
choice. So I'm gonna fight against it, even if it's just like tilting against a fucking windmill. It's like I'm going to fight
that's
against
fair.
it. It's
I don't have a
unartistic, it's
problem. I
unneeded.
like, yeah, I
I,
like
I,
the windmills.
I was just gonna say it's like like this isn't needed. There's no necessity to this other than technology for technology's sake, cutting out people from the creation of art, and that's the direction it's all going into. And I just think that that's super unfortunate.
Okay, cutting out people is a valid concern. I don't think it's so valid that we don't do it. I think it's so valid we need to solve it in other ways. But that's a totally different, economic, political, sociological conversation. But when you say technology for technology's sake, well, then why make a PS6? Why make
totally
a
agree.
PS7? Right?
That's when people say that to me and they think they got me. And I'm not saying
I don't think
but
I've got you, but what I'm saying is, there are people that have proven their desire to have the next brightest, shiniest thing when it comes to technology. But what's amazing, and maybe it would affect me if we were still in the realm of the only people making games, or you had to get the Nintendo seal of approval, and if you're Konami, you can only publish 6 games a year, and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
But you're able to go out with your guys with an off-the-shelf engine. There's not even Unity. I mean, Game Maker is something, you got to be skilled to do a pro game like you guys are doing, but Game Maker is relatively easy to get your head around.
Oh, definitely.
And you guys are able to make a game that is exactly what you want, that feels like a game that could have come out when we were kids. And that's happening in tandem while we have this other stuff where we are pushing the limits of visual fidelity and this and that and the other. I like that. I think that's cool, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think all of these
what's
things.
Cool about what? What were you going to say?
What's cool about that? What's cool about a person just being able to put whatever they want onto the market without them being the skilled laborer that does it?
Because skill is subjective. Your guys would not have been able to put this game out back in the day.
No way.
There were too many gatekeepers.
Right. But we still need it.
You made it today, but you couldn't have made it back in the day. Unless you would have gone.
We might have been able. I don't necessarily agree with that. We would have been able to make a game at any time. People used to make games since the late 70s by themselves. It's just
but not that kind of game. You weren't making that kind of game. Saint Slayer is a game that probably looked like AAA at Christmas 1986, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little later, but that's what we're going.
So in 1986, 1987, you would not have been able to one-man band that on your Apple IIe.
No, not to this level of quality, probably. Not to unless you were a true multidisciplinarian. But the point is that what you're talking about is like access to distribution and opening up storefronts and having digital ecosystems
and having tools that are not, you don't have to write your own. You're able to sort of have a middleman, solution where you can come, because what it's allowing you to do is, I don't know who your main programmer is, but let's say his name's Frank. Frank was never going to be the guy writing in ones and zeros. He's not turning on the transistors and flipping the switch. He's not
Fortran. Yeah.
Right. Well, he's not writing at assembly language, right? That's not his skill set. Frank's really great at mechanics and understanding how all the pieces come together, and he's obsessed with frame rate. Okay. Frank is able to ply his trade now because someone came along and made a solution called Game Maker or Unity. But without those things, he wouldn't have been able to do it, right? So when you say what's good about being able to get all these people out and having one person do it or 5 people do it or whatever, because it's the same thing that what's good about the printing press, what's good about access to paper and pens, that anyone can write a book now. Most of them are shit.
But I don't see those as all the same. Paper and pen or the papyrus or the printing press. People had to write things still. There was no one else that was going to do the work for you. That was allowing you to distribute it. But
isn't it a different kind of work? Anybody can make a video now. You don't have to learn how to operate a 35 millimeter Airflex, and you don't have to learn how to load the film and pull focus. Anybody can do a TV show, which is in fact what we're doing now. But we still have to put a different kind of work in now. It's less about learning how to run the machinery and more going, why is someone going to watch this video game podcast out of the thousands because you are doing work. It's just different work, right?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't quite see it that way because at the end of the day, I don't think you and I see the end goal of like, lack of a better term, a democratization of the ability to make anything. I
You
think
like
that
that or you don't like
I
that?
don't like that. No,
Why?
I think that opening up outlets and avenues for more and more people to get access to be able to distribute their goods is good. That's been happening since
Sure.
the rise of the digital ecosystems and certainly before Steam, even on PC. But I think that the subjectivity of art requires, should you look at games as art, and I do, and I don't say
I
it
do too.
as art because it's a qualifier that gives it respect. I don't really give a shit about that. I say it because it obviously is. It's a total
It
symphony of,
emotionally affects you and moves you. It's art.
it's
I
a
mean,
symphony of all of these arts.
okay.
Whether it's really lean and clever programming or beautiful art and the music and the design and all the things that come together into this wonderful marriage. It's such a unique thing. And the human touch to it matters, in my opinion. Now, you and I have brought this up in the past. Will we be tricked? Are we already tricked by AI? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But that's because the tools are becoming much, much better. It doesn't necessarily speak to the intent or if it should be that way or not. Or that like tricking a person means, well, you didn't know, so I guess it's good, which I think a lot of people automatically assume as well. But to me, I look at it and I'm like, well, I want people with skill to get together, or if you're like a Tom Happ, you do it all by yourself and you make games and you put things out there and you come together in these clever ways and don't offload the creativity and all of the rest to AI.
Yeah, I just see it. I agree with you, but I think the difference is, in my opinion, you are locked to a definition of what it means to make a game, and I am locked to the definition of what a game is. So, if a lot of this stuff can be democratized, and what you're left with, in one case, let's just take a scenario, is one guy in his imagination and a pad of paper and a pencil. And he's like, everybody can now make an open world GTA game. It's easy. You just tell the computer you want it. But I really want to make something that feels like when I was a kid in the 70s growing up, and there was something about growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, the mix of racism, but a community trying to not be racist anymore, and the steel industry coming in and basically getting destroyed that had basically buttressed up that city for a century, blah, blah, blah. I want to make my GTA feel like that. And then they're working with these tools. To me, that's just the same art. The only difference is now, instead of having to sit there by hand for 6 months, obsessing over the texture maps and the material shadings and all this shit, that gets offloaded to a machine and you're able to go, what can I do? I'm still not feeling that sort of sense of racial turmoil in the air. What can I do creatively, interactively to express that through this medium? I mean, that work isn't being offloaded. If you want to make art, it's just your tool sets have changed and you've allowed more people to come into the process who never would have given a shit about, I don't want to learn how to fucking learn Game Maker and Unity
But
and
why would we
Unreal.
want, this is where you and I just totally
Yeah.
diverge, I think, is like, why would I want a game from someone who won't even bother to try to learn anything about making them?
Because making them, the definition of what it means to make a game changes, just like the definition of what it means to paint a picture has changed. I'm okay, the art, the everything is a means to an end, and the end is getting this feeling, this emotion, this idea out of the head of someone in a way that is satisfying, that it is expressed in the way it was expressed. I don't care what it took to get you there. That's behind the scenes shit that's really, frankly, not interesting and none of my business.
Right, but isn't like isn't the creation of a Christopher Nolan epic, right? Like that's like the coming together of the greatest cinematographers and the greatest editors and the greatest
But
writers and the
that's a
greatest.
nice story. That's a nice narrative of how you think about how things get creative, but it doesn't affect the end product. End of the day, Memento, which barely had any of that, is a better film than Tenet. And Tenet had all the toys, all the craftspeople, all the money, all the marketing, all the stars. And it was like, meh, most people forget about it. No one's going to forget about Memento. Right. So I understand the narrative of like that's very romanticized view of the creation process, but it doesn't mean the end result is better because of it.
Well, but wouldn't the same be true for Memento? Though it was an older and cheaper and more simple movie, that it was still the vision of a series of people that came together and did it, and the
I would
subjectivity of
argue that
that
it
is.
was mostly the vision of one guy, and everybody brought their talents to help with it. But you know, so books don't count. Books is just one guy's vision. Why is that okay?
No, that's okay. It's somewhat. What I'm saying is that it's someone's vision. I guess what I'm having a difficult time discerning from, if this is the way you feel about games, then why not just offload all of it? And you
Because the
just say,
part
like,
that
you
I
tell
think
me
I
what
can bring, if I had this tool right now, well, go ahead. What were you going to say? Sorry.
I just feel like, well, no, it's no big deal. It's just, I don't understand the differentiation between saying like, I don't know how to make games, so I'm gonna use the AI to make games, but I have an idea for it. And then the next step is saying like, you just make the game.
Okay, well,
Right,
in that
like-
case, then what I would say to you then is you shouldn't be doing YouTube or podcasts because you don't know how the microphone works. You didn't go into the OBS settings or whatever and tinker with it to get this, that, and the other. You're using tools other people have made, and then you're bringing what you love about it and
But
what
they're
you're
tools.
good at.
Nothing. If we just sat here,
Yeah.
in silence, then the tools would only be used to leverage the silence.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good reference point personally. These are
Well,
all
I mean,
tools.
you could say I made a game, but if you sit there and don't play it, the tools are only made. I mean, sure, if you don't make anything.
I hired someone that understands the intricacies of those things. That's Dustin.
Yeah, but
I'm
why,
the person that speaks into the microphone and makes it compelling for people to watch and listen to it. That's my skill, right?
Right.
Like, just like with Lily Mo, and that's why I always am self-deprecating with it. And I'm like, I just make the stories up. Like, it's, to me, that's like a dream come true. It's so fun and it's easy, but they're
would
doing
this
the hard
show
work.
be any worse or better? Now, again, I'm going to say this, and it's gonna fan the flames of people going, yeah, I am a fan of Dustin, but in the context of this conversation, would the show be worse or better if you can have AI do what Dustin does?
Dustin, what do you think?
Right. Well, I mean, it probably wouldn't be any different. Dustin does his own show. I watch his stream. I don't think Dustin would be like, his show's not, it might be a little better right now because you can't have AI scrape the chats and go, this is a good one. Colin's going to be good at answering this.
Let me ask
Dustin,
you this. Well, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that I think it's not that I don't hear your point. I guess it's just that I see the end result as the goal. I don't care about the process as much as I care about expressing what I want to express in the way I need to express it. And and it's hard, it's hard. If anybody can help me or anything can help me, I'll take that. I'll take you up on it. And if it's less expensive and I can use AI, and that allows me to basically put my stuff out there and express my stuff, and I have a shot. I mean, hell, you'd think, being more politically right than me, you'd think the free market aspect of it would just get y'all warm and fuzzy, because now anyone can really build a better mousetrap with this stuff.
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, I don't. It is cool. There is a cool idea of like true small d democratization of opportunity,
Yeah.
right? Based on this image in one's mind about a game or a product or whatever. The Dustin thing is interesting to me because just using him as an example, it's like, yeah, could we use AI tools? It's actually kind of like an umpire in baseball these days. And that's actually not like Dustin, but people talk a lot about removing the umpire from the equation entirely. And I'm like, yeah, because it's all binary. Strike or ball, safe or out. It's all like, there's like no interpretation of anything.
And people
like
hate that. I love it, but people hate it.
No, yeah, but I love it too. Like, I actually think because of the binary nature of umpiring in baseball, you probably could just remove the human element from it, because it is literally 0 or 1 every choice. There's nothing else to it. So, like, did you hold your swing or did you go across? Like, it's all 0 or 1. But the big thing, so like with Dustin, is So we get the AI, but like how does that help Dustin? And if we do that to everyone, there's that whole other angle to it as well, where it's like, why are we so eager to remove humanity from every pipeline for efficiency to make more product easier? To me, that doesn't make any sense because there's no vacuum for product on almost any market.
But
There's no vacuum for TV
but
shows.
now
There's
you're
no
talking
vacuum
about
for
something
movies.
different. And I agree with you. I think the more people we can remove from processes, the better. But I think if they don't want to do it, right? But if that isn't replaced with a society that has universal base income and has social safety nets and has sociological shifting to allow people to not feel like utter waste of space when they can survive, but they don't have a job and they have no meaning, all of that is crucial. I'm with you 1,000%, but that doesn't negate the value any more than the car is killing the horse and buggy doesn't negate the value of the car.
Right, but the car this is why I hate these references to things that killed things in the past.
Yeah.
Because the first industrial revolution, like, and the cotton gin and all that kind of stuff, like, had a really unfortunate effect on slave labor and all these kinds of things, but it affected economies, right? And like, but it was like the cotton economy or the agricultural economy, the agrarian economy. And then you have like things like cars and automobiles. It's like, well, now there's no horses and no buggies, but it's like, yeah, that's one thing. Computers getting rid of people that were, well, not really, but like typists and the typewriter industry and all. It's like, these are one thing at a time, that are happening in there. And yeah, we figured out all of them, and new jobs came out because of the car, and new jobs came out obviously because of computers and the internet and all the rest. But I think it's naive to look at this industrial revolution that we're in, which is probably the final one, and to look at it and say this is the same when it's replacing everything simultaneously.
I agree that it's substantially, seismically more disruptive. But at that point, like I said, then you're having a sociological, anthropological conversation, which I would agree with you on. And I hope we're planning for it because it's going to hit all of us. But and if you're saying the reason not to do it is because we're not prepared for the societal change that it will bring, that any time we can stick a finger in the dam to plug a hole, then I would go, okay, that might be a compelling, valid argument. I'm not going to vibe with the argument of this isn't good for the creative output of a video game. But if you're like, yeah, but that can't be what drives us, because if you look at the big picture, we're going to be fucked because we don't have a plan for what happens when no one is working. That's a different conversation, which I would totally agree with you on.
The one, well, we agree on a lot of things, but the thing I agree with here is the inexorability of it. Like, this is happening. We're going in a direction. It's like the nuclear bomb where it's happening. You can either get it or someone else is going to get it. And if you get it, you'll have your own version and they're going to have their own version, and there's going to be these competing visions of it.
Yeah.
But like ignoring it and saying, and the one thing I believe for sure is like, you can't have a purism about it or a purity about it where it's like, just generally, where it's like, I'm taking a very staunch stance, like anti-AI or anti this. It's like, it's happening. We need to invest in it. We need to be the best at it.
Yeah.
What I think we need to monitor as a culture, and let's say as an industry, is what we're trying to solve for. And I find it incredibly unattractive that what we're to take your argument, for instance, is we want people to be able to like make things easier. And I'm like, nah, that just doesn't do it for me. I need a better reason than that to embrace it on a philosophical level. I'm not saying I'm going to fight against it with a sword and a shield, knowing that I'm going to lose. What I'm saying is there's, and this is why I'm not bullish about the future in a way. Like, I think the future is pretty bleak in a lot of ways, but I think I want to lean into, the older I get, into authenticity. Mm-hmm. Right now, I've been podcasting for 20 years and I've been on the internet since the 90s. You can take everything I've written since the mid 90s and everything I've ever said into a microphone and on video, put it all into Claude or something like that, and make a Colin bot.
Yep.
And he can do the podcast, and he would do it pretty compellingly.
Yeah.
And he would probably get it all right, and he would probably know me better than I know myself, because it's down to this mathematical level.
And if you haven't done that, it's really easy to do it, by the way. If you go over to Large Language Model Notebook on Google, and I'll do it, I'll send you a copy of it. I will feed this podcast into it, and then they will make 2 AIs that are having an NPR style podcast talking about this podcast. And not only is it uncannily real, it's compelling. But continue. Just let you know that's out there, and I'm going to give that
I mean,
to
it's
you.
right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like you could remove me entirely. I could be done, but you could still get me. But you're getting a facsimile. It is my hope, not with me necessarily. I'm fine. Like, I'll be fine. But for people just generally, right? Like, it is my hope that people seek out authenticity. It reminds me a lot. I bring up every so often the Black Mirror episode, which I think ran early in the run, where they all had those things that they can rewind time in their eye, like they can see everything was recorded that they saw. Are you familiar with this episode?
I love Black Mirror, but I don't remember that one.
And so the one, so there's this, I love it because there's this, they all get together, and it's about how they obsess over the things they see, and they rewind them and they replay them constantly. But there's one person that comes to like a party that they're having, and she's not connected at all. She's just normal human without any of those things.
Like, consciously, she's chosen not to do it.
Yeah, she's like, I don't want to have any of that. And it's my hope that like we find some sort of bohemian style movement in the future where people are seeking out the authenticity. People are seeking out the real thing, though they could get a facsimile not only of me, but of me saying whatever they want to hear about whatever topic they want. And that's going to always be possible. That people want the real thing, the subjective experience, not the objective experience of assuming what a computer would say for me, or even kind of funneling it towards that end. So I feel kind of bullish for myself and people in like the media space if you're compelling. But the only argument you seem to be making, or not the only argument, but like the argument is just about access and more and easier. And I worry about what that means for all of these different
marketplaces. Easier is inaccurate. Easier, I just want to respond to that. 2 things. One is easier is inaccurate. The creative process is always going to be blisteringly, soul-crushingly difficult. Giving you tools to allow you to offload some of the busy work and put more of your energy into the creative stuff that you care about. That's what I mean. I don't expect it to be easier, but I think some of the stuff that we had to fight with is going to be easier. But that doesn't mean, in order to compete and make something that is moving and or successful, that, unless you just get lucky, that is always hard. It's just now you have more bandwidth to do that important, hard artistic work and not worry about some of the stuff that was just sort of like, oh my God, the cars have to look, I mean, it used to take like 2 days to make a car in Twisted Metal. The last Twisted Metal, it was taking us about a month. And now without AI, it would probably take you 3 or 4 months to do a single vehicle. So it's not about making it less difficult. It's about freeing you up with some of the stuff that can be automated and lets you do the human work that a computer so far can't do. That's one. The other thing is I think that's always been the way it is. There are people that search out authenticity and art and meaningful connection. And I do that as well when I'm in the mood for it. I'll go to a museum. I read all the time. I'll watch documentaries. But then there are times where I'm just like, you know what? I'm not watching this for that. I just want to veg and have some entertainment. And I think that's valid as well. I don't think everything needs to be a meaningful, moving piece of art. Some things can just be fast food, and that's cool too.
Right. But I agree with you there. And I think that it's not that you can stop it from happening, but that gets into the question is like, well, why do we need it? And I know that in and of itself is a subjective question that has a million valid answers depending on who you are. I think, Jaffe, my major thing, and I think that's clear to those that are listening, and certainly to you, as we've talked about this in the past, is like, I have a problem. My biggest problem with this is the why in terms of volume. and access. Like, I don't want a game from someone who doesn't make a game. I don't want music from someone that doesn't know how to play music. Do you think I want? I've played drums since I was like 10 or 11 years old. Do you think that like I give a fuck what an AI drummer can do? Or like, of course, you can synthesize all of the drums from the last 100 years and make the perfect drum beat or whatever, but there's nothing human about it. You know, there's nothing there, and that to me that matters. It's like, it's why it's so interesting when you get like a new Cro-Magnon site is found somewhere, and they're like, oh, there's like fucking bone flutes here and shit.
Right.
Like these guys,
cool.
like this goes back to like the very beginning, and there is something human and interesting about it to me. It bothers me that volume is going to compete with the real thing just based on a whim. It's strange that we would want that, and yet I understand that it's what's going to happen, and it's already happening. So I mean, look,
you know,
look at Steam, it is already happening. So.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, at that point, you probably can trace it back. I mean, you know, I've been lamenting recently the loss of, like I said, the video store simulator I'm playing. I don't like that we've lost a lot of what they call the third spaces. You know, I don't like that. You know, delis I went to in LA in the night. Somebody put up a video about the west side of Los Angeles. And it was doing the meme of, Dad, what were you like in the 90s? You know, you've seen that thing.
Right.
It was West LA. What were you like in the 90s? And it was just like the Santa Monica place and West Side Pavilion and Izzy's Deli on Wilshire and all of these, you know, all of that's gone now because things have come along that have been easier and more convenient.
Chris and I used to eat at Izzy's after Sacred Symbols all the time.
Loved Izzy's fucking deli, man.
Yeah, me too.
Loved it. And then the guy at the counter, Izzy, would always be, he's like, give me your $1 million signature. We would always just lie. We would laugh like motherfuckers because that's how he wanted you to sign your credit card. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I miss that and I agree with that. But we all are complicit in everything from voting in people that deregulated things, that defunded education, that made the bottom line so compelling and made the chase of the bottom line so compelling that we kind of did it to ourselves, you know?
Yeah, I agree. That's why I resent so many. That's why I resent free trade. It's why I resent a lot of things that have happened to our society and other societies too, because I care about the equitability of of access to things, and the degradation of things is a problem for me, you know? So I totally agree with you.
I'm with you on that. I mean, I'd like to think I was, believe it or not, ironically talking to an AI about this, about sort of have the last 15 to 20 years been objectively worse, or is it just me, you know, in terms of societal things? And it said something interesting I hadn't thought about, which was, it's like, okay, there is no doubt you can look at specific things, race relations and politics and, you know, outsourcing jobs. There's, you know, the pandemic and you know, all the shit. They said, but you also have to take in mind, what if you were 54 in 1985? You were probably looking back and going, you know, you were just coming out of Vietnam and you would have been aware of that. And you're coming out of the oil crisis and the Iranian hostage crisis. If you were 54 years old in 93, you would be going, or not 93, like the early 2000s, which I think was the last great decade.
Definitely.
But if you were 54, you would be like, oh my God, we just had the World Trade Center. Our freedoms are gone. This is the beginning of the end, right? So part of it is also, as you get older, you're able to kind of, you're so much more aware of this stuff that you just weren't when you were younger. So I only bring it up because I hope that some of the gloom and doom that we're both talking about at a societal level is more just the fact that we're getting older. But maybe if you're like 20 or 25 and you're starting a job or whatever, if you can fucking find a job, maybe you are more positive. I mean, maybe that's the gift of the youth, is that you have more optimism about it. But
well, first of all, just this, we won't have to go anywhere. We'll have great conversations later in the year about this, but I can't wait for, as weird as this is,
Trump today. What?
I don't know what people are excited about that. Honestly,
I can't wait.
I would take Vance over Trump, so that's fine with me. But I
don't care. I just keep going though. Yeah.
But I would prefer to happen after the midterms, because otherwise that would eat into a potential. If Vance ran for president, that would be his first term. If it happens after the midway point, then it doesn't count.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That's why, like, when LBJ became president, he could run again in 68. He chose not to, but he could.
Right.
But if
Okay.
JFK
All right.
died before midterm 62, then he would have been termed out. What I was going to say was 9/11 and like the early aughts and everything. I can't wait for that anniversary, because I think it's going to be a really interesting.
Which anniversary?
The anniversary, the 25th anniversary of 9/11.
25th. Okay. Yeah.
And the think pieces, and I was saying this recently, I think it's a coincidence in some way, the date and the time, but that was the hinge moment of my life in my personal experience.
Sure.
And if you got a taste of it, the life, and really, I was a senior in high school when that happened, so I got to live a little bit in that world.
Yeah.
It was a different world, and I'm so sad for people that didn't know it and will never know it. Like life was just different. Like everything about it was different. It's true. And I think some of it had to do with 9/11, but I actually think it's just a millennial thing, or a millennium thing, where like things just kind of changed in the aughts, and maybe 9/11 accelerated it a little bit.
I think,
but
9/11
everything was different.
Columbine also. That was unprecedented as well. I mean, there had been the Kent State thing, but nothing like Columbine had happened in America.
No, and that's true. I was a freshman in high school when that happened. I mean, very clearly remember that. Yeah.
That's got to change at just a base subjective subconscious level, not subjective, but subconscious level. If you're a student, I mean, just anybody, but certainly a student, you can't ever go to school anymore without having somewhere in the back of your mind an awareness of, okay, what am I going to do if?
It's awful.
Yeah.
My sisters are teachers, and they always talk about they have to do the shooting drills and stuff like that. It's very scary shit.
It was never on my mind. Ever. I
right,
never.
exactly.
What are you talking about? We made jokes about bringing guns to school. That's how silly it was, because it wasn't real. Nobody would actually think to do it, But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. The idea of a feeling for kids coming up now. But again, maybe if you're watching this and you are 22 or whatever, you're like, dude, it's not that bad. Life's pretty fucking good. And you feel the same way we did when we were in our 20s. It's just we're old, so we look back and we know what you lost, but you don't know what you lost, so there's no problem.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up that was more in line with what we were talking about was the chase of the bottom line.
Yeah.
And for me, this is a major sticking point for me. And why I find, you had brought up Trump. It's like this had came up a few weeks ago on the show, but it's like, I'm wildly disappointed in a lot of things that are happening with this administration because they're not serious enough about chasing down the problems. Like, I was just talking about this with Micah. It's like, I want a much more hardcore version of Donald Trump. That's gonna take care of like the issues. What's so funny about that to you?
What does that even look like? What is a more hardcore version?
Like a person who says, like, who means what he says. That says, like, we're doing things for like what you wish Iran, for instance. Like, it's like over. It's like this is like you're broke. Like you got broken by Washington. Like you got completely broken and sucked in by the neoconservatives, and now we're fighting a Middle Eastern war. It's like, what is?
Wait, are you saying you want him to be tougher on Iran, or you don't think he should have gone to Iran?
I think we shouldn't have gone. Like I
agree, but a more amplified version since he's going to war.
Can I like finish what I'm saying? So like,
yeah, I guess yes. The answer is yes, you can. I know I am, and it's annoying. I just how my brain works. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I want like a version that says like, I'm coming in for the American people. Like I want everything bent towards the arc of us, for our economy, for our workers, for our civilization, the foreign adventurism, all of this bullshit. Like none of this matters. That's what I want. I want a more hardcore American nationalist, America first candidate. That's what I want. That's what I'm going to vote for next time. But I bring that up because a major thing that he refuses to do, and that I think this all gets down to, for me, in terms of economics, is like going after business. And business is the major problem. The drive towards the bottom line has been driven by greedy businesses and stockholders that want a means to an end. lower, low, you see things like people getting laid off at Facebook and then the stock goes up. You see things of like people just getting thrown to the side, and AI is just throwing more to the side, more and more out there. And I find a major problem with the chase to the bottom line and going after these businesses. It's what we said last time we talked. It's like if a business comes and says, I can't function without illegal immigrant labor. It's like, well, I don't give a shit if you exist at all. And I'm getting to a point now with AI and the removal of people and not going after the business interests,
Sure.
So I think it all goes down towards that. So when I say a more hardcore version, yeah, I want people that like capitalism is part of the problem.
Okay, but I'm assuming you meant a hardcore version of what he is now, because a hardcore version of what he is now, he'd be dropping a nuke, right, on Iran right now.
If you mean hardcore is more warlike, I'm saying hardcore
That's what I'm
as
saying. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what I mean. I mean I'm a person that does what he says he's going to do, not get sucked into the neoconservative adventurism overseas and not gets, is totally unfocused and annoying or whatever. He's directionally right, but I just think it's like, no, I have a problem with that. So what I'm saying about business is we need to be more punitive against the businesses. Like, I don't care about making things cheaper for business. I care about like having Americans employed. I care about like people being gainfully employed. I care about people having their kids be able to go to good schools, to be able to have access to good medical care, all of those kinds of things. That's what I care about. If you have a problem with that, that's, I can shrug. I don't give a shit.
Well, I don't think I think most people would agree with that. I think the issue is how do we get there? What's interesting is if you talk about Trump saying no new wars or whatever it was he said, I don't think he's the one who said that. I think that was Bush or whatever, but no wars. And then we go to war. How do you square it? You think he just for some reason was easily manipulated by whoever happens to be the biggest neocon in Washington, or do you think he saw evidence that really suggested we needed to go over there and do that? Was it Israel? What do you think the reason?
Yeah, I don't know. I assume. I mean, I don't assume. I think you have a much better understanding of the realities of the situation, and I also think it's Iran's a bad actor. We should have taken care of it. We should have gone at if you want to be, we should have gone after Iran after the Beirut Marine barrack bombing in the 80s. This would have not been a problem. But I just don't give a shit about anything going on overseas anymore, because like what's clear is we can't focus on more than one or two things at a time. We can't even focus on one thing at a time often. So like what's happening anywhere else in the world, I could care less about at this point. Like I really could. Like Ukraine, Russia, don't care. Israel, Palestine, don't care. Like as long as things are bad here, I don't care. So that's my stance.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with you that we're not taking care of our own people. I think the only people we're really taking care of is the Congress people and the senators that get paid by the corporations to stay in office and do all this shit for them. But I don't know how to solve that short of a physical revolution. They're not going to vote against their own personal interests, right? I know it's a ridiculous concept, but somebody said not that you need the Congress to approve to go to war to begin with anymore, clearly. But a lot of them, we've heard this before. It's like, okay, if you're going to vote for war and you have a war age kid, they have to sign up. Like they none of these people get hit by this.
Yeah, all. I mean, I wouldn't. We need a constitutional amendment, which would be almost impossible. But I don't mind the idea of compulsory civil service. It's just easy for me to say as a 41-year-old. I wouldn't have wanted to do that. I went to college and did my thing. I wouldn't want to give 2 years. But in South Korea and Israel and other places, they do that. And it does but they're in a much different situation. Israel's under constant threat. Right. South Korea is under constant threat. We're not under any threat from anyone.
Do you think people are? I'm not looking at the chat. Do you think people are upset we're talking politics? They usually tell me they hate when we talk politics.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see. I have the super chats open, so hold on.
Oh, okay. I mean, I like politics, but I don't want to, people.
Oh no, I don't think this is even offensive politics, to be honest.
I mean, how can you be opposed to wanting people in your own country, if you are American, to benefit from the policies that get passed? I mean, that would be great.
Yeah. So like when I say I want a more hardcore version of what's going on right now, I want a guy to come in and say like, yeah, like we need an America first agenda for us and for our people and for our economy and to the benefit of ourselves. And
I
anything
think
that happens anywhere else in the world is up to those people. But, you know, like I don't understand. The Middle Eastern stuff is crazy to me because I don't understand how we can actually be back in this situation again. You know,
Well,
like what the fuck? Like there was
hardest
nothing
thing-
more prescient than than Eisenhower's speech.
Oh, industrial complex.
Like it's crazy. I was saying that to Micah yesterday. I was like, there are things that are right on, like, and things that I was like, wow, look how prescient and interesting that was. That person said that. And then there's like, holy shit. Like you were 100% right. Like the apparatus that was created around World War II will never, ever, ever stop. It will never stop. It will always seek conflict. It will always seek a way to fulfill its own goal and its own destiny and make its own money. And it's a fucking embarrassment. It's a complete embarrassment. That
it'll stop if we can get money out of politics. If we could actually that would be my candidate, my ideal candidate. There was a guy who ran on that, who said, look, vote me in. I'm going to do everything I can to get, taxpayer funded elections. And then I'm going to quit. He's like, I don't want to do anything else. That one thing would change America for the better. Because the only reason those guys have so much money is because they can put the money in the pockets of the people running, and you need the money to run. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And I think like there, depending on how you look at things, I mean, like Trump obliterating Hillary Clinton's prospects in 2016, like there's really historical things. Beating Harris was less impressive because anyone would have beaten Harris. But he's directionally right on a lot of things. He's just not a serious person. He's not serious enough. We need maybe it's instead of saying hardcore, we need a much more serious version. In my opinion.
Does that exist? It ain't Vance, is it? I mean, he's.
I don't know. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, but you follow these people. Have you heard of anybody that you're like, oh, that guy?
No.
Or that woman? No. Maybe it's you, Colin.
No, it's not me. But I want all countries to act in their own self-interest. And we'll see how that all goes.
Well, what's really interesting about that is whatever you think of China, the word coming out now is they have zero gravity, and all those drones over New Jersey were Chinese drones. And we were kind of muddying the water because we didn't want to let people know that we do not have zero gravity drones. We have not cracked it yet. And so to China's credit, they advance a lot on shit. Now it helps when you have very few scruples, I suppose, when it comes to human rights and stuff, although we're not out of the woods on that either. But, there's a lot of stuff that I look at and I go, they certainly put their country first.
Yeah, they do. We're the only country that doesn't. So that's like, yeah, I like I can't believe the foreign stuff, like the Iran stuff, just because like I don't like them. Maybe I also am I'm a little trepidatious because like I know that there are many, many, many people not only in Iran but in the Middle East that want this to happen. So I get that. I'm not trying to say like it's easy or good. I'm just saying it's not our problem. And yeah, like until we can like isn't the military spending I'm pretty sure they got $1 trillion in the last budget. Which is, I mean, imagine like what we can do with that money here.
Yeah.
Building infrastructure.
Don't bring it up because you'll be unpatriotic. You're not supporting the troops.
Yeah,
I'm supporting the troops. I'm not supporting Lockheed Martin doing whatever the fuck they want. That's what I'm not supporting. But
yeah, like I don't know. It's really it's just frustrating because it's so obvious, and this is what I was lamenting in my private life with all this is it's so obvious that like the president's, and I don't mean Trump, but just anyone, he's not in control. Like it always goes towards this like, whoa, look at the threat, and I'm a Monroe Doctrine guy where like I don't mind so much like doing stuff in our own hemisphere if we feel like it's in our interest. That makes a lot more sense to me, but certainly like across the Atlantic, across the Pacific.
Well, again, if you remember after 9/11, even though it had nothing to do with 9/11, there was a big effort on the part of Bush to sell the war to people before we went in. There was Colin Powell's in the UN with his little vial and all that shit, even though it was all bullshit.
Yeah, it was a
This time, nobody
And
knows.
I
There was no war being sold to us
I supported Iraq vociferously. That's why
because you believe them.
yeah. And I was
Yeah.
also wanted revenge on anyone. Didn't even make any sense. We all knew it didn't make sense.
No, well, I don't know if we all knew it didn't make sense, but I knew it
didn't
didn't
care.
make sense.
And
Yeah.
I would never I'm not making that mistake again.
Yeah.
Like that's a non-starter for me. Like we've seen this before. Like it doesn't matter your political ideology or who you voted for or what you feel or who you want your next candidate to be. I'm not falling for that again. Like I'm not the idea of American imperialism, PNAC, neoconservatism, like I am.
But how do you know though? Because in the case of what's fascinating to me is Trump didn't even bother to sell this war. That's where we are now.
Well, this war, I mean, like depending on what happens, is going to become illegal really quickly because I think ultimately Congress is going to have to. What we ultimately, I think, need. I'm of two minds with this because I'm really into like the whole Curtis. I've turned you on to Curtis Yarvin, and I'm totally into the idea of like the CEO president, like the idea that like the system simply doesn't work, and we need to have people that can just make big decisions and like do things. Otherwise, we're just going to be stuck forever. It's dangerous because it's not quite a dictatorship because there's like a board of directors in this idea, but like there's this one idea that like it's like the whole idea. I'm not a huge Rome guy, but like how every once in a while like a Roman dictator would come and be like, we need to fix shit, and then they would just give it back and be like, all right, everything's fit. That's kind of dangerous, but that's like one interesting thing, and people should read about Curtis Yarvin. He's an interesting guy. The other idea I have though is a president that is a one-term guaranteed, so not like a fake Biden one-term thing, but like a one-term pledge, like a James Polk one-term pledge, where he really means it. And what he's going to do is he's going to come in and he's going to clean up. Like he's just going to be like, the imperial presidency, the post-World War II presidency is out of control. I'm going to sign a bunch of executive orders and try to pass legislation to return power to the Congress. And I will go back to being what the executive was in, say, the 19th century.
But the problem is, has Congress really lost power legally, or they've lost power because they don't want to go against Trump, and so they're not going to push back. They don't push back on this guy for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, to me, it's like I am sympathetic to the Yarvin notion that like nothing's going to happen if we keep filtering and filtering and filtering and filtering through more and more and more and more people and have more people have a say and more, like nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
But opening yourself up to that is dangerous, Sure. And so probably the better. Oh, was that Dr. Vaughn? Oh, sorry. My sprinklers just went on. So I think that our lawn guy was just here.
Oh, your lawn guy's
I got like the thing on my watch and I'm like, oh, the fucking sprinklers are on. And someone just ringing the doorbell, so it must be them getting access to our irrigation system. Yeah, he's like he's a lawn doctor? PhD in like whatever soil.
Okay.
Stuff.
Got it.
He was when I got my sod done. He like 5 years ago. He was recommended by the guy. He's like, you got to go. It's expensive, but this dude is like great. Because usually they have like they don't really have it in California, but like the industrial. Here it's like Virginia lawn or something, and they come and they spray your lawn every month with like different fertilizers to get it to grow or whatever. So
if you look outside the window, does he have a little stethoscope on the ground? He's got one of those little eye things. Come on now. It's fun. He's a doctor. That makes it charming.
It is. And he and his wife work together. They're really cute. Like they're like an older couple, and they just like they drive around all the different places and do all the different chemistry that they need to do, like the chemical stuff. Yeah, it's cool. They're nice. And ironically, like one of their employees lives on the street, so I think I usually get him coming over.
What I was going to say though about the president stuff though is, and this is what we don't really know is, does someone like any politician, but we're talking about Trump, but does Trump run on all this stuff because he believes it? And then he gets in and either he's manipulated or, he discovers things as the president that he can't share. And inevitably, you can't keep certain promises, right? So it reminds me of that West Wing episode where Bartlett gave the guy the pen that was like I don't know where he was from, China or whatever, or some Middle Eastern country. and they had the plane land and they assassinated him. But
That's
that's
right.
certainly nothing that's not American values, right?
And then he regretted it, right?
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
had to do it because
Right,
the
right,
guy
right.
was going to probably blow up the Golden Gate Bridge, but he never told anybody about it because that's not what you do. And so I just wonder with Trump in that case, did he really want America first, or was he like, that's the slogan to get me elected? And then when I'm in, I'll give it to whatever my cronies want. I don't care. I just want to make a lot of money. Like, how do you, it becomes impossible to know, is anybody going to ever be safe from that? Because maybe he's got news that he can't, handle. If he would have known, he would have never made those promises.
Yeah, maybe. That's why I think, and that's what I mean by hardcore is like, or again, just a more stringent version of like, regardless of what I learn, this is what we're doing. You know, because like whatever we learn has to do with other people, about like, and other people's backyards and their problems, which are not our problems anymore. And that's like the idea of like shutting down USAID and doing all these things. This was like dope. These were awesome. Like America first things that were like a necessary thing to do. They just didn't mean it, and it didn't go
where did
far
the
enough.
money, if you're going to shut that down, how does it affect us? And more importantly, okay, what do we do with that surplus now? Does it just go back to the military, or do we build schools
ideally
again?
not. Ideally, we have to pay down the debt at some point.
Yeah.
That's why I get so annoyed when they were like collecting tariff money, which is not really even the reason you do tariffs. You do tariffs to protect your industry, but like you obviously by virtue of that get the taxes. And then they're like, yeah, we're going to redistribute it back to everyone. It's like, what? What are you, fucking crazy? Have you seen how much money we're spending? Like, we don't need more money to be sent out to everyone. That's going to cause inflation anyway. It doesn't matter. I'm so frustrated that we need to remind people why these different functions exist, like why companies and organizations and governments exist. They exist for you, to your benefit. And if they don't exist to your benefit, if the government doesn't exist to your benefit, if the military doesn't exist to your benefit, if these companies don't exist to your benefit, they're not hiring you and your neighbors, then what the fuck do they exist for? And that's like that's what we have to solve for,
Yeah,
because I don't give a shit if they exist.
I don't either. But what it ends up doing is it brings into focus, people. I don't want to sound like an elitist snob. I don't think enough people are educated on this stuff, because they're busy. Look at our cushy lives. We can sit and podcast all day, and neither one of us has to, even if we don't want to. We could just stop and we'd be okay. Think about that.
Yeah.
Right. We have the privilege of being able to, spend time with this stuff. But kids are coming out of school today. They're not being taught civics in any meaningful way. They're not,
it's a shame.
Hell, I just learned the other day that Giselle Maxwell's dad is the one that published all of the American textbooks in the 80s. And he was probably a Mossad agent. So I don't even know, man. I'll be dead soon. I only got 40 more years. This is almost over. This is terrible.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think that there's still time and there's still a possibility to fix what's broken. But
I hope
we are getting extremely precariously close to not being able to fix the problems anymore. And the problems are serious because they're international in scope, of course, but like a lot of them are financial. And I just hope people come to and see things for what they are. I want to live in a high trust, generous society. Yeah. That's going to require us to do certain things, and we have to do all of it.
It isn't so generous.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, to a degree, obviously. If we want to take care of ourselves, then we need to worry about ourselves.
Yeah.
And our children and their education. I remember you saying, I remember you and I talking about this when I was like, 30% of Harvard's students are foreign. And I'm like, that's preposterous. Do you have any idea how fucking crazy that is? And they want it because they want the money, because those people don't get student aid and so they pay in cash. But to me, I'm like, all organizations, like the whole apparatus should exist for us. And that should be true in Canada for Canadians, and Mexico for Mexicans, and Britain for British people, and Kenya for Kenyan people, and so on and so forth. And if we just all live by those rules, I think we live in a much more peaceful, higher trust, equitable, peaceful civilization, both locally and globally. But until we get to that point, nothing we can do about it.
We're going to kill each other. But it's a nice idea, I think. I haven't thought through it enough to know if I totally agree if the world is too connected now for that, but I do like the idea that you're proposing. It seems like if it could work, would be good. Let me the last thing I'll say on this, it's semi-related, only semi, because it's kind of the meta that sits above the troubles that we're in. And we've talked about this in the past. It's kind of lore at this point where Carter asked the NSA about the UFOs.
Yeah.
You know the story,
I
right?
saw, I heard this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I saw yesterday there was a guy who worked for Reagan, and the guy who told the story was 18 at the time. He had come up with the family, and he wasn't their son, but he was kind of always over at the house and all this stuff. And he said, when this guy, he was a strict Calvinist, he didn't drink, he was in shape, he didn't cuss, and he got a job as an advisor for Reagan. And he went into a bunker for 2 months in the Midwest, like underground, to be debriefed on a bunch of shit that he needed to be debriefed on. And they had to do it in isolation, and they needed to keep an eye on him. And he said when he came out and he saw him again, like 6 months after he had gotten this job, he had gained weight. He was drinking, he was cussing, he was, and the guy said, he's like, what happened? And he said, I can't tell you, but what I learned for like 2 weeks, I cried myself to sleep every night. And it reminded me of the President Carter situation when he learned it. And they said he just put his hands in his head and cried. Now, how much of this is a psyop, I don't know. But if there is, part of me is like, maybe if you know, what's that?
That's what I do when I wake up every morning. I put my hands up.
That's right. You gotta get on that Zoloft, baby. But seriously though, if maybe when you become so powerful and wealthy and politically powerful and you get access to this data, whatever it is they're talking about, maybe it's kind of like they're following a totally different North Star because they know what the bad shit is. And they're like, dude, I'm going to get mine now because we're on a fucking farm. We're fucking cattle for these fucking non-human intelligences. And that's all this is. And so I don't give a shit about playing by the rules. I don't give a shit about equity or equality. All I care about is getting mine for me and my family. Because when it's over, we're you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I don't know if that's what it is, but what could cause these fucking presidents and grown men and people who are at the highest level of government to get some information that apparently they're crying to sleep every night? It's so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's there is no doubt whatsoever that they get exposed to some heavy shit.
Yeah.
Like how could you have any question about it? But I think there just needs to be a level of consistency regardless. First of all, they start getting, when you run for president, you start getting, briefed.
Yeah.
So you do start developing a better idea of what's actually happening. But
I mean, when you get the nomination for a major party, you don't get it just because you throw your hat in the ring, I assume.
Right.
Right.
Right. Exactly. I think when you win the nomination, or maybe get more serious in even the primaries. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's that's why I try to, like, politics are important, and I think that they're relevant to me. I mean, we bring them up all the time in ways that are relevant to games usually.
Yeah.
That's why I like this show, is we can kind of talk about whatever we want. But that's why I always tell people, like, it's just important that, from me, in my opinion, you can do whatever you want in your life. I'm not your dad, but to just stay engaged, and develop your own worldviews about things. Try to inform yourself, regardless of what conclusions you draw, who you end up voting for, what parties you support. I just think it's important for people to kind of remain engaged. And I know that's a trite thing to say, but I think a lot of people roll their eyes. Like you said, people are busy and do all those kinds of things, but this is kind of how it's the inherent built-in sleight of hand in politics, where really the populace can do whatever they want and can control whatever they want, but they don't. It's like it's one of the great mysteries that we truly don't get what we want. We don't get what we vote for almost ever, regardless of who you vote for. You vote for the left and you vote for universal health care. You vote for whatever, and you don't get anywhere close to it. And on the right, you vote for no new wars or whatever, and you don't get it. And you see these what are called 80-20 issues like voter ID and
Right.
deporting illegal immigrants and doing all these things, and it just doesn't happen. And you wonder like,
well, the illegal immigrants thing has happened, but I know what you mean though. Other things.
yeah, like not to anywhere the degree it has to happen. I mean, to be fair, and you see it and you're like, well, who work, like, it's just frustrating and it's paralyzing. It's why people are so, yeah, it's why there's such a disenchantment. And I understand that. And that disenchantment is generational. But that's why I find it so compelling and interesting about, like, if the system is failing or the system's not providing good outcomes, then maybe the system's broken. And and I'm not crazy about that because I feel like we're the keeper of the system right now. And there have been generations of keepers of the system going back to the 1780s. And it's part of me is like, it's not ours to change. But part of me is also like, and that's the very small c conservative in me, or even the reactionary in me, right? And then there's like part of me that's like, well, look how bad everything is and how non-responsive things are. And so that's why I think people just need to figure, like, we got to figure this out. We got to make a decision, I think, like, and go in a direction.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem though with keeping the system is that it's easy to be the keeper of the system. I mean, people talk about the greatest generation and all of that is true, but it's easier to be the greatest generation when, whether it's true or not, everybody's drinking from the same definition of what is true. These are the bad guys, these are the good guys. There's no real questioning of it. And that doesn't mean World War II was as clean as we've been told. Maybe it was. I hope it was. But you look at wars with information being what it is now and the world being as connected as it is now, I certainly wouldn't fucking go to war if I was 20 years old and they said, Jaffe, we're going to have mandatory draft. You have to go to what's called Iran. Like, nope, go fuck yourself. I'm not fighting. I'm not risking my fucking life for that.
Yeah, there could be
war.
There could be no draft. There could be no draft.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying though. So keeping the system is a lot easier when everybody is, the best way to put it is drinking from the same well of what is true. The cynical way is when everyone is easier to manipulate because there's only 3 networks and, blah, blah, blah. So I think in a lot of ways we're being asked to keep a system with the technology that makes that very system something you need to question because is what we were told true to begin with.
Well, I just think that the draft, I think, is the foreign policy vision I have would mean that there would never need to be a draft because the only war that we would really find ourselves in would be existential, and I don't think you would need to draft people for that war.
Existential meaning what? We're invaded?
Yeah, we're invaded. Yeah, and that could really only happen, probably through other countries like Mexico or Canada. And I'm not saying
or China, since they
no, I'm saying
they're
it would
buying
happen,
up all the land.
I'm not saying Canada or Mexico would invade us. I'm saying it would happen through those countries.
No, I know. I'm kidding, but it is true that they're buying up so much of our land.
Yeah, which should be illegal. It should just be illegal. Yeah. We should just say like, no, you don't own it anymore. Sorry.
I agree. I think that's weird.
But the one thing I want the audience to know, and I've said this many times over the years, is I don't give a shit what you think. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a good way. You can have whatever opinion you want. You're very welcome here. There are no political litmus tests here. People try to apply political litmus tests to me all the time, which is cute. But I'm not going to do that back on to other people. I want you to feel and believe whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm not telling you here to tell you what party to vote for, that you're right or wrong for voting for anything you vote for. It's up to you.
But I will.
I'm not your dad.
I'm happy to tell you you're a moron. But I understand. Colin's way is probably much healthier for him as an individual as well as a businessman. I'm a fucking moron. But yeah, I'll tell you what to think. God damn it, you goddamn right.
And I'm ready to make big sweeping, West Wing style deals if I were in charge,
Like what? You gonna put CJ in charge of the
put CJ in charge. It's like I want some of the things the progressives want. I just don't think it's possible based on the situation that we find ourselves in for many different reasons. I want to live in a high trust, low crime, equitable, generous society, like I said. So if it was like we're going to crush the businesses that hire illegal immigrants, make it impossible for anyone from overseas to get a job before an American gets a job here in a specific field, everyone's removed that doesn't belong here, and then it's like cool. Then we can talk about universal healthcare. We could talk about universal childcare. We can talk about because now it's all us.
Did you see that headline today that a bunch of construction sites are shutting down because they don't have workers?
Yeah, it's like too bad.
Yeah, no, I know. I assumed you would say that. But yeah, that's
I don't give a shit. Yeah, like I don't care. Like I go out of business.
But what'll probably happen though is eventually that will hit enough of the owner's bottom line that they'll go, "Fuck you, Trump! I'm not donating to the Republican Party. I'm donating to the other guy." And then it'll be back to where it was, right? I mean, ultimately, that's why the real villain in this story is the money that you need to run and stay in office, because that shows you all the control is in the hands of the people with the money, which is not a surprise, but you can see it playing out in real time with this construction thing. You think the construction guys that are going to go out of business are going to donate to the next candidate that says, I'm going to continue Trump's immigration policy? No, of course not. They're going to donate to the guy who's going to ease back on it, for better or for worse, depending on your take, is irrelevant. That's going to be what happens.
Yeah. And for me, it would be like, what we're going to do is we're going to pass legislation where if you hire any illegal immigrants, we're going to fine you so badly you're going to go out of business. Yeah. And if you give a bank account to one, or you give a state's applied driver's license, there's going to be penalties and severe, that's not happening anymore. That's what I would do.
I know.
And if your business can survive on endemic American labor, then it shouldn't exist at all. Bye.
Yeah.
All right. Dustin, are you there?
I'm here.
Let's get into super chats. We probably have a shit ton of them.
Yes, we do. It's going to take hours. I'm just being honest.
Why don't you feed it through the AI, Dustin? Feed it through robot AI, Dustin. Let's see what he does.
Oh, hold on. I got to be the AI. Jaffe, that sounds like a great idea.
You're a genius.
You're a genius.
Yep.
Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. I need to pull up the window first. Then I need this. All right. Fan funding.
By the way, I'm now reading your description of the podcast. You too can be a Hogwarts student. Good God.
Oh, it's so funny. All right. Is Lena the first one for you?
Correct.
Okay. Lena, I don't know, Mikulik. Off topic, but thoughts on the sweeping gun laws passed by the Virginia legislature awaiting the governor's signature. Really unhinged. I just found out. I am in Virginia. I've lived here for obviously 6 years. People seem to really not like this chick, this new governor. It already seems to be rubber banding pretty badly on her. But that's the purple nature of the state. Right now, we have the thing where we have the redistricting vote next month. That's a big deal. Everyone's got their signs in their lawns and shit for it already. So I don't know. I have no real opinions on it.
Nerf Ninja. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, so I'm just looking it up right now. So,
all right.
Sorry.
Nerf Ninja. Jaffe, tell everyone how AI failed you on stream yesterday.
Oh, with Gene? Well, yeah. So Gene came into the stream and I was trying to get his sound working because everybody could hear it, but I couldn't on OBS. And so I brought up Sesame AI, which is, I think we've done Sesame before, but Sesame's great for like realistic conversation, but it's not very good at actually problem solving. So she had no fucking clue. But I only brought up Sesame though, really, because I knew I was doing a live stream. So it's more interesting to listen to her talk than it is I'm just sitting there typing into Google Gemini, which is really what I should have used. Anyway, yes. So, but yes, but people came back to me and said, Jaffe, that whole AI is a test to show how good their conversation is. You shouldn't be judging that AI as, as something like Gemini. So.
Fuego del Sol Clips.
Oh, here we go.
You know this person?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Colin, I got a kind of funny tattoo while you were there, but stopped listening to them after you left. I feel like I'm betraying you in some way by having it. Should I get it removed? I don't know.
Is it on your penis?
You could just get it filled in. It's just gonna be a circle, just a black circle. No, it's a little. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. I found it. I still found it kind of funny. It's always gonna be a little piece of my DNA. It's like how we have like 4 to 6% Neanderthal blood. You know, I'm always gonna be the Neanderthal blood and kind of funny. The Panda Supreme wrote in, said, I've been there, Colin, thinking I'm fine for weeks and realizing I'm not going to bed at a good time for weeks. I haven't gone to bed at a good time in decades.
But how you wake up when though?
I wake up between like noon and 3.
Okay, and you go to bed when?
Between like 3 and 6. 4 and 6.
Okay, so you're getting 6 to 8 hours still.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I am. It's not good. It's just not good rest. And I'm on my phone and you know what I love to do, and I've done this for many years, and it's actually how I've probably been doing this for almost 15 years now, which is kind of sad. But I just read Wikipedia at night and just constantly open new windows. And then when I find like a topic I really like, or like a source that's interesting, I'll take note and then I'll go research that source or buy the book or whatever. And I still to this day just do that every night, and it's how I come up with ideas for the games and things I want to think about and things I want to read about and stuff like that. So my mind is I think too stimulated. I mean, everyone knows that, and you were saying that earlier when you go to bed. And yeah.
But I've heard it explained, and I thought this was really, really good. And I don't know if it's just ADD, but that it's easy to feel when you get in bed at night, you finally have some time just for you. And every day during the day, you're working or you're doing, it's not that your career isn't for you or your family's not for you, but it is one of the few times a lot of people have where it's like, there's no one asking me for anything and I can just sit and scroll. Right. And that there is something very appealing about that. But I had to remind myself the other day, I got up and I was so tired. I said, this person I am right now, who's very tired, and I don't think I will do my job that well today. And I had like 3 streams to do that day. I said, I want you to remember this guy tonight because this guy needs your help. And you're ignoring, I know it sounds childish and weird, but it's true. It's what I said to myself. And so when I got in bed that night, I could kind of remember what it was like to be who I was in the morning. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be that in the morning anymore. And even on this podcast today, I have a lot more energy. Somebody said to me, they said the last time I was on Sacred Streaming with you, they said, Jaffe, you seemed real tired. I'm like, yeah, I was really fucking tired. And today I have a lot more energy. So I hope to keep it up. But you know how things go. We get 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So who knows?
Let's see. Panda, thank you for writing in. Chase W says chances of Final Fantasy VI knockback pretty strong, but I mean that's going to take time, and the next knockback is going to be up soon, I think. But you'll see what it is when we get there. But Final Fantasy VI, yeah, we would like to get to that, but that's going to require a lot of time, and that's more of a Dagon problem than me.
Did you see the story that Square came out and said today that 70% of the people that played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth were over 30? And they're worried about how do they bring young people to grow with it.
That's interesting.
Which I thought was very interesting.
Yeah.
That, people are not aging out of it, but there's not like a young generation coming in behind,
I love Square. I just feel like they have so much to figure out. They're not very well run. And they do have that that investor who like busts their balls every once in a while and like releases reports about their shit.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Like an activist investor. And there's no excuses based on the IP they have and the things they can do. They just make some strange decisions. And they're better run now than they were, but they had Square's biggest problem is itself, in my opinion. And I think all they have to do is look at Capcom and some of their other Japanese contemporaries to see how it's done.
That's I wonder how RE9 is doing for that younger demographic. Like, are they coming in for it like at 15 years old or not?
The lack of access to the younger demographic, I feel like, is going to be ubiquitous across all standard single player games, no matter where they come from, because I just don't think you've lamented this many times that young people just aren't playing the same way that they are, and all the data shows that. But I don't think you can even fight against it. It just kind of is what it is, and perhaps what will happen over time, and this is just an inference based on some data, is that maybe a lot of these people become single player gamers or more static box gamers as they get older, as opposed to starting there younger because that was the only choice they had. But of course, when you're a kid or you have limited means, free to play is going to be obviously your thing. I mean, like, you could play Fortnite forever.
That's true.
So there was nothing like that when we were kids. So that probably would have been us too, which is the ironic part about it. But so maybe people find their way to box games, but just Resident Evil 9 sales, I think, are a great sign.
It's like 7 million, I think,
which is awesome. Great sales velocity, the highest velocity that the series had ever seen. And I think when you're that deep in, you're almost 30. You're 30 years to the year, right? Yeah, in. So it's like
30 or 25 years.
What do you?
No, you're right. You're right.
It was 96, I think, Resident Evil 1 in Japan. Anyway.
What do you think about Square's announcement? I don't know if you'll. I'm going to have a hard time reading this because I know your stance on a lot of AI, but they announced today or yesterday that the new Dragon Quest X is going to have the character. What are the little squishy guys behind you
slimes
called? The little slimes. There's going to be one that travels with you and talks to you, and you can talk to through a large language model.
Oh, that's interesting. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I'm excited.
That doesn't bother me. Like, the idea of a world with dynamic interactions is cool. That doesn't bother me, really. Depending on the stance. Dragon Quest X is just interesting because they never released it in the West. So it's still only in Japan, and they might have released like a Korean or a Chinese version of it or something.
So they're going to do what, like they did with the new one? They're going to do like a remake of it? Is that the idea?
I don't know. Like, there were so Dragon Quest X was a Wii game, and it's a Wii MMO, and they never released it in the West. And then they said that, like, they wanted to they made an offline version of it at some point. They wanted to translate it. It's a lot probably for them at this point to do. It might just be a great place for them to experiment because it is so geographically limited, that they can fuck around with it in a more controlled way. I don't know.
I think, and you take that thing and you become attached to it, and then they kill it in the last act. I mean, because you're going to form seriously. I've been wanting to play like Ready or Not with the AI, but I want them to be
right.
I want to be able to go like, we're waiting for the bad guys, and he's like, dude, my fucking old lady last night, she's fucking bringing out this weird shit. You start forming these, and you can really have conversations, and then when they die, I think it's going to feel much more impactful. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's some neat shit that's coming our way with that, but we'll see.
Sorry, I got rid of the window here. Here it is. K Nubs wrote in.
Oh yeah,
and
I know this guy.
I'd take AI Jaffe to Olive Garden and make him pay.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Daddy T wrote in and said, "Hear me out, boys. What if DLSS 5 was implemented into The Last of Us 2's PC port, and we may be able to finally make out that Tommy was the sniper? This can continue to be a joke. You're paying me, so I'm fine with it. Thank you." Pair of Shoes wrote in and said, "Hey guys, have either of you heard of the game Hunt the Night? It's 2D and looks awesome. Check it out. It might be up both your alleys." I don't think so. Hunt the Night.
Never heard of it.
I'm looking it up now. Came out in 23.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, I never did hear. Yeah,
there's a demo.
Like isometric
right now.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Oh, dang, in game. Yeah, they publish it. They publish a lot of good stuff, those guys. They publish like Crosscode, and they publish Astalon, Iconoclasts, stuff like that. All right. Let's see. Where are we here? Nerf Ninja wrote in again, said
Bat Boy. They put out Bat Boy.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That was an awesome game. Love that game.
Yeah.
Nerf Ninja wrote back in and said, Magnanimous Colin may be dead, but the Lovish episode proves Smitten Colin lives on. Great combo. Yeah, I had Matt Cap, who made Lovish, on the show last week. You can check it out on Sacred Symbols Plus on patreon.com/lastdaymedia if you are interested. A great conversation just about his game, but also just about being an indie developer, working with publishers, how you make money, how it is to enter the field, such a competitive field, and how you make things work and everything. It's a really cool and insightful
Did he
conversation.
self-publish that game or no? He went through a publisher.
No, I think he went through a publisher for that. But that was one of the things we were talking about. It was like they were basically just distributors. Like he didn't take any of their money or anything. So they're basically getting a small cut. I'm like, that's cool. I'm fine with distributing it because that just means you have to like certify. You have to do a lot of annoying shit, but it means that you keep more of the money. Like Barry's running all of all of our builds through certification now, and it's annoying.
Yeah,
like it's really fucking annoying. You know.
Yeah, I think that was a tweet you guys put out the other day that it was now in certification, which means it's
we're on our way.
Day.
Yeah. Our objects. If people are curious, Saint Slayer can be wishlisted now on PSN, on PS4, and PS5. Obviously, it's been on Steam since last year. We're working on Switch now, and then Xbox will come after that. So they'll pop up over time on those if you want to go check them out. Aladdin Slow wrote in and said, "Hi, Cobra Commander, and hi, Jaffles. It's good to see you as always. Thank you for writing in." Tacky Lives wrote in and said, "The motivation to finish games is the feeling that I beat the game, even if it isn't challenging. If I don't finish it, I feel like the game beat me." I kind of get that. I like finishing games, so I totally understand. That's the OCD in me.
I like finishing games. I just don't like it enough to do it.
Home Alone wrote in and said, "Voting with your wallet versus being a hater? Thanks." Kind of two sides of the same coin, right? I mean, to me, voting with your wallet, I say this to people all the time, the worst thing you can do to a product, and this is substantiated in marketing research, by the way, is ignore it. Like,
oh yeah.
And I always bring this up, or I brought this up many times, but there was an organization, I don't know if it exists anymore, called EDAR. They're like one of those like quiet, you probably are familiar with them. One of those
EDAR, I think, didn't they put out the NPR, the NPD stuff, didn't they, or no?
Oh, no, that was NPD that turned into Circana.
Okay, right. But EDAR was awesome. Great service.
Yeah, like EDAR was like this. There's a lot of companies behind the scenes that you would never hear about in the games industry that are consultancies. So they'll like mock review your games, or they'll like take meetings with you and walk through things, and you can like, meet various checkpoints with them, and they help you out. And I knew some people that worked at IGN that worked there, and they gave a study, or they had a speech at a panel at GDC many years ago, and they were saying that games that get bad reviews sell better, way better than games that get no reviews, and that games that get lots of coverage, obviously, sell better than games that are ignored. And I try to tell people, like, when you're obsessed, it's like people are obsessed now with like Marathon failing or whatever. It's like the worst thing you can do to those games is to ignore them as if they don't exist at all. But you even talking about them and constantly chronicling them and all of that is actually helping them.
Marathon is really interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if you've been tracking it. The only place we can track it is on Steam, but it seems to have not turned a corner, but it seems to sort of be settling in at this on average 50,000 on Steam concurrent, and then I assume on PlayStation, what do you double it, triple it, whatever. So it's like it's never going to be a Helldivers 2, but the people who like it seem to really, really, really like it. And
it's cool.
I don't know if Sony's had a hit like that in a long time, where it's a hit, but it's not a hit. You know what I'm saying? There's rarely a middle. And for a game this expensive, I wonder if Sony looks at it and says, "Hey, we can run this for a long, long time," or are they like, "Dude, these numbers are terrible"? Like, what do you think their take is on Marathon?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's obvious that Marathon has not hit probably their rosiest expectations, but I don't think it's out of I feel like they knew what they were making, which is something that's hardcore, that fits in between Tarkov and Arc Raiders.
Right.
And that's going to come with consequences. But it does seem to be somewhat sticky towards the people that spend time with it. And I just think the Culture Warriors picked a bad game to kind of pick on, because it's obviously not going away. I mean, this idea, it's like it's failing any minute now. I'm like, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's not Concord.
It's like it'll be fine. It might go away in a few years or something, but it's not going to go away now. So I think that they chose a strange target, and that was always obvious. It was always obvious that Marathon was going to be fine. My bigger thing is just like, when I don't like something, I just ignore it. It's fun to talk shit about something, or like what I do with Star Wars when I kind of lament it. But ultimately, I don't give them any of my money. I refuse to give them my money. I don't have Disney Plus. I don't buy any of this shit. I don't want it.
Right.
I just think people have to calibrate for not the free marketing, but like the idea that you're keeping it in the zeitgeist when the worst thing that can happen to any of these individual products is to get no attention at all. And that would be, that's why I say about High Guard, it's like High Guard would have died without all the attention. It just would have died differently. And I think that matters. So people have a lot more influence and effect on these things than I think they do. And I think that like the negative attention sometimes comes off as positive attention. And I always think of that EDAR GDC speech or that panel. I haven't gone to GDC in 9 or 10 years at this point. That was always my favorite show, though. I love GDC. I used to just love going. I would always look at the book or go on the internet and make a little schedule.
Yeah.
And it would always be fascinating things that like I was in way over my head sometimes. There were panels where I'm like, I left where I'm like, this is way over my fucking head, you know? Yeah. But then there were great panels. I brought it up in the past that one of my most memorable panels is an Insomniac panel that I saw about Resistance 3, and it was all about enemy placement. And it was really fascinating, like why we place enemies in certain places, and like the drop ship drops the Chimera here, and these guys come here because we figured this out about this flow with like and all the heat mapping we did in testing. It was like really great. You know, I love that. I love GDC for that. But you have to be. And by the way, all that stuff's on the internet. Like GDC, it's so good if you're really in the game development. Of course, you could just tell the AI to do it for you now. Hey, well, AI, where's the best place to put the drop ships?
It's save you time. You can work on other things.
All right.
But they were basically doing AI. They were looking at a heat map. They were just doing it with human brains. It was the same word.
It is. Oh. Deos Damocles wrote in and said, DLSS 5 has potential, but the demo looked bad to gamers. You say disable it, but many can't, since most games aren't optimized. I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
Why? Well,
I thought you could just turn it off.
Yeah, if the game's not optimized, you probably want it. You probably would disable it because it's going to run even worse with it's on. It's not free. Right now, the only what they were showing at the show or whenever the thing was running on 2 different computers. They're saying in the lab they have it on a single card, but that's not even available yet. So I assume if your game runs poorly, it's going to run worse with it on. Maybe not, though. I don't know.
Death Metal in Your Face says the DLSS 5 Grace looks like the AI slop I goon to.
Well, there you go.
I can see that.
I've seen the AI slot people goon to, and it's much more overt than that. I'd be like, oh, you should look for better content to whack off to.
Rodden, we need more vowels in this name, wrote in and said, Grace 100% looks better, and people angry about this are just AI haters. AI is here, and these are tools that will make games look better. Get over it.
It says written by ChatGPT.
Written by, yeah. Dude, I've seen unironically a few times where someone's like, we're like arguing something online or whatever, and it's like, and then they admit or have been found out that ChatGPT or some AI wrote, like, even it's like, dude, some of you are so illiterate, it's fucking crazy. The thing that bothers me, I am bummed about this.
What?
Is have we talked about the double dash and how I'm a huge double dash user? Like, I love the M dash.
Not
and
the game. Dash. You mean the actual,
like the actual grammatical
punctuation. Okay.
Yeah. This, because of this and this.
Yeah.
Became this, whatever. I've written like that forever.
Yeah. I love that. I love ellipses. I love semicolons. I love parentheses.
Semicolon. Yeah, I also love the semicolon. Yeah. The AI is writing with a lot of M dashes, and it's like one of the tells of AI for a lot of people. And I am so bummed about it because I wrote something with that on Twitter the other day, maybe a few weeks ago now. And someone's like, oh, this is AI slop, and then blocked me. And I'm like, no. And there's there's so much evidence of me writing with M dashes and double dashes all over the place for many, many years. So you can't really accuse me of using AI, but
it sounds like the end of a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. No, it was mine. It was my double dash.
Yeah, one of my telltale, like one of my stylings has found its way into ChatGPT, which is maybe a compliment, actually.
Yeah. But now, what is the double dash? I've always used a dash, but why would you use 2 dashes?
Well, it's just typeface, really. You wouldn't. It's just that there is no long. Okay. The long dash, like, you would have to use one of the alt symbols for it, like alt whatever on the number pad, but it also goes a little below the middle. It looks like shit. Like, I don't know why there isn't like a proper long dash. Sometimes when Microsoft Word would start replacing things automatically, thinking it would replace it with like its own long dash, and then you'd have to Control Z to get it out of there. But oh yeah, some Pistol says the word processor will convert it sometimes if you do that. Yeah, that was that's like an old Word thing, like 20-year-old, 25-year-old Word thing at this point, though. Space Ghost Coast 2 says 100% on point, I guess, with the arrow. Bullseye. This is becoming Smash JT. I fixed her slot. It's talking about the AI, of course.
Don't agree, but your mileage should vary.
Captain Gal Capone wrote in and said, while the intent of a visual style is most important when it comes to AI in games, should we also ask, does AI help the artist's original vision?
Can.
I guess it can. It's I find it, you and I have discussed this before, and I don't know if you've done this, but I won't call up anyone in particular. I don't want to be picking on anyone, but like you hear every once in a while a developer be like, or a designer or a writer, I asked it to like spit out some ideas for me based on this premise. I'm like, well, so it's no longer your idea, unfortunately. Now it's the computer's idea. Sorry.
Okay.
Those are the rules. Like I'm thinking of a cabin, like show me a cabin in the woods, and then it shows you a cabin in the woods. It's like, well, now it's the computer's idea, not yours.
Well, yeah,
That
that's
could have
like
been the
being a
artist's
film
cabin in the
director and going, okay, we need to shoot a cabin in the woods. Now it's the location scout's cabin in the woods. I mean,
But it's real, and it was found and built. It doesn't matter to you, though. You don't care about any of that.
You're gonna love what I'm doing right now. Hang on.
All right. Where are you doing this on?
I have a Saint Slayer image, and I just put it into the AI, and I said, make this look like a modern high-end video game. I want to see what comes back. So
it's thinking now.
It's thinking. It'll be a second.
Repa Dusky wrote in and said, for the inevitable AI painting talk in CD and Jaffe's take, so Crimson Desert, the treasury room in Uncharted 4 the Uncharted room in UC4 New Devon. Imagine, New Devon is the city, right, that they go to? Is that what? Imagine if those founder paintings were AI, unacceptable. I don't know that was worth a $5 super chat, to be honest, in my opinion.
Now, let me explain something to you, Colin Moriarty. I'm going to put this in the, how can I share this with you? There's like a chat thing, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, send it to me here in the chat.
I can't send you yeah, I can maybe. Hang on. Right. Give me keep going.
Okay. Space Coast writes in again, says, IMO, reason we don't care as much on how the Starfield looks is because Bethesda never gets NPC face designs right. It improved, but the bar was so low. That's also true. Starfield's coming to PlayStation soon. Thinking about it.
Yeah, hey man, I'm excited. I absolutely loved that game. Here, Dustin, I'm gonna DM this to you if you want to share it on the screen or whatever.
Yeah.
Feel free to.
Yep.
But this is, and don't tell me you wouldn't sell more copies with this look. But I'm excited for Saint Slayer as is, but it's a pretty good looking image.
No.
I'm sure you can tear it apart, but it's a first pass. Then that frees up the artist on the team to go, oh, okay, I'm gonna make some changes, run it through the machine again. That's a good looking game right there, Colin Moriarty.
Colin,
you see it, Dustin?
Yeah, Colin, I'm gonna send it to you first, and then I'm gonna set it up to put it on the stream.
All right, is it on Discord?
Yeah, I'll put it on the stream. I'll put it on the stream first, and then send it to you so people can get your reaction at the same time. So give me a second if you want to read this next super chat while I get it set up.
Sure, that sounds good. Petroit wrote in and said, Grace was headed Grace was, yeah, I mean, it is a very early spoiler. It happens in the first 5 minutes of Resident Evil 9. So Grace was headed where, and spoiler, her mother was murdered in front of her. In context, would she realistically have done makeup or lip filler before? RE9 didn't seem to be going for IG filter, in my opinion. Well, I don't know if
different issue, but yeah.
The lip filler thing, I don't know that she would have been able to control for that.
No.
She didn't know she was going to be sent there. The bigger question is why that her like boss was like, yeah, I know this is like a horrible thing that happened, but you're the only one that could possibly be going and doing this for us.
Right.
I like Grace though. I'm glad that
I do too. I think she's great.
Your AI agent is ready with the image.
All right.
Okay. Let's get this off here. I'm putting it on the. Oh, it made it small on the actual screen. I'll fix that. There it is. There's that. Man, this is so much better, Colin.
Jeez.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at it. It's the horse.
Yeah,
you're
gonna
small.
notice. Yeah, you're gonna notice the horse. Yeah, it doesn't look ass. Shut up, you idiot chat motherfuckers. It looks good. I like it. Well, I'm still buying it day one. I don't give a shit.
We appreciate it. Yeah, it's great. I mean, this is what we're gonna. The horse is so small.
Okay, it's a first fucking pass. Give it a minute, that's what the art team is there for, to take it and go, okay, let's noodle this and noodle that. I can, I mean,
That's
it's
so
easy to fix the horse.
That's so funny, man. Thank you for that. And 2 trees just died because you did that.
Yeah.
All right.
I have to pay my taxes for this fucking war. I can fucking kill some trees.
Yeah, I know.
Shit.
Oops, I closed the fan funding tab again. Scroll up. All right, where are we here? Oh, more Petroid.
Clanker slop. Shut up, you moron. I'm not reading the chat. It's bad when I read the chat.
Yeah, I just usually, it's good to just ignore the chat.
I have to. Otherwise, I'll just.
No offense to the chat, but it's just distracting when you're on like. Frostbite Slash wrote in. That's where we are, Dustin?
Correct.
Peter Dalton, who used to work at Blue Point, said he has a job lined up and will announce it today. Do we think he works elsewhere, or does Blue Point live? If he's talking about himself, I would assume. What'd you say?
Didn't Blue Point get shut down?
Yeah, but I think there was some. I mean, I think actually Bloomberg wrote about it. Is that there was some idea that they might live, under another publisher, but because they are very talented and they serve a purpose. But it sounds like he's just talking about himself.
I'd swoop in and fucking fund them, make something. But anyway.
Project Aries wrote in and said, I'm old school from a time when we agreed the end goal of video games is the Star Trek holodeck. Tech like VR and DLSS 5 is one step closer to that.
I'm with you.
Yeah, like I don't know that there is an end goal to video games. And in fact, if video games just stopped advancing right now and then just people explored it's why I was saying earlier, and I'm not saying you say this, but some people say like, well, what do you think about PS6 and stuff like that? I've said over and over again, I don't think PlayStation 6 is needed at all.
Yeah.
Like not even a little bit. Am I going to buy it? Of course. But it's like I cover PlayStation, but I don't want it really. I mean, like I'd be fine with PS5 for years to come.
Are you going to play Starfield when it comes out on PS5?
Yeah, we've been talking about it on the show because I was so turned off by it when it came out. People talk so much shit about it. It seems like a game that was up my alley. And then I just kind of forgot about it. And I'm talking about like I'm going to play it, but it just seems like it's big talk,
Okay.
Like I'm open to it, but I just don't know. Like I don't
I'm going to play it again. I'm going to total new save and everything. I loved it.
That's exciting.
To play it again. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see. I don't know. There's so many things coming out now too. Well, not now, but like by the time that comes out, you're a week away from Pragmata, and then you got like Saros right around the corner, and so on and so forth. I think I'm going to be kind of stacked, but we'll see. It's selling very well. I'll tell you that on PSN. It's the number one.
I hope people, if you're listening and you're going to play it, focus on the main quest at least the first 10 hours, because the biggest problem with that game is people go, look at all the freedom, and they go off and they get bored and they're like, what the fuck is this? It's a real mistake of the design. It's great you have that freedom, but you give it to them right away and they miss the whole narrative and it just becomes boring. So follow the main path as long as you want to, as long as you can.
Dark Taco wrote in and said, Colin, it makes sense if you believe that NVIDIA is trying to be the sole provider of next-gen graphics, cutting out AMD even more from the market. Yeah, maybe. I don't understand the economics of any of this at that level. So that's more of a Tom Moore's Law is dead conversation, to be honest. Daxter Miller says that analogy was really bad. I don't know what analogy he was talking about, but I'm going to assume it's one of your analogies just because it makes you feel better. Lena Mikulik, whatever, confused by Jaffe's love of video games in the art form and his subsequent who gives a shit whenever fine details of the creative process come up. I'm a little confused by that too, to be honest. But
because to me, the art form is the end result. If your art requires a specific level of human input in a specific way, that the end result is better for it, I think that's great. But all I care about is the end result. And I don't have any romantic notions about how you get to the end result. And whatever allows you to get to that goal and express what's in your soul and in your mind, everything else is game on. So I'm a purist when it comes to the thing that you're giving someone to experience. I don't give a fuck how you make it, as long as you don't break any laws or anything. And even then, there was one guy, Peter Joel Whitkin, who went down to Mexico and got corpses out of the morgue and posed them and made amazing illegal art. And his work inspired Twisted Metal Black, but his work also inspired Seven, which came before Twisted Metal Black, which is where I learned of him. And that guy was out of his fucking mind. Anyway, the point is, don't break the law, but the end result is all I care about. I don't care how you get there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think getting there is like most of what's so interesting about it. You know, like, it's just don't you feel like you're pulling the ladder up?
No,
Behind you?
I feel like we're dropping the ladder down to the people who would never have maybe it's because I do have ADD. Maybe it's because I'm not a technical guy. But I feel like what we're doing is giving people paper and pens and saying, you got an idea for a story? Now you can write it.
Yeah,
You
they
got
could
an
always
idea?
have written it though.
Yeah, but you had to learn code and you had to learn art and you had to learn, all kinds of shit to express what was in your head. Why? I would rather the effort be pulled away from it's hard to express what's in my head versus and instead be put on make what's in your head now even better and more effective and smarter and more clever, because that bandwidth will now go to that. I don't care if you had to spend 10 years mastering, C++ in order to make your game. That's irrelevant. That's just a stop on the path. So
Yeah, I don't know. Some people are born with incredible natural talent and have an affinity for things. Like I understood as a child, not as a child, I was good at math as a kid. When I got into like high school, I was in honors and AP classes, but I was on my grade track for. So if you were in honors classes, you were like the ahead one year, and if you were AP, obviously it was AP. But for math, I was always on my level, because I was bad at it, and I understood that was not what. Once we got past algebra and you got into like, trigonometry and pre-calc and everything, I'm like, I'm fucking way out of like my depth with this. I don't have a natural inclination towards it. I know it's not for me. So I have no business being a mathematician. I have no business doing proofs.
right.
I have no business pontificating about the finer points of it because it's not something I'm good at. And I didn't put in the requisite effort to get good at it. And I probably couldn't even get good at it. That's part of the delineation of the human experience that I think we're throwing away. I was good at history. I was good at writing. I had an artistic mind for those kinds of things. I loved to read. And that's why I write now. I write the stories. That's what I can do. That's what I can contribute. Just like Dagan, no matter how much you have any idea what it's like to grow up in the shadow of someone like Dagan, where it's like, I want to be just like him. I want to do everything he does. I want to skateboard. I want to draw. And I was bad at skating and I couldn't draw, and because that's what he was good at. But and the sad thing is Dagan is also a great writer. So he can do what I can do. But the point is that it's like multidisciplinary, and that's what's fun and exciting about it, is bringing all of that stuff together and knowing the people. And I know you're right. It's very deterministic in the sense of it's kind of meaningless if the end result is what it is. But there is no meaning to anything. If we reduce everything to this essence, then it's all, as I've said to you ad nauseum in the past, like, let's just go live in the battery pods then. Well, and we can go live in San Junipero and we can do whatever we want. We can stop pretend. In other words, like, if this is the way it really is, and let's stop pretending anything matters.
Yeah. We're just bags of chemicals. Yes. Ultimately, that's where we're heading. But what I will say though, is maybe it does have to do with the way I did creativity. Right. So a lot of, for me, your effort, becoming a good writer, right? Learning how to use language efficiently, and people can, all the shit that goes into learning how to use the English language to communicate well and effectively, or learning to program or learning to paint, whatever. For me, that same effort goes into ideas. Right. And a lot of people always poo-poo the idea guy, but the idea guy is pretty fucking important when you're talking about making commercial, compelling things that cut through the noise. Right. So for me, where my work comes in is not drawing the hand. It's solving the creative problem of what goes in the hand, and what is in the hand conceptually. How does that metaphorically match the theme of the game, right? Or what have you. Like that's the fun for me. So it's not that I guess that's why AI to me just feels like another member of the team. I'm like, I don't really care how you make the Blade of Chaos as a 3D object. I don't care, Charlie Wynn, how you design it. I don't care the process. I just want the player to feel this when they see that. And my work is done after I've spent time going, what should this weapon evoke? Metaphorically, mechanically, visually, emotionally. And then I turn all that over to other people. And I never did that work to begin with. So maybe that's why it goes down easier for me, because I was always kind of meta directing everything versus in the trenches coding away at this stuff. So to me, it's just like having a much more efficient, faster, cheaper member on the team.
Yeah, I understand that. And yeah, idea people are very important. I always looked at, I'm a huge Mad Men fan. I think you are too.
Yep.
Don Draper
Yep.
is that person.
Yep.
So yeah, it is important.
A great point is this guy you had on your show, right? I know you love the game. I'm sure it's a wonderful game. I've played a little bit of it. I enjoyed what I played, but it's probably never going to be a big seller because conceptually it just doesn't hit. It doesn't, there's no emotion to the idea of it. There may be emotion to the product when you play it and play through the whole thing. And I'm sure there is, but if you just look at it on the store and you watch a trailer, you're not going to go, oh my God, I have to play that. But Saint Slayer, I look at because it is bringing back so many fond memories of those days. And it's got its own little thing. Like when the guy vomits, I love that. Or I love the scene on the horses. I love, it reminds me of Bram Stoker's Dracula from Coppola when they're having the carriage chase and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me the stuff that I love getting engaged with and involved with. And that's why that game appeals to me. But Lovish, I'm just like, I don't know what to do with that. It doesn't connect with me. So yeah, I think commercial ideas and compelling ideas that allow you to break through the noise are crucial.
All right. Thank you for writing in. Nick Domi, is that where we are, Dustin?
Yep.
Says, ciao. I feel like I'm conversing with the gods on Mount Olympus. Oh, geez. Jaffe, did Ray Harryhausen films, besides Clash, Sinbad, Jason and the Argonauts, influence God of War 2? Thanks again for one of my faves.
Yes. Harryhausen was huge. Obviously, Clash of the Titans was the main one, but of course, Sinbad and Jason the Argonauts were massive inspirations. I was a huge Harryhausen fan growing up. And fuck you in the chat. What's this guy's name? Large Hog Gamer. Guys, Drawn to Death was a massive hit. He knows his stuff. Bitch, you ain't done shit. I have had so many fucking hits and I've had a couple of failures. And guess what? It's still the same goddamn job. You love them all the same. Go fuck yourself, you son
Also,
of a bitch.
I've said it before, unironically, like Drawn to Death is maybe your most novel idea.
Yeah, it was a great idea.
It's an awesome idea. It should have been a single player game.
It should have. And I tried to get it there, but by that point, Rhodey was like, now we're doing this free to play initiative with guns up and all this. And you pitched it to us as a multiplayer. So let's just stick with that for now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. But yeah, no, I hate when people say that kind of. I always bring up Wolf that this stands because I love that line from Mighty Ducks 2 when he's like, at least I was there. When he was, because like the guy's like, you were in the NHL for like one game or whatever, and then you got kicked, banned for life or whatever. And he's like, at least I was there.
Yeah, I mean, my God, can I not have a failure every now and then? I mean, yeah, it was a failure. I loved it, but it was a failure. But it's like that negates everything I've learned and all the success I've had. Listen, I hope you die in your sleep tonight.
That's not nice.
I know.
I'm the same way, like where people always bring up like, oh, this didn't hit or this didn't do well. It's like, dude, I feel the same way. I don't. It's like, what the fuck have you ever done?
Yeah.
And like, when have you ever put yourself out there and put your skin on the line? Yeah.
I mean, failure or not, I came off Twisted Metal 2012 that also didn't sell for technical reasons. And I was able to convince Sony once again to give me over $30 million and set up a company. And I kept people employed for like 5 or 6 years. And yeah, the game didn't deliver, but oh my God, shut up.
Yeah, it's bothersome because I don't know. I've said to you before, I don't think people understand the level of access. There's pretty much no one with your level of experience and your hit making that is as accessible as you. And I don't think people quite understand that. But maybe they will one day when you die.
They'll be made to understand it. They'll be made to understand it.
One pump man wrote in. It said PlayStation is now making 1 to 2 single player games a year because they're too expensive and take too long to make. DLSS 5 seems to be for that. No, perhaps, but I don't think the sales of PlayStation's first party games like Yote demand more. It's not like people were falling all over themselves to the tens of millions trying to buy that game. So I think
and what do I know, man? I love that game. That's another reason I don't.
I loved it too. I thought it was awesome. But I thought it was awesome. But what I'm saying is like there's not this like pent up. Oh, it's a first party game. I gotta buy it. And if you think you're gonna and if you think you're gonna make that better with AI and then more options, I don't know about that, dude. I mean, to me, I get it. This is a Sony made problem. The expensive games in a way. They're the ones that raise the stakes in a major way. They are the ones that did it.
They were warned. And it's like, guys, you're painting yourself into a corner. We're storytellers.
Yeah, and that's cool. But like they did it. They're the ones.
I will also say, God damn it, Colin Moriarty. Don't get old. PC Alternative.
Too late.
The people who are saying about AI and the artist intent, I hope then they never play a mod, right? I mean, you don't get to have a lot of these people do both. And it's like, well, you don't get to say you care about the artist intent and then you're downloading like, Lara Croft nude codes and shit, or not codes, but skins. So fuck off. But yeah.
To me, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We have so many more to get through. I don't even want to get caught up here. One Pump Man, thank you for writing in. The Panda Supreme says, question with the AI games and interruptions. Do we need more demos than ever compared to the old days? I just feel like demos should. The demo for Saint Slayer has been so useful for us that it seems like a no-brainer to do that. But at the AA and AAA level, it's much more complicated. And I'm sure Jaffe knows this well enough. It's like, how bad was it when you guys had to make an E3 demo or something? You had to shut
it. It was horrible, but it was worth it every single time. I mean, the God of War demo put that fucking thing on the map because we made that. We had director's commentary in the demo. We had special things that only happen in the demo that don't happen in the game, so we could make sure we ended it with you dying to play more. If you put the effort into a demo and you have a good game, it's absolutely worth it. But it's a huge time suck for sure. And it's important to get it right. I'll tell you something. That's the other thing about these, a lot of these indie gamers, creators. You go to Steam Next Fest, I'm like, dude, this is your chance. What the fuck? Some of these demos are so bad that all you're doing is hurting yourself putting this out.
Next Fest was big for us. I'm so I can't wait for the game to come out, dude. Like I just want people to see it and I want to see what people think. There's so much that people haven't seen that, and just the experience of playing it all the way through and then replaying it and trying to get the harder endings and all the rest. It'll be interesting.
Do the trophies and the achievements on Steam match? Like it's 1-to-1?
Yeah, they'll match. I think I said this to Barry and I was like really upset about it. It's like one of my things that I'm like really bummed about is like what we did with Super Perils of Baking and Tribreaker by making different trophy lists is probably, and I'm not even being, there's no facetiousness at all in what I'm about to say, is probably one of the coolest things that any developer has ever done with trophies. And people just didn't get it. It just confused everyone, and I'm like, all right.
It pissed them off or it confused them?
I think it confused them. I'm like, since it requires too much understanding. And what I mean by that is like, okay, we release old games. So PS4 and PS5 it doesn't matter what version you play. So like you're not getting a more powerful version of Saint Slayer on PS4. The Saint Slayer could run on PS1. The problem is that people wanted to play on the PS5 version, and that was the harder trophy list. So we just like, I had this idea of like, yeah, if you want the easier trophy list, play the PS4 version. If you want the harder trophy list, play the PS5 version. We thought it was cool. And people just didn't get it. So like, I was like, and I lamented that to Barry. I'm like, it's just we'll just make one trophy list.
I mean, like to me, where I thought you were going to go with it was like, you could get the same game on Sega or Super Nintendo, but there were differences still. Like
because they were all made by like different teams even.
Yeah. So I thought that was what you were going for.
No. Like we wanted to we love trophies, both of us. That's how we met. And so I wanted to do something. It's very similar to what we did with Hyproxia 2, where we learned a lot about achievements, like so Xbox achievements, where we added, and I've told my audience this in the past, but for people that don't know, like we added free achievements to Hyproxia 2. Like we updated it with like a stage and a boss or something.
Okay.
And people got really upset because on that platform, which we are not familiar with, we don't play on Xbox, they like having 1,000 points or like all of the points. So we diminished it by adding more points and forcing people to play it again. And people got really fucking pissed about that. So like every cool thing we've tried to do with achievements or trophies has blown up in our faces in some way. I do think the PS4 and PS5 versions might have a few different trophies, but it's not based on difficulty anymore. And I will say this, I wanted a much, much harder trophy list. And Barry was
for Saint Slayer.
Yeah. And Barry was like, no. So you can thank Barry for your more attainable platinum trophy.
I will say, though, that no, Bartlett Jones did the coolest thing with trophies ever. Because as far as I know, we were the first with Drawn to Death that ever did a narrative in the trophies. So once you got all the trophies and put them together, there was a story that got told visually and with the text, the names of the trophies. But if you got the trophies out of order, which you inevitably did, you're like, today Amy looked at me and it was cool. And you're like, why is that the name of the trophy? But when you put it all together, it tells the story of this kid's life.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I thought it's very, very rare that a company does something truly fun or interesting with trophies. So we thought we were being cute there, but it just required too much communication. PS2?
Look what I got. I got an original PS2 that's fat, that's backwards compatible. Can I just complain about something real quick?
Go ahead, please.
Sony does the worst fucking boxes. They always have.
Yeah.
I hate them. Look at this boring legal crap.
I know,
remember the fun Sega boxes or
and the Nintendo boxes too? Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this shit. It's like, we'll play like you, and then well, we need it in all the languages. No, you don't. Fucking make me excited to be in the car, and my parents won't let me open it, and I'm just salivating over the screenshots. You stupid morons.
They're so funny. I still have all my console boxes. I have them in the attic actually. That PS2 box was iconic just because it was so stark on the shelf.
Yeah,
not unlike the Wii box, which was also like just white and it was just totally stark and you saw it. The PS2 was, it's funny, man. Like Sony is just one of those you could tell that they get very specific legal advice, which is good.
Yes.
I've always made fun of at their headquarters in San Mateo. You know how they have it's like big P, the big L, like all, and then they have one with the trademark logo on it. Like one that so it's like the big pillar with like the PlayStation. People should go look it up, and then they actually have a pillar, and at the top of the pillar is just like
TM.
Look, I'm like,
it's easy to make fun of them, but they're such a target, man, for lawsuits that,
I was told by a lawyer, I asked about that once actually, and they're like, you basically just exercise it constantly.
Yeah.
And then like there's no question. Like it's not, in other words, it's not someone who's gonna be like, oh, I use PlayStation 2 because outside your headquarters there was no trademark logo. It's like the other way. It's like, oh, like we even trademark the logo outside of our headquarters. So don't, to the point, like don't fuck around. Well, but I always found that so funny. I was like, looks so fucking stupid.
Well, and if people knew how it worked, they wouldn't be bitching about AI fucking with the artist's intention. You know how many times legal at a company like Sony fucks with the intent of the artist, not just the actual artist, but the creators. I mean, appeasing legal enough that they'll put it in a box and ship it is probably 20% of the battle, and I saw other games like indie games and even AAA games that were referencing things and things that were cultural and pop cultural references. And we couldn't even acknowledge real life cars existed in Twisted Metal. God forbid somebody would go, that kind of looks like a Corvette. Shh. No, it can't even look like a Corvette. And I'm just like, God damn, motherfuckers. But
well, now Neil's got that money to have the Corvette in his game.
Well,
or Porsche.
Let me tell you something. Let me fucking tell you something about RE9. It's the first time I've seen product placement in a game with the Porsche and the watches where I've actually been like, that's a cool fucking car. Or those watches they're wearing are pretty cool. I'm not going to go buy one. But usually when I hear like, oh, we're doing a deal with, these shoes, Miles Morales' shoes or Nike shoes that, whatever. I don't give a shit. But didn't you think the Porsche performed pretty well? Like,
it wasn't even, I didn't even really realize it until like you can see the logo.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
And
I
the
mean,
sound is great when he's in the car and you hear the rain, but you're hearing it kind of all audio distorted because he's inside the car, and that cabin just feels like new car smell. I'm just like, this. They did a good job on that. I will
Requiem
say.
is exceptional, dude.
Yeah,
in
it is.
all ways, there's almost nothing wrong with it. It's the perfect length. You know, it's high. I beat it 4 times, highly replayable. Like you said, Gene beat it a bunch of times, more than that.
Yeah.
So, all right, where are we, Dustin, on Death Metal in Your Face?
Correct.
If AI can make development more efficient, then I don't mind. Some of these games already cost too much and take too much time to make. I think this is a Pandora's box of optionality in which you flood the market even more than it's already been flooded with, easier to make more and more and more and more and more, and there are just fewer and fewer winners. It's going to be this. In other words, I don't even know what we're aiming towards with this other than fidelity, which I get, but no.
It's going to be YouTube, which is
What do
going to bring out more genuine art. Most people of a younger generation would rather watch YouTube than go to a movie. Why? Sometimes I don't fucking know, but other times because they have a genuine connection with people that they're seeing, and I don't know. I think it's going to bring about a lot of people who would have never made a game before. I literally played a game the other day, or it was like into last year, and it was just about this girl with an eating disorder, and it was nominated for like an IGF this year. It was a really good game, but I'm just like, this would have never gotten made if there hadn't been something like a Game Maker or whatever. This is amazing and it's only going to get better. But you're right. There's going to be a bunch of shit in there too that we're going to have to wade through, but hopefully AI algorithm can help with that and serve up what you want.
When Sarah becomes bulimic, swipe up on the touchpad to make her throw up.
Yeah.
Touch up and touch down to stop her from throwing up.
If you want to get out of the room in Metroid Dread, you have to vomit acidic vomit up into the, you know.
You'll always be bitter about that.
Because people, you know why? Because people don't understand my point. They act as if what I'm saying is nonsensical. And it's a ridiculous criticism. And that's what bothered me, is it was the final straw in recognizing people don't really want to have a conversation about this.
Oh, no.
They just want to feel better and tell you you're a moron. And that's okay. But that was when I finally realized, I'm like, I'm explaining to you the problem. I mean, even to the point that I had the developer reach out to me and go, yeah, we kind of dropped that ball on that part, you know? And it wasn't that it was bad. It was just that there was a way to look at that room visually, and things were a little confusing if you saw things the way and I'm sure other people saw them, but you can't have that conversation with people. So I just learned my lesson, I suppose.
No, I have also over time learned that you learn it more acutely as time goes on. It's why I'm kind of like immune to people's problems with my politics, for instance. It's like, you don't really care about my politics. You just want to argue with me about them, you know? And you want to hear me say things you disagree with so you can be upset.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever, you know?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Detroit wrote in and said, someone said DLSS 5 Yassification is like watching a TV with motion smoothing turned on. It's technically better, but is it really? Well, that's up to much like motion blurring, it is, or motion smoothing, it's up to the eyes and the beholder, you know?
It reminds me of the colorization of black and white films back in the 90s and late 80s. Like most people hated it, and rightly so, but I don't hate this, but the way some people are responding to it, it's like, yeah, you know, just don't turn it on. But there, you know, I don't know if you remember that. I don't think it was just my generation, but Ted Turner got all of the black and white films from MGM. And he started figuring, just like, you know, when you would take the letterbox, and what people don't want the letterbox, they think they're losing part of the picture.
Right.
So, right. I mean, so there were DVDs and stuff that were out that were colorized and that basically either stretched the picture out to fit the whole TV.
Yeah. What was that called? Scanning or whatever, or something?
Pan and scan or
Pan
something.
and scan. Right.
You know, and, you know, I didn't like it, but if the audience would have liked it, it probably would still be around, but thank God it's not. I thought it was terrible, you know?
Propaguli wrote in and said, the reason you joke with Colin is because you know he'll consciously experience it. Consciousness gives meaning. So why do we want it gone from art? That's a good question.
I don't understand the question. The reason I joke with Colin is because I know he'll consciously experience what? The joke?
Yeah, so like the reason we're silly with each other is because we're having a human experience, which which he suggests because of your AI defense, you want it removed from the creation of art, the art itself.
And I would argue that you no one on the planet is capable of articulating what art and the artistic experience is, because as someone who has created certainly what the Supreme Court, because they cited God of War 1, claimed was art, and thus defendable and protected under the First Amendment, someone who's made something someone at least has thought of as art, my take on the art of that game is different than your take in terms of what it does, right? So, and this wasn't my idea. I wish it was brilliant. But when Corey came up with the idea of having Kratos transfer his hit points to his daughter and wife in the final boss battle, and you could, because they were at danger of dying, you would get weaker, but you sacrificed yourself and they would get stronger and they would survive. So it was sort of the ultimate arc of Kratos, that as much of a bad guy as he was, there was still through gameplay this sense of humanity, right? Well, I didn't care if the Blades of Chaos would have been run through an AI filter. To me, that was the art in the play mechanics, right? Well, the AI didn't come up with that. I didn't come up with that, but I came up with the need for that. And then Corey solved it with gameplay. So you can talk about where the art is in any object or any experience, but it's very romanticized in the way people discuss it. And it's to your benefit, such an amorphous concept that you can claim to care because the human connection that art gives you, but you don't really know what that means. There's no way to articulate it. So as I'm just saying that you can't lose that argument, but it's kind of a meaningless argument at the same time, because, you know, you're not really talking about anything specific, is what I would say.
Scrubbing Bubbles wrote in and said, once men turned their thinking over to machines in the hope that this would set them free, but that only permitted other men with machines to enslave them. It's from Dune, I think. True.
Yeah.
Although we want to be the one with the machines.
Yeah.
It's like there is a corollary to the nuclear bomb with this. And in fact, this is arguably not physically more destructive, but societally,
yeah,
substantially more destructive.
Yeah.
Flow Forever One wrote in and said, the impetus for creating great art are the limitations of the available tools. If everyone can create the Mona Lisa, then is it great anymore? I mean, I agree with you. And the answer is, how would we know?
Because then the bar gets moved, right? If the reason you think the Mona Lisa is so great is because the subject matter is so great. I mean, I'm not an art historian, but my guess would be that the Mona Lisa is so great because it represents a bar clearing in when it came to fine art, right? I don't know why that, because you just look at the painting on its own, it's not that special of a painting. It's fine. It's just some lady, right? But you know, the idea that, look, there's always going to be limitations. So if you're worried about there not being limitations with AI, thus you won't get art, I assure you that's not the case. Try to sit down and write a story. Try to sit down with AI today and write a 2-paragraph story. And if you noodle with it, you're an artist because you want it to be better. You want it to evoke something in the reader. The idea that if you're lazy and you don't care about the outcome unless you just get lucky with the prompt, sure, you're right. But that's anything. The people who make shitty Tim Allen ABC sitcoms probably don't really care about art. But they're not. Yeah.
They're not.
But
shitty.
They serve a purpose. They serve a purpose.
They're awesome. So. He's funny. Tim Allen is extremely funny, in my opinion. I love Tim Allen.
I think, didn't he just become really religious? Was he the one who just became super religious, I think? But
wasn't that? I thought that was Kid Rock.
Oh, well, I don't follow Kid Rock. I follow Tim Allen.
You follow Tim Allen. I don't follow either of them.
I know his work. I do like, I like the comfort food ABC sitcom, right? I'm not saying it's art, but I like that it's, it's like that According to Jim with Jim Belushi, right? It's one of the dumbest shows ever, but it's like, sometimes that's just what you fucking need.
Yeah, sure. I was especially, his Last Man Standing was pretty funny. I never saw even most of it, but I loved Home Improvement. I think Home Improvement's an authentically really funny show. Like, he's a funny cat. I like that. Yeah. I like Tim Allen. Yeah. Lena Mekulik wrote in and said, it really does boil down to this question. Do you value art for the entertainment value only, or do you also value the human element and connection? Ironically, the former is the more capitalist viewpoint. I think it's like what makes one of the things I'm really fascinated by is like ancient art, like the things that they dig up from Cro-Magnon sites from 40,000 years ago or whatever. And there's like a Venus statue with like huge tits. And like, so, you know what I'm you ever see the Venus statues that like they all have huge tits and like big
the fertility statues.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's amazing about it is not that it exists. What's amazing about it is someone made it. And then it like there's a story about why it was abandoned. Or I was reading recently about the guy that like in the early 90s they found, I think in the Italian Alps, that died like 4,500 years ago, and he had like an arrow in his neck.
Okay.
So he like was killed there and then died, and he had all this shit and his gear and his kit, and he was just left for dead. And then the ice melted, and it's like, this is so amazing because it's the person, it's the individual, it's the story of the person and how he came here and what happened to him. And look at all the items, these bespoke little pieces of, fucking caveman goods that he has with him, and this beautiful cloak and all these different things. And I just think like, it's not the existence of it that's meaningful, but rather the stories and the impetus behind all of it. And maybe that's just a very spiritual way of looking at things, but to me, that's a differentiator to me of like what makes us human.
Yeah, but that I think to me, like that is a absolute real thing you're experiencing. It's valuable, but I think it's a separate piece, right? Like not everybody needs or wants to know the behind the scenes to this stuff. They just want to be affected by it, right? So I don't care why a movie works necessarily, but a lot of people do. And that's a valid way to be a fan, but it doesn't, the ultimate thing they're making is the product. I'm thinking about a person we both know who's a really they're in the industry, and they sent me a rough draft of a book they're writing on their specific skill in the industry. And I read it and I liked a lot of it. And I said, wow, I didn't know you were this good of a writer. And they said, well, I use ChatGPT to help. Well, hang on. It's clearly their singular story. It's very personal. It's almost like a memoir meets a how to do this in video games, right? That doesn't come from anyone other than this person. And that person's work was finding the right stories to tell and where to put them in the book and this, that, and the other. But their actual lack of skill when it came to the best way to put words together so they would flow and be more, pleasant to experience in a long form book, they got help. And I kind of look at it and go, well, is there art there? Yeah. It's this person's laying themselves bare and their childhood and how that led to them being really good at what they do in video games. That didn't come from AI, And,
well, yeah, it could have been, he wrote it with a ghostwriter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's like the art of that is still there, but you're right. If you love the stories behind, I struggled, it's so fascinating when you read a book and you read a passage and you're like, man, that phrase is so perfect, right? To learn how a writer really struggled with one sentence in a novel. And it's like, if not for that comma, if not for that, I'm reading a book right now and she's describing these kind of weird ghosts on the beach, and just her adjectives are so spot on, right? There are people, and I get the appreciation of that as someone who has written, but in the case of my friend's book, that's not what they're going for. I appreciate something else about it at a human level, which is, wow, this is a real personal story. And it's amazing how that story can translate 20 years down the line into being really good at making video games. So I'm glad they wrote it with AI, because otherwise we'd never have it.
Yeah. I mean, my argument, and maybe it's because I don't want any more information about the person. I don't want people to be able to triangulate, but my whole thing with writing is, if you need help writing, you're not a writer.
Yeah, and this person cares.
Right. But like I do. And I think some of the people, right. So make sure that like if the book comes out, it says like written with the assistance of AI, so that people understand that.
I don't think they won't. But I think to them, what's important to them is my story. I am a storyteller in the sense that what I want to send to the world is something that will help other people in the industry who might want to do what I do. That's what they care about. And that's what AI let them achieve. But I don't think they care about calling myself a writer.
No, I understand that. But I'm just saying, like, I have never needed to offload my writing to anything ever.
Yeah, but you're really good at it, but you suck at drawing.
Right, exactly. But I don't offload my drawing to anything because I don't draw. And I don't pretend to draw. And I have no right to pretend to draw. And who gives a shit what's in my head if I can't even draw it? then I'm
Okay,
not an
but
artist.
half your stuff at IGN was read at first because of the screenshots, not the byline, right?
Sure, of
People-
course.
So
Most of it, I would say.
I'm not
But-
saying it was read eventually. I'm saying that that's what drew the eye first. Is Colin has a review up of whatever Dynasty Warriors. Oh shit! But they saw the picture that somebody on your staff decided that was our screenshot for the cover. I'm just saying whether it's AI or not. I mean, you might, if you're going to write something, you're going to need some art, maybe if it's commercial.
Like, I think we have gone over this in the past. Is like in the process of writing, AI has been extraordinarily useful. I remember when I was a kid, and it was towards the tail end of this, but like using a physical thesaurus, a physical dictionary, like having it on my desk, and now I can just look up words. And when I was writing Saint Slayer, I asked Google, I'm like, I was like, common names in late 17th century Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And then it gave me like a list of names with like the link where it came from. And I went to the link and looked at all of them. It's like, these are great tools, but ultimately I had to incorporate Rudiger's name into the game and Lavinia's name into the game. And I don't know.
You're making choices.
Right. It's just, so like the binary zero, it's what we were talking about umpiring baseball before. It's like, and how inoffensive that would be for a machine to do that, because it's literally just, it's, as the saying goes, calling balls and strikes, and so facts and math and all of these things, it's great to like incorporate that in the knowledge, but ultimately I think the human has to execute on that. If I found out that any writer of any book used AI to help write that book, I would throw that shit in the trash personally.
Did you see the story in the New York Times yesterday about that? There's a book called it's about a girl who gets kidnapped, and the guy who kidnaps her treats her like a pet. And the way she escapes is she kind of embraces being an animal and becomes feral, basically, right? And what's funny is some of it was written / edited with AI. And once it was found out, it's already out on the market in the UK, but the American publisher dropped it. But what's funny about it is it still has all of the, what do they call it when you send your book to other writers and people of note and they give you a blurb?
Oh yeah, I don't know what the name for that is.
On the cover, it still has those pull quotes, and it's like brilliant, interest. It's like, okay, but now that it's AI, I guess it's not. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what
even more embarrassing for the person who did the quote. I
don't think there's anything embarrassing about being tricked by AI. Like
then what's the problem?
The problem is it's what I've said. It's the cake analogy that you and I have used. You loved the cake. I fucking put piss in it. There's piss in this cake. You ate it and you loved it. So who cares if there's piss in the cake? It's like, but wait, there's piss in the cake? Like I think and now some people might be into that. But to me, it's like, that's wildly insufficient, because you're going to be tricked. You know what tricks me? Or not tricks me, but you know what clues me into things that are real or not in some of these videos that I see is contextual clues. It looks totally right, but this wouldn't happen. Like the raccoon getting saved from the flood or whatever. I'm like, this looks perfect. But why would anyone have this on? And then you go and some Grok had said to someone like it's fake. You know what I mean? And by the way, I make fun of Grok, but like it's actually, I've never used it personally, to be honest, but it's always useful because it's always like, yeah, this is real or this isn't, or this is where this comes from. This is this person's TikTok account. That's where it comes from. Like all that. I'm like, yeah, that's great. I don't think that tricking or not is sufficient. People are going to trick you, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So I don't know that.
Maybe I'm just like Cypher in the Matrix, where he says, I know this steak isn't real. I just don't care. And you do. And
right.
that.
Exactly. Yeah. And that Ralph from Sopranos. I love that. I love that. I love that. That scene's actually really awesome in the Matrix, but because it's true. It's like, yeah, we're going to have that problem. We already are. It's like lab grown meat and all these kinds of things. Like, do you care or don't you? And I'm like, I don't know if I care or not. Like the idea is to be transparent with it and let people make their own decisions. So if people think like, I guess what I'm seeing, like when I see things that, and again, this is through the limitations of AI today and will not be true of the AI limitations tomorrow. But even when I see people circulate these films like this trailer or this gameplay footage of this AI stuff, I'm like, this is not anything that a person couldn't do, And when you see Project Hail Mary, which I read, but I have not seen the film.
Yeah, I hear it's great. I haven't seen it.
But I heard a lot of it's practical, which is cool. Mm-hmm. And that's way more difficult to do than digitally. And they did it because it's good for the art. And
Well, they did it because it's good, meaning that they felt that the audience on some level would notice a practical effect in a positive way versus CG, you're saying.
Well, yeah, right. Like,
which I think is great then. If it's part of the end result and they say people notice it, then yeah.
It's like, I always talk about Mad Max, the 2014,
Fury
2015.
Road.
I was like, and like finding out that was all practical, it's like, that is incredible. Like, that is fucking incredible. Like the human engineering and the acting and the performance and the risk and the money and all the, it's incredible. But it
doesn't make the movie better.
I think it does. You don't think so?
Not the actual product. It makes the lore around the making of the movie better. It makes you appreciate it more. But the product that they were making, which is this movie, you don't have to know any of that. It doesn't matter. It only matters if, in being practical, the audience sitting there has a different emotional response to it. Then it matters more than anything. And if a director feels like the guys who made Project Hail Mary or George Miller who made Mad Max Fury Road, that I feel without this, kind of like when Tom Cruise says, even though I don't agree, when he says, I do a lot of my stunts, every stunt I can do, because I think it matters for you to see it's my face doing this dramatic thing. And I'm kind of like, dude, I think you're Ethan Hunt in the movie. I don't think you're Tom Cruise. So I don't really care.
Yeah, but I think
to him, he cares.
And I care. Like, not that I'm a huge Tom Cruise, like, I think he's great, but I don't watch a lot of his films. I don't watch a lot of films generally, but whenever I see, like, he's always with that guy. I don't know who that guy is. That's, you know what I'm talking about? He's always with like some older guy, has like glasses and like grayer hair. Must be his producer or something.
Or the director.
Yeah, maybe like someone he always works with. I don't know who it is. Someone in the chat might know.
Richard. Yeah, I know. I forget his name. Yeah.
But anyway, they're always doing like they do a lot of like teasing of the new movie and all the right. And they show a lot of that stuff behind the scenes. And I'm like, that's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Like, Tom Cruise was on that airplane as it was taking off. And like, that's fucking crazy. Yeah. Of course, in my opinion, that makes things way better. You know, like, it's incredible that they do that kind of stuff. And I think
the movie worse without knowing that when you watch it the first time, though?
Probably not. But and you're right, it's about the artistry. And you're right, it is about the artistry and the story behind things. But I think that all matters. It's why, like, when they were making the trench runs in Star Wars and they're on like the back of a pickup truck with like Battlestar Galactica fucking, model kits stapled, and it's like, this is incredible. It looks incredible.
Yeah. But when you reviewed games, I assume you didn't up or lower your score based on what was happening behind the scenes. You just reviewed the product.
Yeah, that's totally right. Yeah, we were told to do that too, and I think that is.
It's like, that's the end goal, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I was even ever privy of bad stories behind some of the games that I was covering, but like, yeah, would you lower the score if you found out that a really extraordinary game was made under crunch or something? It's like, no. Right. So yeah, that's true. And I don't think it is all or nothing. Like, there is a gradient. I just think the gradient's pretty light, like pretty light, white, gray, eggshell, as opposed to this much darker shade that incorporates a shit ton of AI and a shit ton of inhumanness in the art. Because otherwise, I just don't. If the end result, we go in circles with this, but if the end result is just to create content for people to consume, then like, we can just do that now and be done.
But it also, I mean, it really, and I know I'm not belaboring the point. There's just so many threads of this point that you can pull that are sort of sub threads. Another thing that's interesting to me is if you do look at a game that is made sloppily or with AI, but let's say it's one of these friend slop games, right? Well, in that case, you're going to have a whole group of kids coming up, and it's art to them because of the social dynamics, because the virtual playground and how it was created and what it evoked in them as humans, that has nothing to do with the graphics and how the actual software was made. But because that's out there in that way, people met friends, they had emotional epiphanies. And I guess that's when art is such a bucket of catch-all, amorphous, ethereal concepts that I just get really up against the wall sometimes when people try to put a stamp on it and say, I don't like this because it's not human. And it's like, well, what's the end result? You know, does the end result yield something that's human, even though the picture in a castle in Crimson Desert isn't? You know, so I love I'm fascinated by it though, because
it is a fascinating
Yeah.
conversation. It's circular though, until
it
like
is. Yeah,
until
I not only am I not going to convince you, I don't want to convince you.
or likewise. Like I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
And
gonna say
let
I
me tell
like
you
the
one-
difference.
Let me tell you one other thing real quick. On my
Please.
Twitter, there was Mark Hamill had done in 1980 a behind the scenes of Empire Strikes Back. And it was the first time, and I tweeted this yesterday, but you can find it on there. They put like a 2-minute clip, but it was the clip that ran on CBS. And it was showing them animating the Tauntauns and Phil Tippett doing the Tauntauns and doing the AT-ATs and the walkers and all that, and how they were so tiny. And it was the first time I recognized that movies are actually made, you know, because I was like 9.
Mhm.
And it's not that I didn't know movies were made, but when I actually saw it, that fired something in me that said, I want to go do creative work with my life. And then I saw Raiders and it was over. I'm like, I have to do something in entertainment. But so I get the romance of it and I get the cool factor of it. But, you know, I look at all those things like a means to an end. It's all a means to an end. Like this podcast, we've been going for 3.5 hours. Who knows how long we're going to go? But, you know, we get tired. It's exhausting, but nobody cares because somewhere out there, maybe it's only one person, but the end result is a podcast that someone is having a rough day, or they're bored, or they're taking a long drive to see their kids somewhere. Like the guy who called in, he's decided to go back home. And that's what matters, right? I don't care how hard it was or easy it was or romantic or not romantic it was to make this podcast. It's the fact that it's out there now. And if the final result brings that to someone, what do I care how it got there? You know, that's how I see it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I think we're at the precipice of more advancements that will, I think, invigorate this conversation and bring us new.
I'm sending you tonight the AI NPR version of this podcast. It's only like 20 minutes. I'm not making a joke. You will be very impressed and surprised. It's wild.
I'm sure it is impressive. It's you know, put me out of my misery.
In fact, I will put it up on the Discord, the LSM Discord. So if that's okay with you guys,
Yeah,
I'll
that's fine.
post it.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
I think you guys will be fascinated by it.
Again, I think that peak creatives in like the more podcasting, like criticism, punditry space will need to lean into this. Not the AI stuff, but that you're not AI, that you're differentiated by being true and authentic. And I really think that that's going to become a selling point for many things in the future. Like I think eventually there'll be games that are branded as like made with no AI, and films that are, I think, already branded with that. So anyway, Tacky Lives wrote in and said, this is the best AI discussion I've ever heard. I think you need to listen to more AI discussions, but I appreciate you taking the time. It's very kind of you to say. Stuart I-89 wrote in and said, the printing press distributed human creativity. AI replaces it. By outsourcing the execution to a machine, you lose the intent that makes it art. I agree with you. In fact, I think what's ironic about the printing press is it created a whole new line of art that didn't exist before, like fonts, typeface, and spacing, and engravings, and all these different things that didn't exist. So much like the creation of the automobile that created a bunch of snuffed out old jobs, created new ones, AI is just too multi-directional, infinitely directional, in my opinion. Aladdin Slow wrote in and said, I'm enjoying Resident Evil Requiem. That basement section was so scary it made my skin crawl, even though I don't have any skin. Yo ho ho ho. What does that mean?
That's a One
What
Piece joke.
basement?
Oh boy.
What basement?
Dustin
section?
was all over that. Dustin, you came out
Yeah.
out of nowhere with that one.
I need
You
to
were
watch
ready.
that show. People say the second season is great too.
Live action one.
Yeah. What basement scene in Requiem? The flooded thing with the trucks? Or?
Yeah, I would assume that's what he means.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
That's
cool.
not really. Yeah, that is a basement scene. It's. I don't even want to get into it. It's funny. That was obviously the open world part of the game that they were working on. You know,
Yeah,
like it's so
really?
funny. You can see the different meldings of like
Oh,
that
oh,
part
yeah.
when they go to that place.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's where I think the game becomes very Last of Us, in my opinion.
I like the tension of because you don't have to open up all the trucks, and it's
No,
like,
no,
I
no.
want to see what's in there.
There's
And
one with
sometimes
like
you-
there's
yeah.
one or two that you shouldn't open, I think, and you don't know that
Yes.
until you, yeah. It's funny how I love linear games like that. Just from when you play it the third or fourth time, it's like you just know everything about it, and there's something very fun about just. I had like the infinite RPG with Leon, and I had like infinite ammo on the revolver with Grace, and it was but on the hardest difficulty, and it was so fun.
You're gonna have to now that Gene is also pushing the joy of GeForce now. You're gonna have to just jump in and try it for a month, baby. Try it with Resident Evil 9; it'll blow your mind. It's beautiful.
But what? Like I have no use case for it. What's the use case?
Just to have some perspective on how cool it is.
I don't want
Tell
perspective.
your
I have
audience.
too much perspective, if anything.
All right, fair. Well, try it.
No
Not
comment
you,
89. Oh, sorry. I
No,
didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
No comment 89 wrote in and said, "Hi, all. Jaffe, have you accepted Christ as Lord yet?"
no. I mean, I'm open to it, but so far, he's not interested in me, I guess. So yes, he is. He's interested. No, he's not. Shut up. No, I have not. I get further and further away from any kind of religious belief the older I get.
That's funny. I wouldn't call myself Christian. I think that would be totally disingenuous, but
Yeah.
I am culturally Catholic for sure. Like I
Sure.
embrace like the old strand of Christianity and like all that comes with it and what it means to my own heritage. But I also think that like I've said it before, I would love to be Catholic. I just can't do it. Like there's just something about I don't I know I just don't believe it. Like in the
Well,
way
do you know
so, like,
how
I
you
can't
were
fake it.
saying?
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead.
you go ahead. Well, do you know how we were saying on email how you think some people have issues with me because I'm too brash?
Yeah.
I really want to say what I want to say, but I shouldn't say it. What do I do?
I think it's what did I tell you in the email? I think you need to be
Fine.
yourself.
I think the reason you can't be Catholic is just you don't have an affinity for little kids. There you go. And Jaffe just lost 20 more people that were going to support him financially. Now he can go die on a fucking island.
We've had a few. It's funny with Saint Slayer. I was telling my dad this. My dad's a devout Catholic. I was talking to him yesterday. We talked for a little while, and he was asking about the game and stuff. And I'm like, it's funny. We've had not very many, but like a few people reach out and say like, "Oh, this is sacrilegious." And I was telling my dad that it's funny they see it that way. It's so short-sighted because the game is about how it's real.
What do you mean?
Like he's Saint Slayer. He's using the spear that stabbed Jesus when he was being
Right.
crucified, and it really is powerful. Doesn't
Oh,
that
so
indicate
it
that?
should,
Yeah,
right.
like it doesn't that indicate that? And like and Pacer is trying to find relics that work. So in fact, like it's hysterical because I'm like, if anything, the game is telling you that Christianity and Catholicism specifically because of the veneration of relics and stuff is real. So it's actually quite pro-Catholic. And it's funny how like people's instinct is to be like, oh, like we had one person. I appreciate it because a lot of the stuff is auto-translated as I think, well, maybe not for your games because your games were bigger, but like on the Polish PSN, the write-up that I wrote, I guess in Polish indicates that you're killing saints.
Wait, what do you mean it was auto-translated?
Like I think we ingested the game in the PSN and now it's on all the regional storefronts. We didn't translate any of that stuff.
Well, who
So
did?
I don't know. We didn't do it though. So I assumed it was just
So
done.
it wouldn't be reflective of your intent as the artist, I assume.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they have everyone in every region rewriting this stuff. I somehow doubt that.
Okay.
But someone had written in or wrote to us and said, like, in Polish, this says that you're killing saints. And I'm like, but you're not. And that's not what it says. But maybe it does say that in Polish. I won't know for sure, but it says you're Saint Slayer as an ST dot Slayer.
Right.
You know,
Are there any Catholics in Poland? I thought Poland was
Poland's
all like
mega Catholic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Mega, like crazy Catholic.
But yeah, I've always thought that too. Like the best thing for Catholicism or any Christianity, don't avoid the devil. Fuck, have the devil come to me. Then I'll believe in this shit. Right? I'm like, why would I want to avoid the devil? If you're a priest, tell me to go listen to fucking Anthrax or whatever. Because then if the devil gets me, I'll be like, holy shit, I need to go to church. The best thing the Catholics could do is reveal the goddamn devils if they're real.
Young Blaze in the chat says, "Isn't Poland Christian?" Come on,
I don't know.
I don't have time to explain that.
Hey, a guy with a lab coat and glasses figures that out. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know why there's so much confusion about this. Christianity is the top of the chain, and then there are multiple hinges off of it: Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, etc. Under Protestantism, then and even under Catholicism, there's like, a bunch of different, sects, but especially under Protestantism, there's all these other things. Come on, guys. So if you're Catholic, you are Christian. If you're Baptist, you're Christian.
Of course.
If you're a Protestant, if you're Presbyterian,
are you saying people are confused by that?
Yeah, that was someone that was just wrote in and said, "Isn't Poland Christian?" That's why I was making fun of. I'm like, Catholic is Christian.
I think what he meant was like,
no,
like, isn't Poland the dominant? Christianity is the dominant religion there.
But it is.
It is, and it can also be predominantly Catholic. I think because I was assuming there are no Christians in Poland. I honestly thought it was a Jewish place, but that's probably not true after World War II, as somebody said in the chat.
Real? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There probably are Jews there still, and all over Europe, but there was no Jewish anything in Europe, and there still isn't. They were always the minority in all those places.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So I want to be Catholic, and my family's Catholic, and some of them are really devout, like every Sunday church. My dad does the like, what do they call it when you like hold the host and the wine and like does all that kind of stuff?
Oh, oh, come on now. It's with the altar boys do the thing with the swing and the
right. I never was an altar boy.
Right.
My dad, a lot of my friends were altar boys, but my dad never made me do it. I don't know why. I did have to go to like Sunday school and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, that's what people don't understand when they're like, Jaffe, God loves you and all this. I'm like, dude, I mean, I don't think I would like God if he's the God of the Torah or the Bible or whatever. He sounds like a nightmare. But, that aside, though, if God were real, I would say fucking shame on God, because why in the world do you get to have your faith, but my brain isn't made? I just must not be worthy of his attention. Because I'm open to it. If God, it's like, well, God spoke to me, or he hadn't spoken to me. I'm an open-minded guy. I don't have a problem believing that we were created by a conscious being. I don't particularly like this particular conscious being based on a number of things that have been attributed to him or it or whatever. But my mind is open. But don't act like the only reason God hasn't come to me is because I'm just not open to it. I am, but I'm going to demand some fucking proof. And it's not going to be faith. Sorry. So that's what
I it's funny because I Catholicism is attractive to me, not only because I grew up Catholic, but because it's the oldest sect of Christianity. So you're going to want to go back to the mega original. That's why it always bothers me when people make fun of like Mormons and they're like, oh, this is like 150 or 200-year-old religion. And I'm like, all the Protestant religions are only 500 years old. What are you talking about? Like Catholicism's 2,000 years old. So I like my mom was a big fan of going to Latin mass and stuff like that. That kind of stuff is, and when she was a kid and she went to Catholic school, it was only in Latin. But there's a lot of cool tradition and all that behind it. So anyway, let's keep moving.
I think it's cool.
Derek A415 says, thoughts on Mamdani? Do you guys line up with any of his views?
I think so. I do.
No, probably not. I really have no thoughts on him. I mean, I wanted him to win, and I was a little nervous that Cuomo was going to win because I just think it's best for him to win because I think it'll be good to run against that. But people seem to be happy with him. I think the most distressing thing is that it was like, there's a big delineation in the votes between Native Americans and foreigners and who voted for who. And I think that is relevant to the conversation, that like he would have lost easily if Native Americans were voting. But it's a mixture of both, obviously. And so you have what you have. But
Native Americans, you don't mean indigenous.
Not Native, not Indians. No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
But I don't give a shit about New York City, to be perfectly honest with you. So it is what it is. I mean, I want everyone to be happy and prosperous there, but that's not my New York. So, all right. Also, I think they're like, there's just so much fantasy with that stuff too. Like there's just so much money that is not accounted for should you want all the things that he wants to do, so it's pie in the sky, but whatever. Who cares? Commander Shepard wrote in and said, Jaffe, if Colin was running for president, would you vote for him?
I don't know. I would certainly take him seriously as a candidate, and I would listen to what he has to say, because I think his heart is very much in the right place. I don't know if I would need to know more about what his plans would be about. So, for example, America First. Okay, I would want to know, okay, let's walk that to its conclusion. What do we gain from that? But more importantly, or maybe as importantly, in the short term and long term, what do we lose from that? And let's actually track it outside of a soundbite and go, okay, so if we do pull all the construction, if we let businesses go out of business because the illegals aren't here anymore to do the construction work, what are the dominoes, and are we willing to live with that? And do we have systems in place that he's talking about putting in place that, as we're suffering through lack of real estate, lack of buildings, this, that, and the other, the people who need to be taken care of because of that, there's still a way to do that. And if he says, look, there's going to have to be some suffering, then I would want to make sure that that suffering is spread out on the table. And it's not just the middle and lower class that suffer because of it. It's also the corporations that got us into this position in the first place. So my answer is, it's not a long way of saying hell no. It's a long way of saying this is why politics are important, and it's important within reason to get as much data as you can before you vote. So if he had a solution to those problems, then I would say I would seriously consider it. Yeah.
Oh, I would run on a crazy populist platform.
Okay, so you would lie then?
No.
Well, you can.
I would tell people, I would say decades of free trade and unfettered immigration has undercut your wages, has crowded your schools, has made your medical care worse, has made your insurance more expensive, has made gas and goods and everything way more expensive. And so we're going to solve for that with American-centric hiring, the elimination of these massive swaths of foreign labor, I would be a protectionist, so I would try to get industrialization back. But I would run hardcore on domestic policies.
Right,
and I would
somebody says to you,
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to say, I get all that. But if somebody says, okay, well, if you're willing to watch certain corporations go out of business because of your American populist policies, whether that's a Lockheed Martin, which they wouldn't go out of business, but because you're not going to do no wars and things, how are you going to have a plan to deal with the consequences at an American level of joblessness? And are you going to also make sure the big corporations are not in a position to go, well, it doesn't bother us. It sucks for the middle guy, but Amazon's still going to be fine. Because right? Because that stuff's
I don't know how fine they would be either under me. I mean, there would be no H-1Bs. There would be none of that going on. So
so that's why I say I need more detail. But
yeah, I mean, the thing that someone needs to communicate is it's to do what's necessary is going to be extremely painful. It's not going to be
painful fairly, I think, is the issue people have.
Yeah, it's just that the more all these problems get put off, not only is the pain going to get worse, but your optionality of when you deal with it is going to be removed. It's the same thing with like Social Security or something. Like if we get to 2034, then Social Security just gets cut by 2/3, I believe, like automatically by law. So you either deal with the painful things now or you deal with them way worse later. And I would just say and we wouldn't have to worry about wars or anything like that, because I would just say we're not going anywhere. I promise you that. China can move on Taiwan, Israel and Palestine can have all their different things. It's not a problem. So that's I think that would be an appealing platform for many people.
It would be appealing, but I think most people wouldn't know to demand more specifics than that. Of course, it sounds appealing, but it's not like no one else has had the idea before. They probably had the idea, and when they trace it, it's kind of like what you were saying with Mondami. It's like your ideas are great, but you can't afford them, right? So how do you actually get those ideas to become real? I would want a candidate who has some of those ideas, but also has a plan to get it voted through and passed into law, and what happens when the negatives happen. And I would be really pissed if I voted for you and you did those things and I suffered and the middle class suffered and the poor suffered, but Elon Musk kept on Elon Musking. And I'm like, well, this isn't fair. Or Jeff Bezos kept on Jeff Bezoing. I mean, it's like, well, wait a minute. This sounds like bullshit to me, is what I would say.
I saw Painkiller in the chat saying you would let China take Taiwan. Yeah. What the fuck do you think we're going to do about it? You're going to go fight? The Marine Expeditionary Force is going to go land on Taiwan and fight the People's Liberation Army over Taiwan? Let's get real. Please.
Large Hog says Colin would be the first black president.
Yeah.
I think that was Clinton.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't, it's funny too, because people are like, oh, like you don't care about this or that. It's like, no, I have a preferred winner in every global conflict.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it's like, obviously I want Ukraine to win, of course. You know, I wanted a 2-state solution. I don't think that's really possible anymore. And then, like, so you have a winner and you don't want China to take Taiwan, but you have to ask yourselves, like, well, what does that have to do with us? And why would we
it does
send
have
our
a lot
people
to
to
do
die?
with us when it comes to the economy, right? Isn't the whole issue we care about Taiwan is less about democracy and more about their chips? And their ability
That's
to
why
make...
we're trying to offload them to Arizona. And I think that
Oh,
stuff
right,
is getting,
right. But
like,
it does have to do with us right now. That's the reason we've cared.
and
for
we've
so
armed the shit out of them. And I think that's great. They go into the porcupine kind of mentality. I think if they get attacked, like the idea is they know they're going to lose. The idea is to make it so punitive.
Yeah.
And so painful that you wouldn't, including, I believe, I mean, if you read some of the interesting stuff coming out of like what the war plans are, is like they're going to destroy those factories.
Yeah.
You know, like they're going to obliterate them to make sure that China doesn't take them. So, but no, I don't have any interest in any of that stuff. The only, as I said before, in a Monroe Doctrine view, the only interest I have would be in our own hemisphere. And there's not that much I'm really interested in our hemisphere. In fact, Mexico is probably the biggest problem in terms of the drug cartels. And I could see us helping that, but we would need them to sign off on that. You know, and that would be good for everyone, but they're not gonna do that.
I would probably vote for you just because I want Micah to be in charge of the Christmas decorations. I think they'd be all Nintendo-y.
Oh yeah.
8-bit and all that shit. I would be like, yeah, let's do that shit.
We're just gonna get one small tree and put it in the Oval Office. And by the way, I'm not leaving office either. I'm gonna become a dictator. So
it's like
just letting
Charlie
you know.
Brown tree. It's just sad, pathetic tree. It's all we can afford. All right.
And they'll make PlayStations in America.
That'll be great.
Be awesome. I get so upset. In fact, I think it was your, for lack of a better term, son-in-law, your producer I was having a conversation with.
Yeah.
Where he was saying on one of our chats, like, it's like, why do you care? Like, you don't want to make like pipes and screws and stuff. And I'm like, no, I want to make everything. Like,
well, you do, but
yeah,
you're going to get to be the president. Does the
like,
average American really want to fucking make
dude,
that
imagine America with all of our energy independence and a net exporter of all of this amazing stuff, employing American people and enriching American families and communities. Like, why do we poo-poo that as if that's impossible? Like, it would be so ideal. We're the biggest and most important market in the whole world. We should use it as leverage.
I think we poo-poo it because the cultural shift that would have to happen to get your average American to take his metal lunchbox and go to the factory to make widgets and pipes and things. I think a lot of Americans have been conditioned out of that, but maybe they could get back to it. I don't fucking know.
And I worry. I just worry about employment. Like,
yeah, I don't blame you.
It's frustrating to me because like none of this, like, I don't need these jobs. A lot of people do though. And I think they're worth fighting for on behalf of those people that don't have the power or the voice to say those things. And I feel for them. Because I think it's really difficult to watch your communities get hollowed out so that so that your companies here can create an idea, ship it overseas, and then they ship it back to you. And that's somehow cheaper than employing your own people.
Which president in the last 25 years, let's just say since Clinton, after Clinton, right? Because he was so much about world trade and free trade. Do you think has been the most protectionist at telling the corporations, if you want, you got to play ball with us and you've got to keep jobs here? Have any of them been good?
Trump has been the most vociferous about that, but like that's why I was saying we need much more hardcore version of Trump that means it.
I was going to say vociferous just means he's saying it, but it doesn't mean he's doing it, right?
Right, exactly. Like because he has no discipline and no consistency. Like that's what's so frustrating about the employment of some of his ideas that I think are good. It's just that like they're so inconsistent and wobbly that it makes it feel like you got to come in with a plan and stick to it, especially with tariffs. There needs to be like economic predictability, So
yeah,
it's a bummer, but I'll always fight for the blue collar of America. Like I grew up in a very fortunate and lucky situation where I had a good, solid middle-class upbringing. I went to college, I got a job, I did all these things. A lot of people don't have those opportunities, and it's easy to kind of like poo-poo them and say like, oh, who cares about these like more trivial factory or working class jobs. And it's like, well, those are the foundation of what made the American middle class. And that's why the American middle class is eroding, is because we don't have those anymore. And we let it happen to us because free trade was a complete lie. And we were sold. And that's the populist message if I was running president. Like, you people were sold out, dude. It's time for you to like kind of come to terms with that and do something about it, in my opinion.
Well, they
All
thought voting for Trump was that.
I thought it was too.
Yep.
You know, but he didn't mean it. And so I'm going to find a person that does.
I mean, everybody tried to tell people that. But I mean, the funny thing is somebody in the chat, well, hang on, somebody in the chat just said, spoiler, Trump doesn't give a fuck about regular Americans. That was why, to me, it was so ludicrous. That is why it was so crazy. It's like, the message is one thing, but this is a man who has never been a good old American shit-kicking dude who cares about the working class. He lives in a tower with gold toilets. This is not your everyman. The fact that he could sell that speaks volumes about how little, in the case of the Democrats, that they were doing to connect with anyone other than their base. Because if he was appealing and people were willing to overlook the fact that nothing in his history suggested he was someone who cared about you and your fucking family, and it was all just a grift, then the Democrats really shat the bed. And Bernie should have been the nominee, but we know that. And
yeah, Bernie would have been a much, I mean, that's the whole thing, is like, there's no world in which I'm ever going to regret my vote, because there's no universe in the most expansive example of string theory where I was going to vote for Kamala Harris. None.
Oh, I'm talking
Zero.
about Clinton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. But really, Sanders should have been the guy in 2022 and then would have been the incumbent.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, yeah, like, there's really nothing to regret. Made the only logical choice. I'm not going to vote for the infinite illegal immigration, infinite spending, you know, like, please. Regardless of like what the outcome was, we just need a much more serious person, and that's who I'm going to vote for next time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna respond to that. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, let's see. Trent Miller wrote in. Is that where we are, Dustin?
Yep.
So how are you, Dustin? Are you doing well?
I'm just fine.
What's going on in your world?
I'm just sitting here running the stream. What am I supposed to be tap dancing over here
this is it's like impossible to like have a
crashing
conversation.
out.
I'm trying to just talk to you, include you,
It's
ask how you're doing.
untenable.
Excuse me, I'm doing my job. I'm sorry.
Holy, I don't want.
I
don't think I'm the one that sounds.
Let's get AI to do it. At least AI will be respectful.
We can't displace Dustin.
I'm teasing Dustin.
I'm sorry.
Dustin,
I'm so sorry. How would you like me? How should I have responded?
Chat, let me just. All I was trying to do was say, like, how you doing? How's life? How you feel? Like, I'm just trying.
And I said good.
You know when Conan O'Brien and Jordan Schlansky would always get into it? That's what you guys remind me of. I don't know if you know that reference, but
wait, what is the reference?
Conan O'Brien, he had his producer Jordan.
Oh yeah, and he would always fuck with him.
Yeah.
That was when they were on TBS. Those videos were fun.
Yeah.
Jordan Schlansky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked those videos. Yeah, I liked the like him always on his scooter.
Oh,
and like, and I remember one
when he comes in late and Conan's waiting and he's just like, well, I had to prepare my body. So what do you mean you had to fucking prepare your body? Yeah, it was great. Fucking great.
Sorry for asking how you're doing, Dustin. Commander Shepard wrote in and said, Jaffe, if Colin, oh no, that's the last one we wrote. Trent Miller, start of the funds for the Moriarty 28 campaign. Still got my bumper sticker from 24 on my car. I'm sure we'll do something new. And maybe it'll be Moriarty Jaffe at that point.
Yeah, I got the ray gun Moriarty one somewhere back on the wall there.
Caffeinated DC wrote in 200 Imperial credits. Says, metaphor murals make me ponder dev's artistry. Same vibe as inspecting Wukong objects. If unregulated Gen AI makes 30 to 60% of unique assets, would that reduce value of a game for you? A question for the three of you. Obviously, Dustin's answer, or Jaffe's answer is no.
No.
We don't want to ask Dustin any questions. My answer to that is yes. But again, it's in the eye of the beholder. A lot of people don't care.
Yep.
And I think that's the thing you're going to have to deal with too. It's like organic food. Organic food, there's a lot of people just don't give a shit. It's like whatever you do, or like fair. I really am. I I'm becoming I've always been disgusted by it, but increasingly disgusted by factory farming. Like, I don't like it. Like, I really don't understand why. I understand why it's legal, because meat is like really cheap in the United States, but it's inhumane and wrong to treat animals like that. I don't think it's inhumane to farm them and kill them for food. I think it's inhumane to like leave them in cages where they can't turn around, or they're like in there.
Absolutely horrible.
It's awful, especially for animals that obviously have real intelligence, like pigs and cows.
And chickens, frankly, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, chickens. Yeah, I feel bad for chickens too. Not as much, to be honest. But like most people don't give a shit. You know, like it's like whatever the pork is cheapest, whatever the bacon is cheapest, whatever. But to me, I'm like,
give a shit. I just don't think most people have the bandwidth. I think if you sit them down and show them, they'll be like, yeah, I feel terrible, but what am I going to do? Not feed my, I mean, it's, you know, it's a real problem, but the luxury of caring isn't affordable to a lot of people. I mean,
yeah, that's 100% true. It used to be 100 years ago, so it's even more than that. It's probably 120 years ago now, because it was when I was in college. This used to be discussed, is that American households would spend between 33 and 50% of their income on food, which is what, like, can you imagine that? And at that point it was below 10%, and it's almost certainly still below 10% today. So, and that was in 2005, 6, 7. So it's like, yeah, we've come a long way.
What do you spend per week on groceries?
I don't really know. Micah does most of the shopping. I would say probably a couple $100 or something, and it's probably mostly meat, you know, and vegetables and stuff like that. We go out to eat less than ever just because we're lazy.
Yeah.
We used to go out once a week. We go out probably once a month now, and we order in probably once a month, maybe. Yeah. Michael loves to cook. She loves, especially this time of year, grilling and smoking. So she's been out there 3 days in a row just doing she loves it, like, authentically. I'm such a huge beneficiary of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we spend, you know, quite a bit of money, but not very much. I don't spend much money on fucking anything.
We're about 300, but I have more people here, so yeah, I spend about 300 a week.
Oh, Micah says 130 a week in the chat, so there you go.
Does Micah? Let me ask you a question, because I know you guys both game a lot, and when I was married, you know, and I know a lot of married people, usually men, but not only, are like, my spouse says I game too much. Right. But you guys are always gaming. Has it ever been a bone of contention in your relationship?
No, I don't think so. Micah can speak for herself.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we game together. Like, we don't usually play the same games together, but we play in this, like, I'll play on TV and she'll play on her Switch, or I'll be on my Portal and she'll be on the TV, or I'll just be doing something else and she'll be playing. She usually plays during the day. I play more at night.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's in my opinion, and did she respond? Not yet. There's in my opinion, quite a bit of harmony in the way we, like, I've never been with a woman that, like, really gave me a hard time about it, though. I know people have, because I play a lot of games, and I think the people I've been with have understood that that's part of my, kind of a necessity for me to do that. So no one's ever really given me a hard time, but she's the only person I've ever dated that is a gamer, you know? And we play different games and do different things and have different, she says here, like, I enjoy us each having our own hobbies and interests. Yeah. Like, I like being outside and gardening and being on the lawn and doing all these kinds of things. And she likes grilling, and she likes, you know, doing some of her arts and crafts stuff. And I like to read and write and do, you know, so we have our own stuff, but yeah, gaming. Excuse me. I just sneeze. No problems there. Quite a lot of,
yeah. If somebody said, I wish, in the chat, somebody says, I wish I married somebody who plays games. That's MC squared. If I ever get married again, they will have to be a much bigger geek than my first wife, because I want somebody who gets it, you know. And
do you want to get married again?
No, but you never know.
Do you want to date, or do you date, or?
Yeah. Like, part of it is, I was talking about this on Locale Crypt, because there have been pleasantly a number of women who have reached out to me from being on those shows. I guess a lot of women watch those shows, which
that's great.
I don't understand. And so, and some of them, you know, they've sent me pictures and stuff. I'm like, holy shit, she's really cute. And there's this one woman, but she's like 30 minutes away. And the way I explained it is, and I don't know how much of it is on being on Zoloft, because Zoloft hasn't killed my sex drive, but it's definitely made it not as important as it used to be. And so I'm very comfortable. And the idea of going into relationship processes and dates and all this shit, 99% of the time, I'd rather just not bother with it. but I'm sure there will come a point where that will be important. But I don't think marriage matters to me. If she wants to get married, sure, but it's not something that I care about. My daughter just got engaged last week.
Oh,
And
congratulations.
well, sure. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I appreciate that. Thank you. But my whole take on marriage even is they're nice to each other. Tech's a good guy to her. They compliment each other. I don't give a shit about marriage. So I'm happy for them because it's what they want.
Mhm.
But like fundamentally as an institution, I'm just like, okay. Because
Yeah.
people get divorced, they stay married, they don't stay married, they stay married, they're not happy. We're all on a ride, have fun with the ride, go out and have an adventure. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
But I'm happy for them.
marriage is an ideal, and like I think, Mike and I have talked about this, and I've talked about this publicly. Is like I was with a girl a long time ago when I was still at IGN, like where we were talking about maybe getting married and stuff, but like I'd never wanted, like I was like, I gotta get, like in my mind, I'm like, and I feel bad about it now, and it wasn't really cognizant or conscious, but it's like I gotta get out of this. Like I can't do this. This can't be like this can't be the end for me.
Yes.
And it took me a few years, but I did get out of that relationship, and she didn't do anything wrong. We were just not, she was a perfectly fine person. It's just, we were just not compatible in a lot of ways. But Mike, and I don't say this because she's my wife and all of this, and like
my wife,
but she, I never dated anyone like her where I felt like I did about someone like I do about her. And that to me opened my eyes.
great.
And I was in my mid 30s when I met her, so
Yeah.
it's like that, but that opened my eyes. I was like, oh, like there is a life where you get married. There is a life where you actually have a person and like you're secure and you find the right thing.
I saw your tweet about your dog, and you were like, this all happened back to back to back, right?
Yeah, it was an amazing spring into summer. Yeah, very memorable.
That's cool because it was dog, and then you met your wife.
Yep. Yeah, I bought my house. Like I got the dog, bought my house, and met Micah like within a few months. And
whoever's controlling your sim was having a good day. It's like, let's be nice to him.
Right, exactly. I was in a really bad way. I was also extremely heavily medicated at that time, which I think made it even more tenable because I think I was even in a worse shape than that. I also think just everything that happened with Kind of Funny, I never went through any of that in the moment because I never really had time to do it. Like I never really had I had to like rely entirely on myself. I was just working to the bone and trying to get things going, and it worked. And then so I think when I knew things worked and I had no pressure anymore, so I like moved in with my mom in the beginning of 2020 while I was waiting for my house to be built, and she cooked every night, and like I had no rent, and I was just making the money that I was making, so I was able to kind of save, and then I think I just felt not safe, but like still.
Yeah.
And then all of the things that I was running and ahead of caught up with me. And it wasn't even mostly the Kind of Funny stuff, but I think that I was dealing with that as well. So I think it was just constantly moving and then finally staying still, but the movement behind me never stopped. And so it finally collided with me.
Sure.
And I was in bad shape. Like I still kept going and doing the shows and everything, but I was in bad shape in early 2020. And thank God for my mom and like just taking care of me. And it's like it was interesting. It's like even just like, my mom is now in her mid 70s, but she was in her late 60s when this was going on. And I was, even just like sitting with her on the couch and like crying, to my mom, who's like in her late 60s, and I'm like 35. And it felt very primal and old, like very, because I had been gone for so long. I obviously saw people every once in a while, but I was gone.
Right.
Like I was on the other, everyone else was together and I was gone for everything. So I think I just never had the space to even be so emotional, but also checking my reality and being like, you are so lucky. You are so fortunate. You've worked so hard. Don't blow it by being too much in your head or whatever. Like you have it made. You need to get past this emotionality. And I did.
And in that, after that, you got the house and the dog and you met Micah.
Yeah. Like,
That's
right.
awesome.
So like, I wish I remembered who sent it. Like, I don't even know. And if you're the person out there that did, you should reach out to me. But I guess I was saying on the shows that I was looking for dogs, and Boston Terriers are fairly, my ex had a Boston Terrier that I fell in love with, Lola, who passed away recently. And I was so sad. I was like devastated when I heard it. But I always liked dogs. They were fine. I just never had them. My parents didn't really want pets around, but we had cats, and it was like, that was cool.
Yeah.
But I fell in love with this dog, and I was like, dogs are great. I love dogs. And I knew I wanted my own Boston Terrier. But they're a fairly rare breed, comparable to a lot of other breeds. And you have to find, they're very rare to rescue, and you have to find a breeder or whatever. And I couldn't find anything. And then someone reached out to me and was like, dude, there's this dude and there's these people in North Carolina that have Bostons. And it's where we ended up getting both Rush and later Treble. And I'm so thankful for that message. And I reached out, and what I remember is that I talked to the woman, and Rush was the last dog they had. I actually wanted a girl. And I'm so thankful I got Rush. Like, he's the best. But I remember being so scared because he was like 4 weeks, I think. And we had to wait till, I think it's 7 weeks, 3 days or something is like the law.
Oh, right. Before you can, yeah.
Right. And so I was like, I want him as soon as possible. And it was like, I think I paid like $1,200 for him or something like that from the breeder. And I was so like, it felt so good, and I felt like things were happening, and like I was finally getting something good, and I was so afraid the rug was going to be pulled out from under me. I remember that so vividly. Like, days would crawl, and I'd be like, I was always afraid like she was going to call and be like, oh, like or it just wasn't real, and then going and getting him, and he changed my life. I mean, Rush is like, I'm sad that he's 6. Like
how long do terriers tend to live?
It's like 12 to 14 years, I think, is like a pretty.
It's pretty good.
But it's like, and then I ended up, the house I'm in now, I ended up buying this house, I think a couple weeks later, and it was in a brand new neighborhood. Most of the houses weren't done yet. And it was the third house I looked at, and my realtor was like, this is the easiest house I ever sold. He's a friend of the family, because I was like, there's just too much choices.
Yeah.
It's like, this is great. This is great. We'll just stop here. This is perfect. Bought the house, and then I met Micah through an episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, and then we started dating that fall. So everything came together in 2020, ironically, during this entirely horrible COVID period.
That's because I know, because I sent you a copy of the book, The Secret, and you read it and you put it in practice.
Yes, that's right.
That's what it was.
That's right.
I will say, I'm glad when you wrote me the email this week and you're like, yeah, some people don't like you, Jaffe, but here's some people that do. And your mom was on the list. Because I love your mom. I've only met her once in real life, but she's so delightful.
Yeah, she's wonderful.
And,
my mom's
I engage with her from very rarely on Twitter. And I'm like, okay, good. As long as Colin's mom doesn't
to put things in the context of what Jaffe's talking about, is that I guess I said on a recent, I guess it was on Sacred, that like some people, and it's not really some, I don't know, it's not like I don't even know that many people, but not everyone loves Jaffe in my life, like in my creative life, which I assume is the same for me, for others. It is. Yeah. Like with Gene especially, I know he gets a lot of issues. But I was telling, and you were conscious, and I was like, I actually said to Micah, I was like, I feel bad, like I don't want to make it. I shouldn't have said that. But then Jaffe,
I didn't mind you said it, but I was bothered because I do want my shit to be successful, and I'm like, shit, do I push people away? But what are you gonna do?
Well, you had said, you had said, like, I hope it's not the people, and I was like, no, like, Dustin loves you, Michael loves you, my mom loves you, Dagan loves you, like people in my orbit. It's not even them. But then you would ask, like, well, what should I do? And I'm like, you got to be yourself. Yeah. Like, you've come this far, and not only in your career as a designer and a developer and a director, but as a creator, for being who you are, you have to lean into it. It's the thing that I have realized about myself too, is I'm simply not going to please everyone, and also understand that by virtue of my very existence, there are just going to be people that are not pleased about anything, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. I'm laughing because somebody in the chat wrote, Dustin, fact check on that. Dustin can confirm. There are, and I didn't ask you to, and I wouldn't want you to, but there are definitely some people within the Last Stand orbit that I would say, it's probably that guy, which is totally fine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna name.
I wouldn't, but there are the ones that I care about liking me. Like I would be very disappointed if Gene didn't like me, but I know Gene likes me because he came on last night. I don't know Cog very well, but I would be bummed if Cog didn't like me because I like Cog a great deal, But do I care if Brad doesn't like me? No, not really.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it because I don't want to call anyone up.
Oh, I know. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying that there are some that I would care more than others. But I was happy to see Dustin's on the list, but Dustin's like, motherfucker, I will kill you the minute I get the chance.
Yeah, he's not talking. I think he's just, Dustin, are you there?
He's shut down.
I'm here.
He's plugged in. He's plugged in.
Okay, there you are. Good.
He's writing code for Facebook.
All right. Where are we? We're on Pedro Garcia, Dustin?
Yep.
So I just wanted to say that I really like EA during the PS3 era. Right now,
I
playing
don't hate Brad. I'm saying Brad probably
Oh.
doesn't like me. I said I can live with that. Is what
Brad
I said.
has-
Shut up.
Brad loves everyone.
I'm
Brad's
not
like one of the
even
most
Brad.
easy, most amenable people. He says, right now I'm playing all the Dead Space games, mainly focused on Dead Space 3 and Army of 2. Also love Mass Effect 2 and 3 were awesome. EA was in a good pocket with the PS3 era. And dude, Army of 2, especially the first one, I think is a really underrated game, actually. That's a really great game. I really liked Army of 2 a lot. I played it by myself, of course, which is not the way you're supposed to play it. But,
You know who really liked that game was Jeff Gertzman.
oh, really? Oh, yeah. Was that the one he got in trouble for?
Or maybe it was Army of 2, the first
No,
one.
no,
I don't
no. It
know.
was like Kanan Lynch.
Kanan
Square-
Lynch.
Square
Sorry,
Enix.
that's the one. That's the one. Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, you're right though, Pedro. EA was in a great pocket. The Mass Effect trilogy is awesome. Dead Space 1 is obviously the pinnacle of it. Dead Space 2 I think is good too. Dead Space 3 I never even beat. And then yeah, Army of 2. If Chris was here, he would talk highly of the Saboteur, which is an EA game that he loved in that era as well.
What was the one they put out from Insomniac that kind of came and went?
Fuse,
yeah.
which was originally Overwatch, or not Overwatch, Overstrike, which was a much better name. And that was before Overwatch. Mr. K wrote in and said, 1-2 Colin, you know that America first doesn't equal America only. You're smart enough to know that we can't maintain our position as top superpower if we retreat from global issues. I don't care about being the global superpower. I know that comes with some benefits to us. I think it comes with a much more expense. I want us to focus on ourselves, and then we focus on the stars. Mr. K, thank you for writing in. Oh, and 2-2. So he has another one. We're very capable of doing multiple things at once. Don't assume that our global policy is why domestic issues are bad. I think we're barely able to do one thing at a time. Seems like we do the only things we do are make things worse. So no, I want us off the international. I mean, by the way, being off the international stage doesn't mean we're not insanely powerful and can do whatever we want. That I want us to maintain that posture forever. The best defense. What is it? The best defense is a good offense.
Is yet to come. Wasn't that lady on the Trump thing? What was that weird fucking lady?
The best is yet to come.
She was like one of these really strange brunette Barbie ladies. I don't know if she was like a wife of one of the kids, but
Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Yeah,
she's married to Eric Trump, I think.
Yeah, it was very bizarre when she said that. It's like, what the fuck, lady? Anyway.
Yeah, she is a weird looking chick.
No.
Like too much. She's pretty, but like too much.
Yep.
Too much surgery, too much makeup. All right. Mark Ring wrote in and said, DLSS 5 doesn't enhance the art, it changes the art style. My fear is someone can make a visually low-end game and let DLSS 5 be the art interpreter now. I mean, I agree with you.
Sweet. What's wrong with that? You make a low-end game, but it's a good game. Take the game peak. Great game. You run it through DLSS 5, you get like maybe 5,000 or 50,000 or 100,000 more people buying it because they care about graphics. The game's the same. I'm down with that. Repo or whatever.
Repo. Where? Oh, I lost it. Here we go. I'm sorry. Lena Mikulek, spending more money. Thank you. Says, how many MAGA cocks for Jaffe to leave woke tardism?
I don't even know what that MAGA.
Yeah, me neither.
Did he
how many MAGA
cocks?
MAGA cocks
like
for
penises?
Jaffe to leave woke tardism?
Like penis cock.
Like COCKS. I don't know if he means maybe he
you
means
say
chickens.
that like I would value like, oh, I like MAGA cocks, but wow, you're going to give me 20?
Yeah, it's
I'll
too
leave
many.
my political ideology.
It's too many MAGA cocks.
I wouldn't want a cock to begin with, let alone a MAGA cock.
Yeah.
So maybe what you mean is if a bunch of MAGA cocks, like an ancient Greece army phalanx was coming at me, and in order to protect myself, I would have to leave my progressive mindset. That's a better use of your money to get a super chat read. But you fucked up.
Yeah, you spent money on this, unfortunately.
You sent money and you poorly expressed your ideas. You should have run it through ChatGPT first.
Yeah, for you, that's a good idea, I think. Mako Mike wrote in and said, Jaffe.
Colin, you missed one before from Mark Lee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark Lee wrote in. Thank you. Said, love these conversations. Always something I look forward to. Wishlisted Saint Slayer on PS5. Roll on April. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, wishlist now on PSN. You can wishlist on Steam. Switch 1 and Xbox One and Series X and S are coming. No Switch 2 version because we don't have a Switch 2 dev kit, but I assume we'll port it when the time comes. All right. Thank you for that, Dustin. Mako Mike, we're back to. He said, Jaffe, live service games failing for being generic looking. Maybe it's time for Drawn to Death. So Drawn to Death. The OG deserved better, and IGN sucked for the review.
They did, and I appreciate that, and I hate that reviewer, and I've had words with him since, and he's a piece of shit, in my opinion. I don't know. He was some freelancer. And I caught up with him on Twitter about 2 years ago, and he's like, yeah, no, I just fucking don't like you, and I don't care. And he's out. He's like, I hated being a video game critic. I hated the space. It was stupid. And yeah, I don't give a shit, LOL. And I'm like, okay, well, that's good to know that, you know. And that tells you all you need to know about IGN paying for reviews, because if they got paid by Sony, this was one of their big games, and they spent a lot of money on it. And trust me, if they paid for reviews, we would have paid for that review. But
he's Minecraft's PR guy.
He's the what?
He's Minecraft's PR person. No.
Oh, he can go suck his own fucking mother's dick.
If it's the same person with the same name, which I assume it is.
Could be.
I mean, it's not a common name. It's a common first name, but not a common last name.
He can go fuck himself.
Fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't there at the time, so I can't speak to that.
No, I was bummed. I mean, obviously you had bigger fish to fry, but I was meant to come out Tuesday to be on Kind of Funny to talk about the game.
Sorry.
And that was the same like week. It's like, yeah, shit's going down here. We're gonna have to reschedule that. And obviously it never happened. So
well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry I messed it up.
Yeah.
Might have saved the game.
Sure.
Pair of Shoes wrote in and said, honestly, I felt like DLSS 5 Grace looked like Amber Heard. One more reason to dislike it. She kind of looked like an Amber Heard.
Have you seen the new Baywatch?
I don't know enough about who the bad guy and the good guy is in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing. Like, I know there's a lot of information. I just don't know all of it. So I have no opinions on that. All right. Commander Shepard wrote in and said, Colin, what irritates you more, lazy people, illiterate people, or liberal white women? It's hard to say. Really hard to say. I think they all bother me for equally and for very distinct reasons, I would say. Let's put it that way. J.S. Dylan Schneider, $100 super chat, completely unnecessary.
Oh, yeah,
but
he's
very,
money
very,
bags. He's
very,
always supporting the shows. Thank you, bud.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Pizza for the hosts and Dusty. Sorry if this doesn't cover the whole amount. Much lovish, homies.
Thanks, bud.
Dustin. You should have been nicer to me earlier in the show because now you're not getting any pizza. Sorry to say.
Okay. That's the difference there for that.
Vesmolo wrote, I don't like not being able to see you. It bothers me.
Oh, I love it.
Vesmolo wrote in and said, goal seems to be replace workers with foreign labor, then replace them with AI agents eventually. You get a nice compliant society as a result. Yeah. It seems like that's what's happening. I don't think
your society becomes compliant if you don't take care of them. If you replace them all, they're going to revolt and you'll be dead pretty soon. So they better have a back pocket plan, because it ain't just replace them. Who's going to buy the shit? Who's going to have the money to buy their shit?
That is a very common and I think incredibly logical place to start, which is if everyone's unemployed, then no one has money. But then you have UBI, I assume, which means that inflation is going to be fucking going nuts. Money printer go burr. And then everything becomes really expensive. Look what happened to the economy when we had like the little bit of UBI during COVID. Like, look what happened to the inflation when we did that. It's going to be so bad. Oh my God, dude, it's going to be so fucking bad. I can't believe anyone even brings that up as an idea after that. Like, to me, that was the end of UBI. Where I was like, well, there you go. I mean, that was like basically the most limited UBI possible.
I mean, that's
and it drove inflation
without any of the infrastructure around it to prevent the inflation. I mean, if you just do it without any other support systems around the concept, sure. But I don't think anyone's serious about UBI that thinks all you got to do is just print a bunch of money and give it out. I think it's got to come with some systemic changes. What they are, I don't know. But
me neither. Brian Burley wrote in and said, many drama queens online about DLSS 5. It's a huge leap. I guess I'm one of the drama queens. I can accept that. I'm not offended by that. J.S. Dylan Schneider says, again, F off Jaffe, play Lovish, you coward. He did play it. He just didn't beat it.
I played it. I played for about 20, 30 minutes and I liked it. But again, it was a little too super Meat Boy for me. Or there was a game Christian Phillips published when he went to the company he moved to. I forget what it was called, but it's like you started.
Oh, the Pixel game.
What's that?
It's the retro Pixel game that he did.
Yeah.
I remember that game.
And you started as an old console and you went up through the generations. I'm not I don't have the patience. Like it's a momentum killer for me, is that you get past one screen and now it's back to a challenge. And now it's back to it. You know, my brain just doesn't do well with that. Like I'm reading a book right now that I'm loving, but now it went from where they were to a flashback, and it's taken me like 2 weeks to pick the book back up.
Yeah,
not because I don't love it, because I'm like, but there was momentum, and now I got to fucking totally change gears. So,
well, we appreciate the write-in. J.S. Stillensteiner again, very generous.
Yeah.
Boots wrote in with $100 super chat. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Very unnecessary and appreciated. For the
but
drinks
it's
to go
very
with
necessary over on my channel. So
Yeah.
come on over there.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it. You spend. I mean, I love money. I just don't want people to feel like this is like what you need to do to get attention either. I appreciate it though. Thank you for that. For the drinks to go with the pizza, Boots, very, very generous. We can buy a whole Pepsi factory with $100.
There you go. Pepsi,
Daxter L. Miller wrote in and said, if you hired me to make you characters for a game and I paid someone else to make it instead, it's like, why did you even hire me? Hire the other guy, aka AI. There is something to that as well, I guess. Although I guess there are people, Dagan tells me this, is that there are people that are really good at prompting AI.
Well, not just that, but if I know you and I don't know the person you hired to do, I don't care how you get the work done. Although the one caveat to that is I used to have an assistant, and the biggest thing she ever really did for me was go out and buy my groceries. And then one day she made the biggest mistake of telling me it was Thanksgiving. And she says, oh, you know what? It was so crowded. I just ordered the groceries online and they delivered them to me. And I just sat in my car for 2 hours. And the next week, a week after, she didn't have a job. I'm like, well, I can do that. And so I just started ordering my groceries online, and I don't need an assistant anymore.
It's so funny.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to find that old Christian Phillips game too, because it is good.
It is good.
Really good. I played it in 2018, I think.
Yeah. I do recommend it. It's
Super Life of Pixel.
Yes. Very clever idea.
Yeah. It's a really cool game.
I think, on like an old 4-bit Zenith console from Europe. And as you work your way up, the styles go from that to NES, Super NES. I don't know if they get up to the 32-bit. They might.
Yeah, they get, I think, I'm looking at the trophies. I never beat it. It gets to Saturn, I think, and some other stuff.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so it gets a little further. But yeah, that's a really cool game. I really like that game. I felt like I was one of the only people that ever talked about it, but I was very good on Vita. One Pump Man wrote in and said, hold the fuck up. People don't mind product placements in RE9, but not Intergalactic. Hypocrites. If you think anyone's going to treat Intergalactic fairly, I have another I'll have a bridge to sell you, as they say.
But yeah, and I don't mind it. But to be fair, though, it is in the game context of RE9, like Colin said, he didn't even notice it at first. It's subtle enough that it doesn't feel like, when you notice it, it's cool, but it doesn't get in the way. I think Intergalactic's trailer intentionally, in order to maybe establish their world, is, like they said, I think it's kind of like the 80s, but it branched off in a different direction. Those products, I think, were in your face more in order to sort of plant that conceptual flag of the world building. And so it was on the nose, but I don't think that was done poorly. I think it was done intentionally, and people just maybe didn't get what they were going for.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Intergalactic revealed again, just to see how it's treated and what it looks like and all the rest. Jodo Mac wrote in and said, thoughts on devs using AI to create content more quickly for live service games. I mean, that seems to be a reasonable use case, but that's a trap in and of itself too. Just more and more and more and more content. I don't know, man. I don't want it used on any of this shit, to be perfectly honest, but it's a losing battle, as we know. Honcho Reckless wrote in and said, I recently got the Crisis Core plat. My save is 70 hours, but PlayStation only tracked to 33 hours. Knowing you're a trophy guy, are you also conscious of your time played, and would this make you upset? I know it upsets me. I saw this recently, that there is a problem with the timing on PSN. I don't know what that's all about. It's been wrong though many times in the past. My most played games on PSN by hours is The Witcher 3, which I never beat, Far Cry 4, and something else. Doesn't even make any sense. It's like these are not the games I played the most, so I wouldn't look too much into that. In-game timers are a big pet peeve of mine, which people know, and I like to keep those as accurate as possible. Liam F777 wrote in and said, I disagree with Jaffe, but appreciate his consistency. If we are just atoms bouncing into other atoms, why not use AI? That is
Jaffe's point of view ultimately. And,
Yeah.
it's a reasonable one, very philosophical. Flow Forever wrote in and said, yes, AI currently has limits, but its promise is that one day it won't. Mona Lisa is great because it was created despite the limitations of 16th century Italy. Limits force you to think outside the box. I like the way you think there. I love looking at Baroque and like early Renaissance art because it is so funny how they finally figured it out. Like things weren't very good during the illuminated manuscripts era and like the icon era and all of the rest. Like nothing looked right. You and I have made fun of in the past, like, and Mike and I make fun of it, like the cats that have human faces. Like
Oh,
they didn't know
yeah,
how to
yeah,
make like
those
cat
are
faces.
great.
Like they didn't
Yeah.
know it. And then suddenly like there were people that figured it out.
Yeah.
And it is cool. And it happens in like the 1300s. Like where like things start like getting pretty sophisticated. And then by the 1500s, it's on, you know, these guys like know exactly what they're doing. It's really, really interesting. You know who Mike and I have been watching recently? We watch a lot of Bob Ross on YouTube, but
Oh, yeah.
Bill Alexander has been coming up recently. Do you remember Bill Alexander? He was like the progenitor of Bob Ross. He was like this German guy. You could barely understand him. He was actually in the Wehrmacht in World War II, but he had a painting show in the 70s and early 80s, and he actually taught Bob Ross.
Oh, okay.
And his shit's been coming up recently, and it's so interesting, like how good these guys are with just a blade and a small brush. It's incredible. Perfect Image wrote in and said, "There's stuff going on in Haiti to that elites TKE." Dustin, translate.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong in thinking that this is crazy. You're not crazy.
Okay.
The translation. You're gonna have to ask another AI for that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it. BMC 432 wrote in and said, "Colin, 50 pounds for 250 characters is outrageous. Do you care more about money or no? Can I get more characters for 10 pounds or less? Want to have a cohesive comment. What do you mean?"
The super chats, but 50
Oh.
pounds is 50 American dollars esque.
50 pounds is more like 75 American dollars. I think 70.
Okay, well, it's not that. In America, if you want a 250 line thing on super chats, it's $2, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
You don't.
I don't
We
set
can't
the
control
prices.
that.
Yeah, I
We have
don't
no
know.
control.
Yeah, you got to take that up with YouTube.
Sorry. You have to write in wingdings.
Mhm.
User KK for whatever. Why is Dustin so sad today? Is Dustin okay?
Nope, not sad at all.
Czar98 wrote in and said, "Any chance you could have Jeff Gerstmann on a show? He is the best to ever do it in the games press, I think, besides you folks. LOL. And his insight is worth its weight in gold. I'd love to see it. I don't know that Jeff really likes me. I've never really interacted with him very much. So
I always got the sense he didn't like me either, but somebody told me he doesn't have any problem with me, but I always got that sense too.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't really even know how he comes off because I really am not very familiar with his audio and video stuff. I know him as a writer because he was a writer for many, many years when I was a kid. I would love to have him on, but I don't think he would want to come on. I just get that feeling that those guys don't like me very much. But I think it would be a very fruitful conversation because I was early in my full-time career at IGN when he got fired by GameSpot. And I remember that was the GameSpot thing over, you brought it up earlier, Kane and Lynch, is crazy. And don't you wonder like how that would have gone down today for all people involved? Like that was a really wild thing that actually did happen. And
I probably don't have enough fuel in the tank to dive into the Digital Foundry thing that happened this week, but we can talk about that. Yeah, we can say that for another time, whatever. Yeah, I mean, but there was a similarity there, I think, in the sense of sort of expectation of what these game journalists were supposed to bring to the audience and what with Gertzman, I think there was a lot of support because he was like, I'm not going to compromise. Digital Foundry, I still don't really fully understand. Like, I'm surprised they haven't walked it back when they basically put out a thing and said we should have waited to see what the audience and
that was
press.
bad, man. That was bad.
And I'm like, but part of me is like, okay, I don't think they meant to say what it sounds like they're saying. Like, are you sure that's what you meant to say? But they haven't walked it back. So maybe, and in that case, I don't think it's going to hit their bottom line, but maybe it will. I don't fucking know.
They have people like worship them for some reason. It's.
Well, for some reason, that's what I'm saying, because they tell you what you want to hear. That's the trick now.
it's just funny because I'm so confused by not only that they said that, because I don't watch their content. So I was saying this on Sacred. It's like, I saw that because they clipped that out themselves and circulated it. And that's like in a 2-minute video or a minute 30. They say that. And I remember being like, and we talked about it deeply on Sacred, but I'm like, what? Like, that's part of the fear. I've said it many, many, many times. My audience knows the game of embargoes. It's scary. Like, you don't know what everyone else is going to do. And if you're at the embargo, you have no time. No, it shouldn't. But it is scary. Like, when you're, especially in reviews, when you're giving a review score and you're like, I don't know, man, I could be like totally off the fucking reservation on this. And sometimes you are, but that's the way it goes. And so, like, if they had an authentic excitement about DLSS 5, they should have just stood by that. And they did have an authentic excitement about it. So when I saw them not only say that, but, and that, it wasn't someone clipping them out, they clipped themselves saying that. And I'm like, whoa, like, that to me is the last thing I care about, no offense, is what anyone else thinks about anything that I'm covering. Like, it's interesting after the fact. How does it sync up? What did this person think? But you got to go out in the blindness. That's one of the great things about embargoes, is that, like, everyone's working in a vacuum. Now, the vacuum's not as sealed as you think. People are talking behind the scenes on a constant basis. There used to be entire Facebook groups of people with embargoed games talking about them. But and like, if they got stuck or lost, that kind of thing. But anyway, I just think it's, in terms of Jeff, he's very welcome on the show, but I don't think he would come on.
But that thing did really make me think. I mean, and that, like I said, when I wrote you, because, you know, I've been, you know, I'm always trying to make my shit more popular, but still maintain what I consider to be a sense of integrity, genuineness, truth. And I am it becomes every day, it becomes so much more obvious to me that, and the Digital Foundry thing, I think, put a real point on it, is just tell people what they want to hear. Tell people what they already think, and just watch the fucking money roll in, man. And I just don't, and I'm not giving myself a backwards compliment like, oh, what's your biggest weakness? Well, I work too hard. I don't mean that, but I don't think I could do the job if that's what I was doing. But I think I've been disappointed in the lack of, I'm not saying a lot of people don't appreciate, a lot of people do, but I've made more enemies by just not being a dick, but just saying, I just don't agree with you. Like, you and I can have an AI conversation and we're fine. We just disagree. But there are people that need me, and it's not bad. That's what they want, their entertainment to be on the internet. They just want to come home after a hard day and have somebody say things that they already agree with and they feel good. And that's a valid desire, you know, but it sucks that my own lack of business skill won't let me be that, because I think it's an important part of the job. I think Digital Foundry, for that very reason, is like probably going, we'd rather have egg on our face and openly admit that we can't fully be trusted, because most people just want to hear what they already believe. And maybe that's the gamble they took. And
yeah, I mean, I don't get it. Like, my opinions diverge with the audiences so much that it could only be as a product of me being honest, you know, if that makes any sense, which I take seriously, and I stand by the things that I say.
But but you also happen to have taste that probably runs parallel with a lot of the audience.
Sometimes not. I mean, I think a common thing with some of our audience is that people think I have bad taste. Like, the games I like are mediocre, but I just love video games of all shapes, sizes, types, you know. Anyway, Mike and Cammy wrote in and said, AI coming for everybody. I'm a geologist. I am working with OpenAI as a trainer on a project dubbed Horizon and a side gig. Every profession worth a shit is included, from Wall Street to astrophysics. I mean, I know. Except for me, I'll be fine, because I'm just going to sit here talking into this microphone to a bunch of AI people that are probably not even real at some point. This is good wrote in and said, come on, man. Phrase is from Monday Night Football NFL joke, FYI. I don't know what that's a reference to. Dustin, what is that a reference?
Doesn't Dustin always do come on, man?
Yeah, but
doesn't Dustin
first of all, I know
always
the reference
they're
talking about. That's a whole segment that they do. I watch football, obviously, but that's not the come on, man, that
that Dustin I think is referencing.
No, I'm
He's referencing
referencing
when he comes on Min.
Right. That's what his favorite
Right.
thing is.
No, I'm referencing my friend Brandon, and I asked him once why he started to say that, and he said he didn't know. So he is not an NFL fan, though, so it's probably not from that.
Does Brandon struggle to be friends with you because you're so angry all the time?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
No, you started it. I was totally going.
No, you're right. I didn't mean to start it though, because I was really authentically trying to bring Dustin into the conversation.
I know, but people again, don't come at me. I did it because you made it acceptable.
Because I feel bad that I want to talk to him.
Well, I'm just doing like if someone's like really intensely doing their job and they're like, well, how are you really doing? It's like,
I understand.
Here.
I didn't mean to surprise you.
I'm trying to make the stream as good as possible for both of you. And it's Moriarty cross Jaffe. It's not my show. So
yeah, well,
I'm here to support you guys.
Moving on.
Catch 'em all.
Two more. Tuffy J10 says, Kyle, I think you're greatly underplaying how many ladies game. My office crush laughed that I game, and literally all the other ladies in our department, C-suite at Kaiser, jumped on her and
They
shared
jumped on her take like you're an idiot.
Oh, and shared what they play. I think that lots of women play games. I don't think that there are lots of women playing in the console space. No. I just simply don't believe that. I wish, and by the way, I wish that was true. That would be awesome for business. It would be awesome for everyone. But then maybe that's becoming more true. But I don't like this whole idea where there's like half of women play games, and it's like, no, man. Or like half of gamers are women, and it's like not in the console space. There's no fucking way that's true. And again, I wish that was true, but it's not.
I do love the cozy game space, though. I tend to play cozy.
Michael likes those games.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, there's something, and it's cool, like more female-centered games. I think, and I there was that Infinite Nikki or whatever game.
Yeah,
that's like the dress game. I was like, that's kind of a cool idea for girls. I'm sure guys play it too.
I almost downloaded it, but then I was just like, it's too big of a download. But it's not streaming.
BMC 432 wrote in and said the difference between 150 and 250 characters is 45 British pounds. Love the political convos and want to share a cohesive thought, but it's prohibitively expensive. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't even know how to do anything about that.
40. Wow, that is crazy.
It's a lot of money, but I don't know how to solve for that. I'm sorry. Finally, the Assassin AK says, Jaffe, call Ken and ask him where the hell Judas is.
Oh man, the last time I haven't talked to Ken in a while. He did a trivia contest thing with me for my show, but I don't know. I'm sure he's working as fast as they can. I don't fucking know. It sounds pretty cool though. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, man. We always talk about where that game is, but we've been going for a while, Jeff. I don't want to hold you anymore. I mean, for almost 5 hours.
No worries. That's good.
I hope you enjoyed yourself today, though.
I always have fun. You guys know that.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. I always look forward to talking to you. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you could be doing other things, so
this is
glad
great
to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and you guys follow me over on my channel when you want to break from the brilliance that is Last Stand Media. I'm always doing stuff, but yeah, anytime you guys call, I'm here. So
cool, man. Yeah, we'll have you on in the coming weeks again, I'm sure.
Yep.
Dustin, be well.
Thank you.
If you can.
Have a good rest of your day. And I will we'll see you again next week for another stream. I think we'll get back to gameplay maybe next week, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. Dustin, isn't there an Xbox stream this week?
Yes,
I saw something announced this morning, but I don't know when it is.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe we will. What date is it? The 26th?
I think it's the 26th.
Oh, so that's going to be sacred. So we can't do it. I was going to say maybe we'll stream it because that's basically, essentially going to be all PlayStation games too. But plus they're just interesting to watch. But we'll be back next week. So Jaffe, thank you again. Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you to the audience. Appreciate you out there. Have a great week. Be well. Be safe. And we'll see you next time. Okay. Bye.